Thank you.
I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCollum, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation? Here we go. Please rise for the invocation given by Mr. Rodney Williams of the Club Meth to Christ in Moss Point, Mississippi, a guest of Senator Jeremy England. Following the invocation, the pledge of allegiance will be led by Senator England. Mr. Williams.
Let us pray. Father God, in the name of Jesus, Lord, we love you. We're so thankful for you. You created heaven and the earth and everything in it. Father God, today we're here in the state of Mississippi, Father God, to make things better, Lord, through the Senate, making the right decisions. God, give them wisdom and knowledge and understanding, protect their families back home, and God, just the state of Mississippi will have unity in this nation, Lord God. You say the kingdom's divided, God, cannot stand. Let us have unity in this nation, Lord. Let us have unity in the state of Mississippi, Lord. Help us to honor you and serve you in all things. I pray for your blessings, and I pray for your protection upon everyone here. I pray for the senators here. God, be with them, protect them. Pray for their families. God, let us bring honor and glory to your name. In Jesus' name, amen.
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 Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee report. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, Senator Polk. Introduction of guest introductions. Introductions. Senator Barrett, you're recognized for an introduction, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if you will please help me welcome the 2021 Brookhaven Boys Cross Country Team. They've just won their third consecutive state championship. Gentlemen, if you'll stand up. With the cross country team is head coach Shannon Knott, assistant coach Kevin Bauer, athletic director Tucker Peavy, and our superintendent Dr. Rod Henderson. If you will, please make them feel welcome as well as their family.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome to your Mississippi Senate. Senator Simmons, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please help me welcome the doctor of the day, Dr. Brent Smith. He specializes in family medicine, and he's also the chair of Medical Advisory Committee for Mississippi High School Activity Association. He practices at Cleveland Family Medical Clinic. And please give him a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate you. Senator England, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll help me please welcome in the North Gallery, we have Mr. Rodney Williams' family with us. We have his wife, Jennifer. We have Miss Carolina. We have Samuel, who's dressed sharp today. He's going to be a future judge. And we have Belle, who is attending college here. And I also wanted to say a very special thank you to Mr. Rodney Williams, let you all know that he does homeless and prison ministry and is a true soldier of God, bringing people from the darkest despair right back to Christ. I'm very proud to have him and his family with me here today. Thank you all.
Thank you, and thank you for your work. Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I have the opportunity to introduce our pages for this week.
Here we go.
I know what my... Well, Mr. President, this is week 11, and I think this is probably the best bunch of pages we had this year. Yes, sir. And I have the opportunity to introduce. I will start off with my pages for this week. I had Jeremiah Nelson. When I call your name, just step out and raise your hand. Jeremiah Nelson from Macomb. We have my granddaughter, Carmen Owens from Macomb. And we have my deskmate grandson, Christopher Frazier from Jackson. We also representing Senator Frazier this week is Renaya Younger from Jackson. And representing my other colleague, Rod Hickman, we have Haley Jenkins from Meridian and Briar Rubit from Macon. All right. Now, representing Lieutenant Governor this week, we have Nicholas Jackson from Louisville, Rebecca Oakley from Morton, and Wynn Oakley from Morton. Please give these young people a great hand. We enjoyed you this week.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Simmons, recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have another introduction.
Please
I have
proceed.
a friend of mine in the South Gallery, Teresa Kennedy. Would you please stand, and we would like to welcome you to the Senate. Please give her a warm welcome. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Any other announcements? Okay, Senator Butler, I believe. Senator Butler? Where's Howard? There we are. Senator Butler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this time, I would like to bring forth the Alcorn State University track team.
Privileges are granted. Will the Sergeant at Arms please bring forward our guests in the chamber?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the organizers to come forward today. We're so glad to have the Lady Braves track team to come before us today, along with Senator Simmons and the President of Alcorn State University, and Mr. Cyrus Rush, Interim Athletic Director. These ladies have reached the pinnacle of a collegiate women's cross country and have brought honor to the university and also to the state of Mississippi. Mr. President, at this time, I would like to have the resolution, portion of the resolution read, and after that, have a word from our track coach about the track team.
Mr. Clerk, please read resolution.
Senate Resolution Number 54, a resolution commending and congratulating the Alcorn State University Lady Braves women's cross-country team and Coach Jimmy Joseph for winning the 2021 SWAC championship. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Alcorn State University Ladies Braves women's cross-country team, head coach Jimmy Joseph, and assistant head coach Miguel Mendez for winning the 2021 SWAC championship, and extend to the athletes and coaches our best wishes for continued success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to head coach Jimmy Joseph, Interim Athletic Director Cyrus Russ, and President Felicia M. Nave on behalf of the team to the Board of Trustees of State Institutions of Higher Learning and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Coach Jones, you're recognized to address the Senate.
Good morning. Thank you guys for being here. Definitely a privilege, and I'm thankful to be here with my administrative and the supporting staff. I can't say how much I love and appreciate these young ladies and my assistant coach. Definitely be looking forward to having much more visits here because we're going to continue success. And this is a great opportunity. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Coach.
It's your, all yours. Madam President. Court. All right. Get where we can see your face. Okay.
Oh, she wants it.
Huh? Okay. Go right there. Take that risk. That's the president's thing.
I got the president. Y'all go ahead.
Senator Butler, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, at this time, as you know, we have our Alcorn State University basketball team along with, of course, along with our president of the university, Dr. Nave, and we would like for them, our basketball team, to come out.
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, please show our guests to the floor.
Come on down.
Mr. Clerk, please read title.
Senate Resolution Number 55, a resolution commending and congratulating the Alcorn State University Braves men's basketball team and head coach Landon Bussey for winning the 2022 Southwestern Athletic Conference SWAC Regular Season Championship. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Alcorn State University Braves men's basketball team and head coach Landon Bussey for winning the 2022 SWAC Regular Season Championship and extend to the athletes and coaches our best wishes for continued success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to head coach Landon Bussey, interim athletic director Cyrus Russ, and President Felicia M. Nave on behalf of the team, to the Board of Trustees of State Institutions of Higher Learning and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. President. And we would like to have you say a word with
Coach, you're recognized to address the Mississippi Senate.
Just wanted to take the time to thank Dr. Nave and Mr. Russ for supporting us throughout the whole year. And these young men behind me have sacrificed so much to get to this point. They fought through every adversity, every challenge, and found a way to be successful. So I'm just excited about them, their future endeavors, and the guys that we have coming back. And I want to take the time out to thank my assistant coaches as well. And it's an honor to be here.
Mr. President, at this time, we would like to present the award.
Thank you.
Thank you, Coach, and congratulations. Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning we have with us Jackson State University girls basketball team, and Mr. President, I'd like to ask for privileges for the team and the coaches.
Would the Sergeant at Arms please escort our guests to the, to the chamber floor?
And while they're coming, if anyone would like to join us this morning at the podium, please feel free to do so. You're gonna be able to stand?
She's coming. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 581, a concurrent resolution commending and congratulating the Jackson State University Ladies Tigers basketball team and head coach Tamika Reed for winning the 2022 SWAC Women's Basketball Regular Season title and for their second consecutive SWAC Tournament Championship. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Jackson State University Ladies Tigers basketball team and head coach Tamika Reed for winning the 2022 SWAC Women's Basketball Regular Season title and for their second consecutive SWAC Tournament Championship, and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for success in the NCAA tournament and future endeavors. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Tamika Reed and JSU President Thomas Hudson, forwarded to the Board of Trustees of State Institutions of Higher Learning, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, I'd just like to say a few words. I'd just like to say, as a Jacksonian of 1974, this was a heck of a run. This was probably the best run since 1974. But our Coach Reed has done a fantastic job, and I was reminded of some comments that were stated when we were in Baton Rouge. When Coach came out and endorsed our coach, and she said that if we don't do something different, our facilities are obsolete, we don't pay our coach enough money, and that we're going to be in trouble. So I'd like to thank this body for what you've done this year to help elevate our facilities, dormitories, our cafeteria, and all of those things, and we look forward to further partnership with this body, because certainly we look forward to keeping Coach Reed around for a long time. She have with her this morning our athletic director, Mr. Ashley Robinson, her assistant coaches, but one of her assistant coaches was unable to be here today because he had to be in school, and that's her son. He assists her with all of the details, all of the planning and everything. So we'd just like to congratulate the team. And Mr. President, I would ask if Coach Reed would be allowed to make a few remarks.
Coach Reed, you're recognized to address the Senate.
First of all, I just have to say and give honor to God. I am just truly thankful, highly favored. I'm just so, this is just a phenomenal experience, a phenomenal time. And I want to thank our athletic director for everything he does for our program, our president in his absence, to my phenomenal staff, our interpreter husband, our assistant ADs, associate ADs, and to this outstanding team. I just want to thank them. This is our first time together since we played in Baton Rouge, and I just want to thank them. It's been a long year and a very, very, very tough journey. To go 21 wins in a row, to be the longest active winning streak in the country, to pass Stanford in the country, that's pretty tough. This is my dream team, y'all. All right, we got a starter in the starting lineup, played the entire season with a partially torn meniscus, with a knot on her knee, which was, they said it had to be removed. This is my dream team. This is the team that went 18-0 in conference. 18-0 in conference. Thank you. Never done at Jackson State, never done in the SWAC conference. This is my dream team, and I thank you guys. Thank you. Thank y'all. And I just want to thank you. Thank you for this amazing platform. Thank you for honoring us today. I know your days are really busy with all the decisions you have to make for this state, and we want to thank you. We would like to know that we have gained some friends and some supporters in you. I know wherever you graduated from, wherever you're an alumni from, we hope that you can follow Jackson State women's basketball and be a friend of our institution and what we're trying to do. Thank you guys so much for your support. Thank you all for honoring us. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, come on. Can't do that, sir.
Congratulations, ladies. Very proud of you. Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an introduction, if I could make it at this time, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. From the North and West Gallery, please help me to welcome S.B. Marshall Middle Elementary School, Junior Bader Club, and Rowe Academy, and they are the highest performing students academically. So let's make them welcome on behalf of Senator Jackson and myself. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McClendon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate chamber, we have a treat. TV cameras, if I were you, I'd keep those rolling. Mr. President, this time I would ask to suspend the rules and floor privileges for Mr. Olin Pickens.
Mr. Sergeant at Arms, will you please escort Mr. Pickens to the floor?
Mr. President, I ask the clerk to read the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 547, a concurrent resolution recognizing the service and legacy of World War II hero and prisoner of war Olin Pickens of Nesbit, Mississippi, and extend the best wishes of the legislature on his 100th birthday. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby recognize the service and legacy of World War II hero and prisoner of war, Olin Pickens of Nesbit, Mississippi, and extend the best wishes of the legislature on his 100th birthday. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Olin Pickens and his family, forwarded to Mississippi's congressional delegation, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, I ask I read the resolution at this time.
We just did, sir.
Whereas we, the citizens of DeSoto County, celebrated Mr. Olin Pickens' birthday, December 31st, as a local World War II hero. Whereas not many people have the opportunity to celebrate 100 years of life, especially when that 100 years includes Olin Pickens' heroism and sacrifice. Whereas during this time as a soldier in World War II, Pickens spent 26 months as a prisoner of war. He said his time as a POW taught him valuable life lessons. My advice to anyone would be to accept the situation you're in, Pickens said. That's how I got through my time of being a prisoner. If you can't accept the situation, you cannot fix it. Pickens was only 20 years old when he left the war. Before he left, he made a promise to his parents that he intended to keep. He told his mother and daddy he would be home when the war was over, and he meant it. Soon Pickens found himself training to be sent overseas with the 805th Tank Destroyer Battalion. Reflecting on that mission would soon land him as a POW. Pickens said he knew there were only two ways out, to be dead or to be captured, because they were told it was a suicide mission. They lost 75 men in just a few minutes in that battle. He heard the bullets going by, but he was never struck. Pickens was lucky enough to survive the battle, but soon would be questioning his luck. Pickens did not die that day, as obviously he's standing behind me. January 26, 1943 in North Africa, he did lose his freedom. After Pickens was captured, it would be over 2 years before he was a free man again. During this time as a POW, Pickens said food was scarce and work days were long, digging canals and hauling rocks. It wasn't a POW camp, it was a slave camp. Whereas Olin Pickens escaped with one of his comrades, fled to Czechoslovakia, but they were recaptured. He was eventually freed for good on April 27, 1945, when the Russians liberated the camp. Isn't that ironic? One of the best days of my life was getting my freedom back. Before I was free, I was ready to give up, but he remembered the promise that he made to his parents. He would be back when the war was over. Pickens' son Larry, who's with us today, extremely lucky to have his father around and hear the many stories. Mr. Pickens' legacy is a strong and free American, and for this, his selfless, heroic military service, a grateful nation and this state thanks you. So be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Olin Pickens and his family, forwarded to Mississippi's congressional delegation, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I ask that we have speaking privileges for Mr. Olin Pickens.
Mr. Pickens, we're honored to have you present to the Mississippi Senate.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. They've asked me to tell you a little bit about my experience as a POW. I can tell you about it, but I can't tell you like it was. When I bypassed all my training and everything, I'll go right into to North Africa and Oran, North Africa, where I landed. And the group I was with, they put them in different outfits, and they put me in the 805 Tank Destroyer Division, and we went right straight up to the line where our outfit had got shot up real bad before. And we went up to Fayed Pass. If you know anything about North Africa, you know in Fayed Pass and Kasserine Pass. We went up to Fayed Pass, and General Rommel, the German general, had his 7th Panzer Division up in ahead of us, and orders came down for us our company, be sacrificed, that to get the Germans to come and through us. So General Anderson, General Montgomery, General Patton, and Captain Waters could come around behind them and catch them, but they sacrificed us, and they told each one of us that we'd be on our own when the battle was over. And so sure enough, I was on my own, and so I started march back towards where I came from. And the next morning, I found a slit trench, and I laid down in it and covered it myself with cactus. And so up in the morning, I saw my cover begin to move, and that's when my heart started pounding. I knew I'd get killed as soon as they saw me. But instead of it being a German, it was an Arab, and he motioned me to stay put. So I thought he's going to bring me food and water. And so in about 10 minutes or less time than that, here come a squad of German soldiers, and they pointed their rifle down toward me and told me to get up. And so I got up, and the first thing this little sergeant said, he was about my age, he's 21 at the time, and the first thing he says, "I don't hate you, but if I don't fight, they will kill me and kill my whole family." So when he said that, I realized he wasn't going to give an order for some of them to shoot me, so I started feeling better. And then we went up and on the next to the road where the Arabs had turned the other 125 of us in, and so they told us that if we escaped and they caught you escaping, they would shoot you. And if they didn't catch you when you escaped, they would kill 10 of your comrades. So that eliminated me escaping at that time. And they told us if you pass out walking, said they didn't have transportation to carry us. If you pass out, they will shoot you because they didn't have transportation to carry you. So on Tuesday morning, they give us about a half canteen cup of sauerkraut soup. And so we started marching. We was in formation. And one of the boys right in front of me just fell flat on his face. And so I reached down to pick him up and told him, "Let's go, they would shoot you." And there was a machine gun in front and one behind us, and a guard every 10 feet on each side. So when I picked him up, this German guard pointed his rifle at me and motioned me to go on. So I had to turn him loose. That was one of the worst things happened. I had to turn my friend loose knowing he would die when I left. I never saw him again. So then I went on in the end of I'm going to have to bypass a lot of stuff. So I went on into Stalag 3B. That's on the Oder River. Looking across the river, you can see Poland. And so at that time, we'd been about a month since we got caught. And after a month, you lose a third of your body weight. And so they said if you want to go to a work camp, the food would be better and the work would be light. We knew they was lying, but it sounded so good, it sounded like the truth. And 125 of us fell for it and went out. Instead of a work camp, it turned out to be a slave camp. So I stayed there for a year and 20 days, and another boy named Talford T. Honeycutt lived in Salisbury, North Carolina. He finished Duke College in North Carolina. And so we decided if we escape and get killed, if we got caught and got killed, it wouldn't be any worse than dying in camp. So we got away, and on Monday morning we left, and on Saturday afternoon of May the 29th, 1944, we got into Prague, Czechoslovakia. That's where we were going. And so we got careless and got caught again. And we stayed there for that was on Saturday when I got caught, and stood there Sunday and Monday. Then Tuesday, the Army come in and got us and carried us back to Stalag 3B, where I left to start with. And so the colonel that interviewed us congratulated us for getting as far as we went. And so he said he had to punish me, because if he didn't give us our punishment, he would have to take it himself. So he said, come on and follow me. And so Honeycutt went down and found those two little dungeons there. And Honeycutt went in one of them, and I went in the other one. He thought he was putting me in there by myself. I didn't go in there by myself. Jesus went ahead of me, and he stayed with me all the time, still is. And so then, the loneliness, even when the guard brought me that little square of bread once a day, he wouldn't even speak to me. And the loneliness is one of the worst things that can happen. You can't talk, you don't talk to anybody, nobody talked to you. I don't know how the old devil got in there. He got in there and he says, your mother and daddy don't love you. Nobody loves you. These Germans never going to let you out of here. Says, why don't you just lay back and die? You don't have far to go. And so Jesus says, what did you tell your mother and daddy when you left home? I said, well, I told them I'd be home when the war is over. And so that gave me new strength. I knew he was going to be with me and let me get home. So I got new strength and made it out of there. Well, after 21 days, nights, I stayed in there and then went back around where the other POWs were. And that was on June the 25th when we got out. And we stayed with them till January the 29th, 1945. And we could hear the Russians coming. And the Germans didn't want the Russians to get us. So we had to start marching west. Snow was about half knee deep and the temperature was 17 degrees. And I can realize now what those Ukraine people went through. They had all their belongings on their back. They was running from the Russians. We was running from the Russians because we thought that if they caught up with us, the Germans would kill us rather than let the Russians catch us alive. And so we started marching west. If we had a chance to sleep, we'd all just lay down, huddle together, lay down on the snow and get some sleep if you could. So we marched like that for 2 weeks, till February the 14th, 45. And we marched into Luckenwalde at Stalag 3A, and we stayed there. And on April 9th, the Russians caught up with us again. And so they fed us the best they could, and they had mines in the roads, and they engineers come out and seen the run, and the trucks come in and got us. And the truck I was on the 21st of April 45, and so I went across that Elbe River. I got my freedom back. That was one of the most enjoyable times when I got my freedom back. And so I had my clothes on that I got captured in. They were so dirty, if you stood them up, they'd stand alone. And so they took them all off and put them on a bonfire. And I was burning them. And then they run us in a room, and we thought we hadn't had a shower in months and months. And so we thought we was going to get a good hot shower. And instead of water coming out of that spigot, it was DDT, stuff that we used to kill boll weevils with when I was a kid. So we stayed there for a day two, and then there's a C-46 and C-47 plane, that one that had been dropping the paratroopers out of. And so we didn't have seats, we just went in there and sat down. And so the the plane got to go on, and there was two of them. They flew together, so if one went down, the other would know where he was. So when I felt that plane going down the runway, when I felt it lift off, I said I could say goodbye to the country that had my freedom for 26 months, worked me from daylight to dark on a starvation diet. I'm going home. That's what I did. And If I had about an hour and 10 minutes, I'll tell you the rest of it.
Thank you, Mr. Pickens.
Yes, sir.
Let's get a picture with the proclamation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Pickens has a DVD that will be playing in the senator's meeting room over here. If anybody wants to see it, it tells the full story.
Thank you, Mr. Pickens. We appreciate you and your service, sir. Senator Seymour, for what purpose?
Announcement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
The Mississippi Veterans Affairs Board will be having a commemorative of 50th anniversary of the Vietnam War on the second floor in the rotunda at 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Senator. Any other announcements before we go to the calendar? Any other announcements? Okay, we'll go to the calendar. Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass and retain items 1 through 36 and ask they retain their place on the calendar and take up item 37 and ask the title be read.
Items 1 through 36 retain their place upon the calendar. Item 37, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Joint Resolution Number 202, Mississippi Senate, reapportion.
Make your usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I'm honored to stand before you today to talk about the reapportionment. And first thing I want to do is thank each and every one of you for working with me on this. It's not an easy chore, as you know, but I want to start out by just giving a general overview and then to let you know some things that happened and why the map ended up like it was. So, as all of you know, the statewide population decreased by 6,018 people. There are 52 Senate districts in the state, and based on our 2020 population, the ideal size for a Senate district is 56,948. Now, there were significant shifts in the population throughout the state, and one of the more significant shifts was the fact that 65, or really over 65,000 people in the Delta area either moved to another part of the state or left the state. and I would hope that most of them just moved to other parts of the state. Southwest Mississippi also lost a lot of population, as did the city of Jackson and the Hinds County area. And then you had, in addition to that, you had the DeSoto, Rankin, Madison area, and the coastal counties had significant gains in population. They grew way more than people had thought. Because of these population changes, there had to be shifts in the Senate boundaries, Senate district boundaries, and in one of those areas, a district had to be moved to another area of the state. With this overview in mind, let's go back and outline how we got to this point. And first thing we did, I want to talk to you about is public hearings and initial work. In the fall of 21, we held 9 hearings, 9 public hearings all across the state, and then let the members comment, as well as all the people attending the hearing give us their ideas on what the state should do. We received the population data from the census later, after we had had a few meetings. They were late getting it to us, and of course all that was related to COVID, but we got it a little bit late. We actually got it in September of 21 before we got the census data. So we'd had a few meetings, and then right in the middle of those 9 meetings, we get the census data. But I guess unexpected to us was the fact that all these hearings, they really didn't want to talk about congressional districts, and most of them, and they did not want to talk about Senate or House districts. They wanted to talk about their supervisor districts, and they wanted to talk about their aldermen. And so Representative Beckett did a really good job, I thought, of explaining why we were there and what our responsibilities were. Well, anyway, after the hearings, we started receiving all this other data, and our staff put together or began the process of loading the data onto our systems and setting everything up so we could begin looking at the changes in population throughout the state. After we had finished the congressional, we started on the other. And of course, it was very important that we do the congressional first. The first order of business for the standing committee was to develop a plan for redrawing the congressional districts, which we did. And that plan was presented in January, or early part of January, as you know, and the legislature adopted a plan on, I think it was January the 12th. It was signed by the governor on January 25th. The congressional plan had to be adopted first, like I say, for the main reason of qualified deadline of March 1 for congressional elections for this year. After doing that plan, the congressional plan, then the standing committee turned its attention to the development of the House and Senate plans. And so here we go. We also had criteria that we had to go by. The standing committee adopted criteria to follow the redrawing of both the House and the Senate district. The criteria was we stay within a plus or minus 5% deviation from the ideal size in each district to comply with the one person, one vote requirement of the Constitution. And the other things, districts had to be contiguous, and we had to comply with all the state and federal laws, including Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and all state laws and the state constitution. We have done that. Our plan complies with all the state and federal and constitutional criteria. Next, we of course, in the criteria, we said one person, one vote. As I've said, we had a 5% deviation up or down, either way. And we've done that. When drawing the Senate districts, the Supreme Court has held that the district population should be as equal as practicable. The court has interpreted this to mean that a single legislature, that a single state legislature has some leeway of the 5% up or down. And our plan, the highest deviation size over the ideal size was 4.95. And I think the lowest deviation was ideal size of minus 4.98. So you can see all of them meet constitutional and state requirements. That resulted in a maximum overall deviation of 10%. Now, the law requires that it be less than 10, and we are. Due to the population changes, we had to collapse the district in Southwest Mississippi, District 36, move to Smith and Rankin County area, which saw significant changes in population with population growth. The results in pairing incumbents, unfortunately, the only one, I think the House has 4 pairs, we have 1. And by the way, that's not uncommon. We pretty much have 1 every 10 years. That's not anything new. People move. But anyway, Senator Sojourner and Senator Butler both were paired. They were paired against each other. In doing this, we maintained both districts, 37 and 38 majority-minority district, to ensure compliance with the Section 2 Voting Rights Act, which we have to comply with. Next, we had on the criteria, I think we had to make sure that we had contiguous districts or precincts and districts. So we did all that. We've done that with your help and with our good committee work and with the help of peer and, of course, a lot of people, but especially peer helped us with their maps. As a matter of fact, they helped everyone that wanted to go over there with their maps. They were very easy to work with and very, very nice to each and every one as far as I know. The next thing we had to do is, the third thing was to comply with the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We've done that. In the majority districts in the 2012 plan, there were 15 minority districts, and under our plan, there's 15 minority districts, so it's the same. In all our minority districts, and some people argue that point, but that is exactly what it is. In all our minority districts, the minority voting strength is sufficient to afford the minority citizens an opportunity to elect the candidate of their choice. And that is very important in what we do. And for the state senates, we're in compliance with Section 2 of that, with this map and this bill. State law and traditional redistricting principles, state law calls for us to try and draw compact districts to cross country and precinct lines the least number of times that's possible. We've done that. We've done our absolute best to follow these principles in our plan. Compactness is a big issue. Compactness is a real big issue as far as getting a map approved. The proposed plan maintains compact districts in comparison to the existing districts. We had to use the existing districts quite a bit. By the way, while I'm telling you, there was one senator whose district did not change, and that was Senator Parks. Her district remained the same. Everyone else had to change because of the population shifts. Next, county and precinct splits. The proposed plan keeps close to the same number of whole counties as the last. It's 39 versus 43, and as close as the same number of, it's also very close to the same number of split precincts. So we tried not to. There's all kind of things that you have to go by, and that was one of them. There's also traditional redistricting principles, which factor in, and all of you need to know, and with one of those things being respect to the incumbents. And we did do everything we could to show total respect for all incumbents, and we tried to respect everyone the best we could. An important consideration in developing the proposed plan was maintaining the political performance in each district. I think we've done that. The proposed plan maintains consistent Republican and Democratic performance throughout the state. So I guess I've said all that to say all this. The proposed plan meets the redistricting criteria adopted by the committee. It complies with the one person, one vote requirement of the Constitution, and all the districts are contiguous. It complies with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and adheres as closely as possible to the neutral redistricting principles in state law. I think it's a really good plan. I think it's something that will, I'm sure will end up in court. They always do. I feel like we probably will again. And friends, let me tell you, I was here, when I came in the first year, I was running for office immediately. We had 2 years back-to-back elections because a map was thrown together very quickly. And because of that fact, we had to have back-to-back elections. Now, if you think running for office is hard, try doing it 2 years in a row. It's not very much fun. Matter of fact, I wondered several times if I should even do it again. I put my heart, like all of you do, into the first time, but I did, and thanks to the people I was reelected. I wanted to make sure, I wanted to try to protect all of you all I could, and so did the committee. And with a lot of help from all of you, we put together, I think, a really good map. You do not, I promise you, unless you're just a lot different from most, you do not want to run 2 years in a row. So, Mr. President, I guess that's probably about all I can say. I'll be happy. I understand there's maybe some amendments. So I yield for amendments or questions.
First is Senator Simmons. For what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. At the appropriate time, I have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. It's at the desk already, Senator Simmons?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Simmons. We'll get to the amendment. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose, sir?
Series of questions, Mr. President.
Questions for you, Senator Kirby. Will you yield?
I yield.
Senator McDaniel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kirby, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you yielding. And I likewise appreciate the work you've conducted on this map. And I've very much enjoyed serving with you for an awfully long time, so I appreciate it. But I have some questions, and it's going to take a few minutes. And I think you're the only one I can ask, because it's my understanding that you drew these maps, right?
Well, me and all of you and the committee.
Well, I want to get to that in a second, because it was my impression, reading things in the press and reading comments, that what I was told was that you were solely responsible for the maps.
Well,
that's not correct?
I was not solely responsible by any means, and I'll be glad to tell you why I say that. First off, I'm not solely responsible because we have a committee that I involve quite a bit. Second thing is, we sent this after the maps were finished about 3 weeks ago, I would say. We sent the maps over to a law firm that hired experts, the same one that's done it for the last several times. And after the firm looked over it and then the experts looked over it to make sure that we were in compliance in every way. So yeah, I can't say I did. I can't take all the credit and I can't take all the blame, because
Yes,
there
sir.
were every senator was talked to and shown a map, and we asked them for their wish list of what they wanted and what they did not want. And knowing that we had the 65,000 people that we had to do over 65,000 that we had to do something with in the Delta, plus we knew that some other areas had really grown, and we knew that the city of Jackson, as an example, had lost so many people. We knew that there was going to have to be a shift. And as I said earlier, that's not anything new. As you know, you've been here, I think, through apportionment and reapportionment, and it's just really difficult to try to do the best you can for everyone, to make everyone happy. There is absolutely no way, but I promise you that the committee and I, with the help of Pierre and others,
Yes.
you know, we did all we could to make it fair, but something that would stand up in court.
Yes, sir. Here's the thing. The full committee, it's my understanding, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding the full committee did not see the completed map until just 2 days ago. Is that an accurate answer or no?
That's not an accurate answer.
Okay, so you're telling me the committee, by the way, So you're telling me the committee, the 10 members of the committee, or however many members, that they had an ongoing active role in drafting the final map? They saw it the whole time, helped you draft it?
No.
Okay, then.
No, because I've been doing this for almost a year, and there is no way that I was going to ask them to come up here in the summer. There was no way when we're not in session, but we did have 9 hearings. We got all of them's opinion. We got everyone's opinion in this chamber as to what they wanted and what they thought would be fair. So, now, as far as the committee, I would have them over one at a time, several times. I had them over like 2 or 3 days ago, maybe 3 days ago. I can't remember now. It's all run together. And to be honest with you, no, I didn't have them all at once because I was afraid that someone would say that the subcommittee, which I don't think would have been against the law, but didn't have an open hearing and didn't do all these things. So I had them over 2 or 3 at a time. One time it was 4 at a time. I was trying to go strictly by the law to make sure there wasn't any problems. And then they all knew, every one of them knew when we went into the meeting exactly what the map was. There wasn't a single member that did not know what was on that map.
All right, so just so, yes, sir. So just so I'm clear, if committee members told me that they only saw the final map 2 days ago, then they told me something that was mistaken. They have misled me. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not saying anyone misled you by any means. I can't think of any time, every time any of them asked, every time anyone in this chamber asked me to look at a map, I showed it to them. There were members that asked me about their precincts and theirs, but I didn't tell them everything because I didn't think they had any business knowing until the proper time because I wanted the committee to look at it first. All the committee members have seen it. I asked each and every one of them, did they have a problem and would they support the map? And so, no, I didn't have them all at once. I had them over a few at a time. Whether it was 2 or 3 days ago, I can't remember that. I mean, at different times. Some of them before 2 or 3 days ago, and some, possibly a couple of them, 2 or 3 days ago. But then I was asking them, are you happy with this? And every one of them said yes.
Well, I get that. I'm just trying to understand the discrepancies I seem to be hearing from the chamber. I'm hearing from quite a few of my colleagues that they did not see the complete map until 2 days ago. And you're saying now that is not the case. And if that's the answer, we'll move on to the next questions. But that is not what I've been told. That's not what I've been told.
Well, each and every one had the opportunity anytime they wanted to see it.
I'm curious, a few more questions. Did the Lieutenant Governor have any input in drawing these maps?
No.
None whatsoever.
The Lieutenant Governor actually came over when we first got started to see the process. He came over and we showed him, at that time we were on the small screen, and thanks to Senator Bryan, who suggested we put it on a large screen. He came over then in the very beginning before we actually started doing any of the work. He came over again later, maybe in January, 1st of February, I can't remember. At that time, he just wanted to know how we were coming. He did not suggest any changes to anything at that time. And then he came after we finished. Well, not really. We were almost finished. I changed something. He did not. He didn't, to my knowledge, didn't suggest any changes to this map. And to blame the Lieutenant Governor for this is totally wrong. Okay. He did not. If you're trying to do that, you're out of line because he did not. And I don't know who told you that, but they lied to you.
Well, maybe I am, but it's my understanding that his staff and Lieutenant Governor did have some influence on the map, and you seem to have conceded that just a moment ago when you said he did not make any suggestions at that time. Then you backtracked and told me, well, never mind, he didn't make any. So you're telling me, and I just want to be clear, if the answer is he didn't, I'm okay with that. But did he not have any influence in this map whatsoever?
No.
Okay, so.
And you asked me about staff, and
Okay, that's fine. If that's your answer, I'm fine with that.
The answer to that is we had several senators that went to our chief of staff, most all, and recommended some changes, and he told me those changes that they had recommended, and most of them they had already told me anyway.
Okay. Well, I guess it's fair to say then that the buck stops with you and the committee. Is that fair?
Well, no, the buck stops with
when it comes to redistricting.
And especially as it stopped with the courts if anyone files suit. And I expect that. It always has happened, and I think it will again.
Well, then if that's the case, I do have some questions about the map. How many?
We put it right there beside you so you can.
Yes, sir, I know. I'm familiar. I'm familiar. How many majority minority districts does this map contain?
Well, we had 15 and we still have 15. In the 2012 plan, we had 15, we still have 15, but that's minority, but that's not necessarily all the Republicans. We have a couple of, I know one district in particular that has a Democrat, that the minority is the minority, you know, I mean, the majority has more votes than the minority in a Democratic district.
I'm sorry, I was having a hard time hearing you at the end. I apologize.
Okay, we have one particular district in northeast Mississippi where where the percentage of minority for this Democrat is in the minority. In other words, there are more people that aren't minority in that district than there are majority, but he's a Democrat.
Right, well, let me just, so we understand it from the standpoint of Voting Rights Act.
Yeah.
Presently today, we have in this map 15 majority minority districts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. 10 years ago, when we went through this process, just prior to going through that process, we only had 13 majority minority districts, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I can tell you that in the last few years, we've picked up 3 more Republican districts.
No, I'm not talking about Republican districts. I'm talking about just majority minority districts. We had 13 prior to the 2010 redrawing.
I'm not sure about that. I
Okay,
can ask
I understand.
if you
It's
want me,
okay.
But all I know is in 2012, we had 15. Today, we have 15 on this map.
Right. The point is that if we did increase by 2 on one of our last Justice pre-cleared maps, if Justice said at one point that 13 majority minority districts were sufficient, then why wouldn't 14 be sufficient with this map?
Well, you know, what, are you talking about in population or are you talking about
No, sir,
election?
just basically the number of majority minority districts on the Senate side.
You know, all I've been told, and I'll be glad to ask, but we had 15 in 2012 and we have 15 today.
All right. Why must we have 15 majority minority districts?
I've been told that once a minority district, it has to continue to be a minority district.
Are there no exceptions to that?
Not to my knowledge.
So in each of those districts, and I just want to be clear about this.
And well, I mean, there is an exception, it can change. A Republican can win in that minority.
There were 15, and in each of those districts then, I'm sure we had to have set some sort of racial target, correct?
You mean as far as number or percentage, what are you talking about?
Yes, sir. In each of those 15 majority minority districts, the state of Mississippi, it appears to be setting a racial target in those districts. Is that accurate?
Well, we have some that have very low BVAPs, if that's what you're asking. Yes.
So we had a racial target to increase that BVAP number to a certain number, correct?
We had to get it so that it was a minority district. That's correct.
Right, but what's the target number?
That's hard to say when I can tell you that we've got, okay, I'm just told there were no targets.
I'm sorry?
There are no targets. When we were putting this map together, it had to be more than 50%.
All right,
And
well,
that's
then-
what we did. We've got one minority district that's
Okay,
54. We got.
I know you're getting whispered at. I know that can be confusing, and I'm not trying.
No, it's the truth.
Listen, it's good. I'm not trying to confuse you. It's a simple question. There are 15 majority minority districts.
They
And it's
are.
my understanding we set in those districts some form of racial target.
About 50%.
Okay, so the racial target in each of those districts is 50%, correct?
That's what we looked at, yes.
Okay. Why?
It had to continue to be a minority district.
But why 50% in each of those 15 districts?
Because the federal government, I'll ask, is it the federal law? Okay. Attorney tells me there was no target. We had to comply with Section 2, and that's all we're trying to do. There was no target, but we tried, if it was a minority district, to make sure they had above 50%.
So a minute ago, there was a target of 50 plus 1. The attorney gets up, and now there's not a target of 50 plus 1.
Well, we
is
weren't
that the
really,
answer?
what he was telling me is we didn't, when we first started putting this map together, that we looked at, well, when we first started looking at it, we looked at the Delta area because they lost, all the river counties pretty much lost population. And we were trying to maintain those districts as best we could.
50 plus 1 was your answer earlier. That was your target answer, 50
That
plus
was
1.
my personal, that's not.
Okay. Well, you're the one that helped draft the map. 50 plus 1 is the target answer. So just so I'm
And
clear.
I think every minority, as well as all but a handful of the majority is happy with it.
Just so I'm clear, those 15 districts were sorted. Senator Kirby, just so I'm clear, those 15 districts were sorted on the basis of race, were they not?
Once a minority district, we tried to maintain it as a minority district.
So they were sorted based on race, correct?
Once a minority district, we tried to keep them as minority district.
I'm going to take that as a yes, Senator Kirby, and I appreciate that. Did you run a statistical analysis on any of those districts to determine the degree of racially polarized voting?
Not to my knowledge. Yes, there was analysis by our experts, yes, to make sure that we were in compliance with all the criteria.
So there was analysis ran by your experts as to those 15 majority-minority districts, and that analysis took into consideration the degree of racially polarized voting.
The experts looked at the map and studied it, not expert, but experts, to make sure we were in compliance, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we see it? Attorney's right behind you. I'm sure he has it at some point. I'd like to see that if possible.
I'm not sure what you're asking for.
He just told you they conducted a study trying to demonstrate or document the racially polarized voting patterns of these 15 majority-minority districts. Now, he seems to be indicating he doesn't have the study. I'm just trying to get a copy of it.
Do not have it with us, but we certainly do have it, he says.
When can I see it?
When is he allowed to see it? I don't know that. Hold on, I have to ask. I have no idea.
It's a big deal. It's a big issue. I think this body's entitled to see that right now.
I'm told after the process is over, you'll be welcome to see it.
You mean after we vote?
That's
and
right.
after it's set in stone, then we get to see the data. That could be conclusive.
Well, we got the data. We've got all of that.
No, sir, you do
Anytime
not.
you want to see it. Now, you're asking about what the experts
I just
did.
want to see the
I
data.
didn't talk to the experts. I don't even know who the experts are. I just know that the law firm hired experts that do maps all over the country. And they're very reputable, and they're supposedly, what I'm told, doing a good job. And did a good job. And obviously, they thought that we did, because there wasn't really any recommendations, basically. They thought that our map was so well done that it would stand up in court.
I'm going to have to assume that study doesn't exist.
Well, it definitely does.
Okay,
But I don't think our attorneys in Peer would lie to me. And I don't
I
think
think
they'd
your
lie to
attorney-
you either. I don't think they'll lie to anyone.
I'm not saying people are lying, but lawyers have different ways of answering questions, as you know, and I'm suggesting he knows exactly what I'm talking about. And we need to see that data. We need to see that data.
As soon as the process is over, Senator, you're welcome to it.
A few more questions, which, by the way, I understand that, but once we vote, having that event is not going to be very beneficial to this body.
Okay.
As to population trends in the state, I'm curious. The African-American population in Mississippi, has the population increased or decreased over the last 10 years?
I didn't add it all up, but I know it has increased. I
has
just don't know the
decreased.
percentage.
Any idea where those primary decreases occurred?
Where they decreased? I mean, as far, you talking about births or moving, or what are you talking about?
I'm just talking about the population as a whole. If we're talking about the minority population in this state, specifically African Americans, whether it has decreased the last 10 years or increased over the last 10 years.
I'm told it pretty much stayed the same. Senator, the reason I didn't know the answer to that is because I wasn't looking at the whole state when I first did it. I was looking at each area, making sure that we were complying with Section 2 voting rights.
Right, but the attorney's answer is that the minority population stayed
About the same.
Stayed
And
the
that makes
same.
sense because we had 15 in 2012 in districts and we have 15 today.
Okay. Let's talk specifically for a few minutes about District 37. Your position was earlier in explaining the bill that District 37 had to be collapsed.
Had no choice. Had no choice. I mean,
Right.
the best of my knowledge and the best with talking to members as well as the committee, they all agreed when I talked to them about it.
So the position of the committee, your position was that District 37 had to be collapsed. Let me ask you specifically though, not just the conversations with the committee members, why did it have to be collapsed?
As you heard the opening statements, and I told you that all of the river counties lost population. So when you lose population in the Delta, and it's over 65,000 people, you gain on the other side of the state. You gain in like Oxford and Lafayette County, and you gain in other counties, and then you had a few that lost. When you and Jackson had lost so much population, they had to move. Some moved south, even some had to go up into Madison County a little to maintain those districts. And so when you did that funnel, it actually went to southwest Mississippi. I mean, the Rankin County area or the Jackson metro area grew so much. To maintain the majority minority in those 15 districts, that's the only way we could do it. And I wasn't happy about that. On my first time there, I said I wish that no one would have to run against each other. Senator, when I was telling you earlier about when I came here that year, we had 3 good senators that sat back in the back that ran against each other. We had, I think it was a total of 8 pairings, all ended up being defeated before it was over. Because we let the judges or the courts draw the maps instead of ourselves. And I told them, that's what I want to make sure of. I want to make sure that we don't have a lot of senators running against each other. I want to make sure that it's fair and meets all the guidelines. And I think we've done that. But when you did the funnel, it went to southwest part of the state.
So based on the answer I just heard, you're suggesting that it would be impossible to retain the present configuration of District 37.
Oh, I'm sure, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
So it would be possible to retain it.
Well, you could. Now, you may lose your district when we do, or he may lose his or someone else, but I'm not saying that, but
I'm curious
but
then.
the way it numbered and the way the flow was of the population shift.
Yes, sir.
That we had a choice.
And I'm curious about that because you mentioned earlier that this was not a pleasant experience, that you did not like this, and you mentioned that it would be difficult, but if I were able to show you a map here in a few minutes that retained these members and their BVAPs, and retained, and did not draw out, yes, and did not draw out District 37.
Can I ask you a question? How long did it take you to draw that map? Can I ask that?
Yeah, you can. I don't mind answering that. I took the data that was there, and we drew them out.
The data from the old?
No, sir. We decided to go with everything that you did, secure.
So then you've only had it 2 days then?
We drew them out.
You've only had it 2 days because
I'm going to show you the map later. The point is we were able to secure District 37, maintain the BVAPs of every Republican in this state, maintain consistency of all the districts in this state.
I'm telling you, according to everyone that I worked with and the experts, there is no way that you can draw a map like you're talking about in 2 days and some of these people not be running against each other. There is no way.
Well, here's the thing. We already have people in here running against each other. What if I
No, we
suggest...
have one.
Right, and what if I
So
told
you don't want that one, you want somebody else running
So, well, just so we're clear, no, sir. No, sir. That, hey, we'll talk about that. The question is this, if I can show you that map at some point during the course of this debate...
I would vote against it.
Okay, I
I'll
thought
vote
so.
against it because of the fact that it hasn't been cleared, it hasn't been through the expert, and I don't think you know more than the experts that do it all over the nation.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't want to be trading resumes, but I've been down this path a few times. We'll talk about that later as well. Now, speaking as to District 37, I'm curious, your experts, did they do an analysis?
Yes.
Of racial voting patterns in the territory that now comprises District 37?
Yes.
Okay, did they, tell me what they found as far as the characteristics of racially polarized voting. What were the findings?
I haven't seen that. I'm just knowing what they told me. I told you I haven't seen it, nor has anyone else. He says we had a high degree of polarized racial voting.
What percentage?
What percentage? Very high.
Okay. So the present configuration of District 37 has never, ever, as I understand it, been in an election because it's a brand new district. So I guess your experts would have had to drill down to local elections and municipalities and cities and counties to determine this lack of, or this racial polarization. So I really need to see that data on 37 if possible.
Well, I don't have it with me, but I can assure you that what they have recommended and what the committee's recommended is a very good map that meets all guidelines.
District 37 now has a black voting age population of 61%. Before,
now, can I interrupt you there and say that's true? Of course, that district you're talking about, 36 or 37 of the last 44 years was a Democratic district. It's one of the weakest Republican-held districts that we have at this time, as you know.
Senator Kirby, if that's the case, then there would not be any data of racially polarized voting patterns.
No, that's based on past elections. I'm not talking about the future there. You're twisting things and you're not getting anywhere.
The data is based on past elections. So that's why I ask you, have there been any studies on racially polarized voting in this district?
Yes.
Yes, and he claims yes, and it's really, really bad, but you can't see it. And then you claim, but African-American candidates have had great success in this district for the last 37 years. So help me understand how
I didn't say the last 37 years.
Okay, the last several decades, whatever you said. They've been very successful. Okay, you tell me what you said.
What I said was that district has been one of the weakest
for
the Republicans.
And one of the strongest for Democrats.
You're talking about the district that we moved to Rankin County and Smith County?
No, so we're talking about the relative strength of the Democrats.
I want to make sure we're talking about the same.
The relative strength of the Democrats in newly created District 37, which has a beat belt of 61%, right?
Yeah. I'd have to look and see. I've got it. If you want me to show it to you, I'll be glad to.
Before the maps were drawn, District 37 had a beat belt of 37%.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What was your question?
Okay.
What do you want?
Okay. All right. We'll go back. District 37 presently has a BVAP of 61%.
I think that maybe dropped to 60.01 or 60.1.
It's over 60.
It's 60.
Okay, we'll say 60, that's fine. It has a BVAP of 60%. Prior to it being erased or redrawn or whatever, it had a BVAP of 37%. Correct?
Hold on. I may have that. You know, District 37, which was Jefferson, Copiah, Claiborne, you talking about new number, old numbers?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just comparing the two, where it was.
I think that was 60, 63. We're looking it up.
This is going to take a long time. I want to ask the lawyer.
Make sure I get this right. Okay. I'm sorry, I just didn't have those numbers with me.
It's fine.
36 in the benchmark, the old plant. 36 was 62.88, and 37 was 37.6.
Yes, sir. So, just so I'm clear, God bless you. Just so I'm clear,
But
37% prior to this MAP, and this MAP increases the BVAP to 60%.
60%. Yeah, it does. And why? Is that what you're asking me?
I'm getting there, but you can go ahead. It's
Well,
fine.
I'll be glad to tell you. But when you look at the areas around and what happened, and all the others that came down, we had no choice, as I told you before. Where are you going to put those people? We had to do it.
And now
They
you've got
had no choice.
They had absolutely no choice.
Not that I could find.
Okay, all right. And that choice will be under the criteria that you have to have a black voting age district or a majority minority district there, correct?
That district, not number, but the district had to have a majority minority district.
It had
to
to, yes, sir.
maintain the 15 that we had. We're not just, when you look at this, you need to look at more than one district, or 2 districts, or 10 districts. You need
Yes,
to
sir.
look at the whole state.
Yes,
And
sir.
make sure that you're complying with all the laws.
But I just want to be clear as to District 37, once again, we had a racial target as to District 37, and the target was it had to have a BVAP in excess of 50%. That's correct, right?
And that's,
Oh, my goodness.
yeah. And I've been told this several times. There was absolutely no target, and we only had to comply with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And that's what we were trying to
So
do.
just so I understand the lawyer's testimony, there's no target whatsoever, but we still have to have 50 plus 1.
To
But
be a
there's
minority,
but
to be
there's
a
no
minority
target.
district, I would think you had to.
There is a target. The target is 50 plus 1, correct?
There's no targets, what I'm told by the attorneys.
Okay. Well, if there's no target, then I don't guess it would be a problem if we reduced that district's VBAP down to, say, 46, would it?
To maintain the 15, yes.
Why do you think that you have to have a 50 plus 1 district to have a majority minority under the VRA? In other words, as long...
I don't know where you went to school.
No, I can tell you.
Less than 50 was...
I'll read it to you. Hey, in fairness, I always appreciate those comments in here, and it doesn't bother me. I did go to school, and I know this area very well, and I can tell you right now, I'm looking at a copy of the Voting Rights Act, and I'm also looking at a Supreme Court decision from just 4 days ago, where the court once again is making it clear that racial gerrymandering is unconstitutional. And that's precisely what this body is attempting to do with District 37. So yes, I've been to school, which explains why your lawyer keeps popping up here every 5 seconds.
Well, first off, we did no racial gerrymandering, And then what the attorney just told me, we have complied and you have to comply with Section 2, and we did that.
I will read Section 2 to this body in just a few minutes if that's your position, and we will see whether or not common sense applies and whether or not your lawyer's advice is accurate. So yeah, I've been to school.
No, I didn't say, have you been
Yes,
to
sir, I
school?
understand. I
When I
understand.
said, I don't know where you went to school, but where I went to school.
I understand.
Above 50 is majority, below
I
50
understand.
is minority.
The bottom line here, just like the other 15 majority-minority districts, District 37 was sorted on the basis of race. Isn't that right, Senator Kirby?
Repeat the question.
Just like the other 15 districts that are majority-minority districts, District 37 was sorted on the basis of race. Isn't that correct, Senator Kirby?
No.
All right, I get it. So we have to have 15 districts of 50 plus 1, but 50 plus 1 isn't the target.
We don't have a target.
The bottom line here, as to every one of these districts, race was the predominant factor in drawing the 15 majority-minority districts, wasn't it? Wouldn't it have to be?
No.
You wanted to go ahead and plead the fifth?
I can do that.
Maybe Tommy could come up here and testify.
No, but you're welcome to talk to him later.
I get it. It's okay. This all
That's
be
why
filled
we
out
have an
eventually.
attorney to make sure that we're
Yes,
doing
I
things
understand.
properly.
I understand. Listen, I don't blame you for a second. I understand. I really do. You're a good man, and I understand. You said earlier that these maps always end up in court, right?
It seems like every time,
Yes, sir.
since I've been here.
And I think you're right about that, and that's probably why the attorney's back there. This map is probably going to end up in court, one way or the other, correct?
Probably one way or the other, they usually do.
One more quick question, and then we'll move to the amendments because this could go on forever, and I don't want to, I know we're both getting tired, and I'm sorry.
Sure, you're welcome to speak on it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I will. You mentioned compactness being a really big issue.
It is.
In fact, compactness is one of the issues that the Voting Rights Act looks at to determine whether or not a district is permissible. Senator Kirby, if you don't mind, the issue of compactness, I'm looking at District 37.
Yeah.
You would agree with me, that's the least compact district on the entire map, isn't it?
No. No.
You don't, from a geographical standpoint, just based on the eye test, it looks like 37 is the biggest district on the map. Is that not the case?
No.
Okay. Maybe we can take a better look at that later, but it
Maybe
looks like it is to me.
Maybe second or third or
Okay,
fourth.
I'll rest my, I'll reserve questions for the amendments and debate at the proper time. I appreciate your patience with me, Senator Kirby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Few questions.
Senator Kirby, will you yield for questions?
I yield.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Chairman Kirby. With respect to my friend, Senator McDaniel, I just wanted to ask a couple questions on the process.
Yes, sir.
So the joint committee was appointed when? Last year?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact month.
But
June, maybe?
And there were
June.
And there were hearings all across the state, were there not?
We had 9 hearings all across the state, from the north to south. We had.
Okay. And those hearings were open to anybody, correct?
That's correct.
And
And we had them on the internet for people to see as well, those that couldn't make it.
which, if I'm not mistaken, is probably the first time that's ever been done.
It is.
And at those hearings, anybody could sign up, correct? To speak to the committee?
Anyone that wanted to speak was welcome to speak. And we told them at that time, anyone that wants to make any recommendations, do any maps, do anything they want to do, we gave them the number to call and to talk to and where to submit that, any information they may have that would help.
And was it not explained that any member of the public in the state of Mississippi could make an appointment with the peer staff to go over and develop maps?
That's correct.
So if you're Joe Blow from District 52, which by the way is my district.
It's a good one.
You could come up, you can make an appointment, sit down with the staff,
Yes,
draw your own map,
yes,
provide the information that you want for that to be considered. Is that right?
that's correct. Or any of your constituents, as far as that goes, yes.
And those meetings were held in, and I'm just going off of memory, Gulfport, Hattiesburg, DeSoto County, Southwest Mississippi, correct?
They were. You left Hattiesburg out and some others, but yeah, that's
okay.
true. All over the state.
So, okay, so those meetings were held across the state, and then at the end of last year, the redistricting committee met, I think in December,
That's correct.
where that was open to the public as well,
It
correct?
was. And also on TV if you want to watch it,
And-
or the internet.
And also any member of the legislature, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that committee actually is formed by, if I'm not mistaken, 2 members from the congressional districts. So there's representation throughout the state, is that correct?
That's correct.
Both on the House and the Senate?
That's correct.
Okay. And so then any member, starting in January, could go and meet with the peer staff to go over any map that they felt was important.
Yes, sir.
And that was 4 months ago.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you're drawing the maps, and I didn't hear this in any of the questions, in addition to the majority-minority, there's other things such as communities of interest. Is that correct? That you had to look at.
That's right.
Can you please explain what that means?
Choice of candidate. We tried to draw districts so that the people in that area would have the choice of candidate and still comply with the Voting Rights Act.
But also you had communities of interest that you had to look at, and also you had to, there's boundaries that you had to recognize. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And those are all actually dictated by law, by precedent set years in the making, correct?
That's correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't envy you and the peer staff, but when you move one district, is it safe to say it affects everything else?
Well, not everything else, but it affects a lot.
A lot.
Oh, you can move one district in Sawyer County and it can go to Biloxi. I mean, it's possible. When you start moving districts, then you have problems.
So it's not just you can pick and choose. It's like if you move one, you have to address the other things surrounding it and so forth.
All of those and all those that surround them and so forth and so on.
So let's talk about the population. So the numbers represent that actually in the, let's just say the Delta area, that Delta area lost close to 18% of the population, correct?
Yeah, they lost over 65,000 people.
65,000 people. Okay. So, and then, and I'll take my area, the coast, increased population, the bottom 3 counties by around 20%. Is that correct?
That's right.
And then the DeSoto County area also grew, is that right?
That's correct.
And I seem to recall 10 years ago that DeSoto County actually gained a Senate seat because of the population increase.
Absolutely, Senator. If you look at the map right now, you see District 1, District 19, District 2, because of that.
And 10 years ago, the same, I guess, calculations had to be made, and there were districts that had to be moved.
That's correct.
And that's all a function of the population shifts in the state of Mississippi, is that right?
That's right, and that happens every 10 years, not just 10 years ago, but I think if you go back in history, you'll see it every time.
And again, my friend Senator McDaniel talked a lot about majority-minority districts. If we weren't following the law of that, what would be the ramifications?
Well, as I said earlier, what'll happen, you can go to court, the courts rule in their favor, and the courts will draw a map. If you could be, well, I don't know if you should be running against your desk mate, because that's me, but you might be running against the guy behind you or in front of you or wherever. You do not want to run 2 years in a row. You do not want the courts drawing them out.
So we put it in the hands of an unelected judiciary appointed by presidents of the United States.
Yes.
And in fact, as I think Senator Bryan, who's been familiar with redistricting for a long time, pointed out that the maps that formed the basis going back years was actually done by the courts. Is that right?
That's correct.
So we've dealt with being in front of the courts for years.
That's correct.
And is it not better for the legislature to draw our own things?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And that's why we made every effort to make sure that what we have will stand up in court. And we're told that it will.
And we've already seen a couple, and I think there's actually more, of states across the country, their redistricting has gone to the Supreme Court, and one way or another it's been rejected. Have you seen that?
I heard of a state, but I didn't know it was a couple.
Okay. Have you heard any from the? Let me ask this way: from what the map that you have, based on the experts and the data and the people that you've worked with and the peer committees worked with, are you satisfied that this map will survive legal scrutiny?
I am told that it will, by the experts, by the attorneys, by peer committee, by everyone that should know. The map experts say this is a good map that should uphold.
I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. If it should go to court, then I guess the point I was making was it would be upheld, this map, because of everything that's been put into it.
It will be. I feel sure it will be. We made every effort to make sure it would be, every effort.
Okay.
And that's why we had the experts. I mean, if we were not, we wanted to know. Whatever we needed to change to have this a solid plan, we wanted to make sure that it was.
And just my last question is, on the committee that has adopted this and spent pretty much a year on this, you had Democrats, you had Republicans, and you had peer committees, and you had all this, and you had the House and the Senate members. Okay.
Yes.
Speaking of the House, we're talking about a district in the Senate here that I guess two members are going against each other, but in fact there's two in the House plan that we're not yet before us, but in the House plan they've been collapsed as well. Is that right?
Yes, I think there are 8 that are running against each other. They're paired.
Okay.
In the House.
And in fact, on the House plan, because of the population shifts, in fact, Harrison County gained a new seat, right?
It did. I was told it did. I really haven't studied their map.
And I know we're not on that, but I'm making the comparison because it was pointed out in committee yesterday that I think Chairman Beckett said they had to move a House district to compensate down on the coast in Harrison County. So the same thing had to be done, and you had to account for those things.
That's right.
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the work that you put into this and the peer committee and everybody else that participated in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Wiggins, Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Just a couple of questions.
Senator, we yield for questions.
I yield.
Senator Sojourner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Kirby, and I promise to keep this much shorter. I just want to, a couple of things. I remember I met with you and Mr. Booth a few weeks back when you allowed us to come over and look at the current district that
That's
we
right.
previously ran under,
That's right,
what the changes were and if we had any suggestions.
correct.
At that time, in the district I currently ran under, y'all showed me that I moved from 34% BVAP to 37.6% BVAP.
Well, that was what we showed you. We hadn't changed the map.
That's what I'm saying.
We were just looking at
That's
your
right. That's-
existing district.
That's right, in the existing
And asked
district.
you for your wish list at that
That's
time,
right.
and what
That's
could
right.
we do?
Yeah,
to help?
the point I'm trying to make here is that in the current district I ran in, not your new proposed district, that the BVAP went from 34 to 37.6 in those boundaries.
That's what I understand.
And also, it's important to know that those numbers were within the population deviation that is required.
That's right.
Okay. And my comment was, well, if that's the case, then I would like to not change.
And I understand that.
However-
And we had probably 10, 15, no, more than that said the same thing. My district's perfect. I don't need to change my district. Just leave it like it is.
But do you remember me also stating to you and Mr. Booth that I understood that some population changes to my north and south may require me to change marginally? I wanted to do it without moving my numbers greatly. Do you remember that?
I do not, but that's because I've talked to 52 senators, and I've talked to some of them as many as 5 times over there. So,
I understand. And
so
I
can't
understand.
remember everything
And I
everyone
just-
said.
And that's why I wanted to clarify it before you today. Just a couple of other quick things. You stated previously that District 37 for a while has been one of the weakest Republican-held districts in the state,
Based on elections.
not based on,
Based on
So-
elections, they've had it 36,
okay,
37
so
out of the
let's
last
talk
44
about that.
years.
What do you think statistically makes a weak Republican district?
Well, I would think that make a weak one would be, being in a minority district would make it weaker. Also, having a candidate that people don't like, I guess, would make it weak. I don't know. There's lots of reasons that a district could be weak.
Because it is true, we do have districts in the state where Republicans win at 40%. We have several of those. There are
have
members in this chamber
They have
at
a
40% plus BVAP and win as Republicans. So statistically, it is not one of the weakest Republican.
Well, I don't know what that says,
Would you-
other than 37 of the last 44 years, that one,
Would you say with me, though, that the previous Democrat that held the seat was in office for nearly 40 years, and I think we all agree was a holdover from the old Democrat train of thought? We'll leave that there.
yeah, you don't want me commenting on that one.
No,
You don't
he
want
was
me
an
to say-
institution in himself.
You don't
I
want me
will
to give
yield
you
it.
the answer to that.
I will, he was an institution in himself. I am strictly speaking to the statistical data that 37 is not one of the weakest Republican districts in the state. I'll move on. I've got 2 more questions. You stated a moment ago that the Delta had lost 65,000 people in population.
I think it's over 65.
So that is a little greater than a Senate district.
Yes.
So one would think if there was a need to collapse a district in the state, then it would probably occur in the area of the state where we lost 65,000 people. Why was that not considered?
I thought that's what we did.
District 37 is not in the Delta.
I'm sorry, so River County.
Well, there's a difference in the Delta and the River County.
So.
And the
I don't-
Delta lost
I can't
60.
remember, I don't have the numbers
5.
here, but have you, well, okay, go ahead.
So the Delta lost 65,000,
That's right.
but it was not considered to collapse a district in the Delta.
Again, we were going by Section 2 Voting Rights Act and the numbers, and we had to retain the 15, and if you'll notice, most of those are.
Would you agree with me that sitting in this particular seat could be a curse a lot of times?
Maybe.
However, for today's debate, it has allowed me to participate in the hearing range of a lot of conversations. Legal counsel, Senator Kirby, I'm asking you if this is correct. Legal counsel repeatedly times today has come to you and said there was no target, that we only looked at race to comply with Section 2. Is that the advice that you received multiple times today
He said
from counsel?
absolutely, there was no target, but we have to comply with Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act and give the people their choice of candidate.
And that you had to look at race to comply, was the advice that counsel
I would think
has
that
given.
would be important.
Right, that's, I'm just asking, that's what counsel has said
Okay.
several times to you today. My last question. Senator Wiggins mentioned the House plan. It is true that they did collapse a district that involves a Republican. Do you know why that was done?
I did not draw the.
It was done because that Republican told the Speaker he was not running for office again. I'll leave my further questions for a later time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If no further questions, I'm ready for amendments.
One moment, please. Senator, I think we have two. Senator McDaniel, are you recognized for what purpose, sir?
Couple of follow-ups, Mr. President.
Were you, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McDaniel is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Wiggins earlier was discussing the possibility that litigation could be forthcoming, but we already established that litigation is more than likely going to happen in any event, correct?
Well, I think the point was that we're probably going to have litigation, and his question was, do we have a plan that will hold up in court? And so the courts don't have to draw the map, and I agreed with him on that we do have.
10 years ago, they told us we had a plan that would hold up in court, and didn't work out too well, did it?
Well, 10 years ago, I'm not sure about 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Okay. Since I wasn't involved in that, I needed to ask, and the answer to that is 10 years ago, it did hold up in court, our plan.
Right.
Ultimately,
the litigation stands when Senator Clark's District 22 was challenged.
That's
right, and those changes were made as the result of litigation, correct?
That's correct.
So just a point, legal counsel told us then it was going to be okay too, but it still wasn't. And that goes to show the ebb and the flow of this area of law. Now, to my next point, we don't have to go through the pre-clearance requirement ever again. And the reason for that is the Supreme Court has invalidated that part of the Voting Rights Act. So we don't have to worry about justice vetting our map, do we? That's correct, isn't it?
I'm not sure about that.
I will represent to you that it is correct. So the concerns of somehow this map's going to find its way in a long battle that could somehow impact every single district is very, very unlikely because the Justice Department is no longer requiring a pre-clearance issue. And just lastly,
I think we have a very solid plan that'll hold up in court.
Yes, sir. I think there's going to be quite a few amendments that might actually improve that plan in court, and I'll plan on from here in just a bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Just a few questions.
Senator Kirby, will you yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Senator Parker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, on this. I appreciate your help. And last time I was not here when we took this vote, but I just want to kind of share my personal observation. I've had the opportunity to serve with you on the redistricting committee on this.
And I appreciate your help.
And after we got the map a few days ago, we're in a printout form. I hung it up on the wall in my office, and I've had a few people come in just to give an idea of what the process is like. And they've come in and they've looked at the map. And what I found is that everyone, when they come in and look at the map, their eyes immediately go to their area. So when I look at the map, my eyes go to DeSoto County. When someone from the coast looks at it, their eyes go there. So I think it's a natural kind of thing. So as you go through this process, it's very difficult because it's easy to understand your area, but you have to be looking at the map as a whole.
That's correct.
When I first ran for office, I ran in a special election. There was some redistricting that had been done, but had not been applied yet. And so are you aware that when I first ran for office, the population of the district that I was running to serve was over 100,000 people at that time? Would that surprise you?
Not in DeSoto County, no, sir. It's one of the fastest growing counties, if not the fastest in the state.
And so shortly after I was elected, the map that a previous body had voted on went into effect, and a good portion of my district was changed, and a new district was added up in DeSoto County.
That's correct.
And so as a result of that, at the next election, DeSoto County added basically a third senator that touched that district. That was one of my colleagues here, Senator Blackwell. And so as we've gone through the process this time, DeSoto County has again grown, and from the maps I've seen here, it looks like this time there will now be 4 senators that touch DeSoto County. And so my point on this is that the reason we go through the process of redistricting is that as population shifts occur throughout the state, the reason to redistrict is driven by the fact that in the Senate we have 52 senators, and our goal is to try to have each one of us 52 senators represent the same number of people. Would that be correct?
As close as possible. Well, it has to be.
And to that point, if you have DeSoto County adding a number of people, or the coast, or Rankin County adding, you have to find a way to navigate that. Is that correct?
That's a true statement.
And so as you look at just the district map in the northern part, which is again the part I understand, and you look at and you see in your new proposed map, you know, where number 1 is and number 2 is, number 3 is, those numbers, there's a 19 up there in that area.
Yes.
So my understanding of that is at some point in time, for a 19 to pop up in the area where all the 1s, 2s, and 3s are, the 19 had to have come from somewhere. Is that correct?
That came from, that was Senator Tim Johnson, a Republican. And if you'll notice, Senator, where you're looking at the maps, all the way down, I mean, like the one north of me, I'm 30. The one north of me, just touching mine, is 20. The one right above him is 25. So over the years, they've done that.
And that's because of population shifts. And to your point on that, when we get to the very kind of most southern, southeastern kind of tip over there, that's where the 51s and 52s are. I can't see from here, but I think, and the only reason I bring this up is to just share that with people, because I've gotten a number of emails from people who have asked me, why do we do redistricting? Why are we doing this? Do we have to do this? And I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the body here. And so in my role in serving on this committee, I want to share with the body that before the ability to go over to Pierre was available, I started at home to do some work and look at numbers and look at things like that and come up with some ideas. And then as that ability became apparent, I was able to go over to Pierre many times on my own. I met with the staff over there, worked to prepare different maps, and I tried to look at different areas of the state. And I had the opportunity to go over with you and do the same. And I found it most difficult on my part to do areas of the state that I don't represent. And so from a makeup of the committee standpoint, I'm very happy that the Lieutenant Governor put people geographically from across the state on the committee, because what I found was that some of the things that anecdotally I might think the coast might want, you know, someone from the coast who understands that area understood a little bit more. And so, again, my questions are just to kind of bring more attention to the process of this. And I just want to share that I appreciate your time and effort on this, and that there were a number of meetings, there were a number of things that we worked with individually, collectively, to try to move this forward. You know, and this process is not a personal process. And I do want to mention one last thing here. This is a personal comment, but there was a mention earlier that a previous senator had been a holdover from a different time. And that holdover was my desk mate for 4 years. And sat over here, was not in the same party with me, And to hear that word for a member of this body is very disheartening to me. But I appreciate your work.
Well, thank you. And Senator, you remind me of something. None of us have a district. The districts belong to the people, and that's exactly what you're saying. It's
Thank
larger
you,
than
Senator
anyone.
Parker. Senator Chisholm, for what purpose, ma'am?
Friendly question, Mr.
Were
President.
you here for a question, Senator Harkin? I mean, Senator Kirby? You're recognized, Senator Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I yield.
Thank you. It's a very friendly question. Just a couple questions that I have. I've never been through this process. Once you had this map finished, then it was sent to the lawyers, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me what date it was sent to the lawyers?
I don't know the date, but it was at least 3 weeks ago.
If it was 3 weeks ago, I would really like to have the date, because if it was 3 weeks ago, we're looking at March, somewhere around the 8th. Is this correct?
Probably. I probably can go back on my calendar and see, but it was, I would say at least 3 weeks ago.
Okay, I really would like to have a date. But once it's sent to the lawyers, then this map has not been changed, has it? It's just like it was when it was sent to the lawyers.
No, I actually changed one precinct in a minority district.
And could you tell me which precinct that was?
I can't think of the name of it, but I can tell you the district number. It was 21. It was Senator Blackman's district. I needed to, what happened was when they printed the map, they made a mistake, so we corrected it.
So it was District 21?
Yeah.
And that was the only one. I really would like for the lawyers or whoever to tell me when this map was sent over there before I carry on with the rest of my questioning. Surely they have that.
He said he'd have to look up the date. He didn't have the date with him, but he said I was approximately correct, so.
So we're going to say approximately March the 8th.
Approximately. Yes.
Okay.
I can't give you the exact date. When we thought it was ready, then we released it to him.
I went over and met with you over there and let you know where I would like for my district to be, which I'm very happy with my district that you have given to me.
Thank you.
If I had my ruthers, I would probably, well, I know for sure, I would keep the constituents I had because they're close to me.
Sure.
A lot of them are family.
I feel
But
the
I
same way.
understand, and I'm happy with my district, and I appreciate all your hard work.
Well, thank you. And I feel the same way you do about my district. I've gained some and lost some that I really didn't want to. But like I say, every district
Absolutely.
except Rita Parks. Senator
Absolutely.
Parks did not change.
But I would like to say this. I just want this said for the record. This map was sent over, and there's a lot of circulation going around that before we voted on the 1509 bill, that it was...
I can't answer that. It was sent over there before that.
It was sent before that date. That's what I'm looking for.
That I can tell you.
That's what I'm looking
Because
for.
I kept hearing that too, and I'm telling people, we've already sent the maps over. No.
Okay. The map was sent over before we voted on 1509, the vaccine bill.
That's it.
Thank you, and you'll testify to that.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, this is the point that I'm trying to make, and it's a friendly point. I went back over there on March the 10th, and that's when I was shown my proposed map
Right.
that was going to be shown here 2 days ago.
Yeah, that's probably true. Because you had asked to see it, and we wanted to show it to you, and that's what we had already done, but
That's right.
if you had a major problem, then we wanted to know it.
That's right.
Yes.
Okay. I have a picture of my map that day.
Good.
And thank you. And on that picture, I still had Ingomar, but I did not have 3 districts in Marshall County. And 2 days ago, when I saw this map, now I don't have Ingomar, but I have three boxes in Holly Springs or in Marshall County that I didn't have on the 10th. And I just want to make a point that the map was changed after March the 9th when we had the vote on the 1509 bill, the vaccine.
Well, how many times did you go over there, Senator?
How many times, what?
Did you go over to Pier?
2 times.
Are you sure that map wasn't from the first time?
The first time I went over was to tell you what I'd like to have. The second time I went over was to show me what my district was going to be, which was, I have a picture of it on my phone, and I know that's good. So on my phone, the picture I have does not correspond with that picture.
Well, then I don't have an explanation for that other than we worked on that map several times and you may have been looking at one that wasn't the latest. I don't.
Well, I understand that. I was just wanting to know if that map had been changed after it went to the lawyers, which was before
Your district did not.
March the 10th.
Your district did not change after that.
But it did. Mine did, and I have proof on my phone. I have a picture on March the 10th.
You may have
and
proof of a map, but it probably, like I say, we worked the map several times, and what you were looking at maybe was not the most current one we had.
Well, I guess I need to go have eye surgery again or something. I don't know. But it's different. It was changed.
Yeah, well,
And that's the only point I wanted to make, that it had been changed after the map went to the lawyers. Thank you.
All right, and we turned those maps, I can't even tell you how many plans we had. And so it may be that it wasn't the latest of the plan at that time. I don't know. But I know that that was sent to the attorneys before that vote.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. President, at the appropriate time, like an introduction out of order at appropriate time.
That'd be good so you can catch his breath here a second. Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. This morning in North Gallery, we have a group of Wingfield High School students with us, and their career coach, Ms. Kenitra Wallace, Ms. Slater, and their bus driver, Mr. Hart. I would like for the Senate, they'll stand in the Senate, make them feel welcome.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to your Senate. All right, I think, no, we have Senator Sojourner. For what purpose, ma'am?
Just one follow-up.
Okay, please proceed, and I'll get to you, Senator Parker, next. Thank you very much. Senator Sojourner, you're recognized for what purpose, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Kirby. Just one follow-up. I know you mentioned earlier that the maps had gone to the lawyers and had, been cleared. And you previously mentioned that you would not support a map that had not been cleared. Is that correct? That had not gone to the lawyers?
That's right. Well, I
Okay.
mean, yes.
Okay. But according to the line of questioning of Senator Chisholm, it sounds that it is very likely, or it is likely, that the map that went to the lawyers has changed because what's presented on the floor was not the previous. So my question is, then this map has not been cleared by your lawyers?
This map has been cleared.
Even if a senator on this floor has a picture of her district that...
Well, as I told her, she probably didn't have the most current map, which was a mistake on our part. But it didn't really, but I'm going to try to cut y'all's questions a little short. The lieutenant governor, nor me, nor anyone else, none of us changed anything because of that vote.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm not concerned with that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not. I do think for legal, it's very, very important that we do get the exact date that this map was voted on.
Why would that matter? If it doesn't matter,
Well, it would matter if it's changed.
well.
Thank you.
Senator Parker, for what purpose? Thank you, Senator. Senator Parker.
Sorry, Mr. President, I was trying to catch you for an introduction at the appropriate time.
Please proceed.
I just wanted to acknowledge my wife, Ashley Parker, is here today. She got to visit this morning with some people from colorectal cancer and had her picture made with them. She had a hard battle, doing fantastic, but if she would stand and have the Senate make her welcome.
Welcome. It's good to have you back. Okay, we're at Senator McMahon. For what purpose, sir?
A question.
Were you for a question, Senator Kirby?
Yes, sir.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Senator Kirby, thanks for your work on this. Appreciate you and the committee going all over the state for almost a year, getting public input. I actually attended the public hearing in Tupelo. Yeah, I appreciate it. Y'all took a lot of questions from different groups and individuals, and I appreciate that. For the record, you know, does Delbert Hosemann does the Lieutenant Governor have a vote in this room?
No, sir.
Except unless the
Well,
chamber's in a tie.
In case of a tie.
Unless we're in a tie, right?
That's right.
Does the Lieutenant Governor have a vote on the committee?
Does not.
Were you in any way coerced to change a map or do anything?
No.
Okay. There's a notion that the Lieutenant Governor has taken reciprocity or has been angry with people, and that's furthest thing from the truth. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree.
As a matter of fact, the only thing that I have experienced with him is after we took the vote that another senator mentioned, he came over to my house 2 days later and we cooked hamburgers. And to be quite honest with you, he took the bigger burger. And so I don't even know if he realized he got the larger burger. I wanted that one myself. But the Lieutenant Governor's a man of integrity. And I just want to state for the record, in no way have you been coerced. In any way, have you?
No.
Okay. My district map changed as well. And you took my consideration, but I didn't get the map that I wanted. I got the map that was convenient for everyone else. Would you agree?
I agree with that. Same with me.
Senator Kirby, I really appreciate your work. I know this is not easy, and it cannot be an easy process. I'm glad I was not on that committee, but thank you for your work, and I appreciate the committee's work. And I appreciate y'all the transparency and that you took an entire year to go all over the state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Senator McMahon. Senator Simmons, you're recognized for an amendment.
May I proceed, Mr. President?
Yes, please proceed. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Kirby, for your work on this joint resolution. This is a Senate alternative to the map just presented by Senator Kirby. And it's illustrated on your screens as well, also on the side over here. And what I would say about this map is that we received input from several advocacy groups and community groups that are concerned that Black Mississippians are vastly underrepresented in the state Senate. In fact, the map that is on your screen, and also, as I indicated, that is actually illustrated over here, is proof that there can be an additional 4 majority-minority districts in the state Senate. And I can tell you, by talking to Senate Democrats, they have even sacrificed their individual interests to put forth a map that more accurately reflects the state's population and comply with the U.S. Constitution and the Voting Rights Act. And so there are a lot of Senate Democrats, based upon the map that's before you, who do not even like their individual districts. A map that maintains the status quo simply dilutes Black voting strength in Mississippi. Mr. President, I yield the podium and I ask for adoption of the amendment.
Senator Kirby, you're recognized to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, as you can see, this is not a map that this state needs. I don't know what kind of test it's been through or anything else. I'm asked that you vote against the amendment.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Okay, we're on any other amendments, Mr. Clerk? Okay.
We have 4.
One moment, please.
I'll get this out of your way too.
Okay, are we on the screen, sir? Okay. Senator McDaniel, you're recognized for an amendment. Amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. They are in the process of displaying it as we speak. I guess while that's occurring, I'll be asked to be recognized to explain the amendment.
Explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we see there is a possibility that we were told could not exist. And what this possibility does, it restores in part District 37, and brings the BVAP down to 49 or 46.9%. The other changes are minimal. The only BVAP changes would involve District 39, a 3-point increase in BVAP to 31%. District 35 would stay the same, and 41 would increase only by 2 percentage points. Everything else remains the same. Here's the distinction. Senator Sojourner would share the district with Senator Kelvin Butler with a BVAP that's not sorted by race and gives each candidate a chance to be successful. That's precisely what the Voting Rights Act demands, is a chance to be successful. That's basically what the amendment does. I'm open for questions, Mr. President, whenever someone has one.
Can you get on? Thank you. Any questions for Senator McDaniel on the amendment? Any questions?
He's got Senator Simmons.
One moment, please. Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
One question, Mr. President.
Will you yield Senator McDaniel?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, could you explain what happened in the Delta with your map?
Yes, sir. There's not going to be substantial changes at all, if any, up there. Basically, what happens, it takes 37, and 37, that is Senator Sojourner and Senator Kelvin Butler, are now unified in 37, with a BVAP that at least gives both parties a fighting chance. In other words, it's not sorted heavily on race. It still puts her at over 46%, but it makes the district fair for the purposes of the Voting Rights Act.
But there are less districts in the Delta on your map. Wouldn't you agree?
No, there's no changes. No changes in the Delta.
I just looked at the map. So
let's take a look at it.
Okay.
Unless there's a mistake, I'm serious. The only thing that changed was that part down there next to 37.
Thank you.
And you're going to see her morph into Kelvin Butler, and they'll share that district at a 46.8% BVAP.
Thank you.
Thank you to Senator Chisholm. Senator Chisholm, for what purpose, ma'am?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to speak on the amendment at the proper time.
One moment, please. Other questions from Senator McMahon? For what purpose, sir?
Just a couple of questions.
Senator, will you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator McMahon is recognized.
Senator McDaniel, I went over and looked at the map. I hadn't seen this map. Who drew this map?
It was drawn as an amendment. I helped draw it.
You helped draw it?
Yes, sir.
Has this map, did you have public hearings and go around the state and discuss it?
No, sir. Unfortunately, we didn't have time, and here's why. I wasn't allowed to see the whole map until just a couple of days ago. It would have been impossible to create amendments on a map that I could not see. So that would have been impossible, practically speaking.
Has your map gone through the attorneys that this body hired to review the maps so that there would be, so that we would have some good legal standing on the map?
No, sir, but it has been reviewed by attorneys, and there are different law firms that do different type work naturally. It could be at some point adversarial, so naturally these attorneys would not have been the ones to.
If I were to vote on this map, would I not in fact be voting on a map that was drawn in secret behind closed doors that has been no public vetting?
No, sir, we had no chance to do anything other than what we've done because of the secrecy in this chamber. Let me be real clear. We asked to see the whole map, begged to see the whole map. We weren't allowed to see the whole map. And so what you're suggesting is that we could have made changes to a map that we had never, ever seen before. That is not a possibility. In fact, the first time my eyes were laid on this map was the day the committee saw it just a couple of days ago. So there was no time for any of that.
Yeah, I understand. I just was trying to, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but the fact that there's been no public hearing and y'all didn't have any public input or there was no time for y'all to go around the state. You're a chairman. You could have had a hearing on this or even issued subpoenas, correct?
Well, let me answer your question real quick and then I'll answer that.
Sure, yes, sir.
Every other aspect of the map is what was vetted. So you're literally talking about that one relatively small fraction in 37. Every other part was the part vetted by the law firm, by the public, by everyone else. That all remains unchanged.
Okay, so there's two districts that were drawn without without going through the public process.
No, sir. No, sir. What happened? 37, as configured presently, was just slightly moved. I'll give you an example. Right now, if you'll look on the big map, you'll see 37 is really suffering from the issue of compactness. It's a really big district now because they're literally stretching across the strait trying to keep majority-minority status for the district, which is not permissible, but we'll get to that later. What this does, it brings the map back to a more compact nature and draws Senator Sojourner into Senator Butler's district. There was a reason for that. There was a reason for that. By drawing it south instead of north, there was no ripple effect. And that's what we were trying to avoid. We didn't want the rest of the body being hurt, so she drew it south toward the end of the border where there would be almost no ripple effect.
I didn't know who the two senators were.
Yeah.
So it's Senator Sojourner and Senator Butler?
Kelvin Butler. In 37.
Kelvin Butler?
Yes, sir. In 37 presently, they have a running against Albert Butler. Okay?
Oh, in this one?
No, in the proposed one. Remember, in the proposed map, the big one up here.
Okay.
They presently have her running against Albert Butler, okay? And a BVAP of 61%, which is unwinnable because of the racial target that was set in the district. In this one, you see just a small morph where now she and Kelvin Butler share the district, and they will contend against one another for re-election, and a BVAP that is fair for both parties.
So Senator Sojourner is currently the senator of District 36. Is that correct?
No, sir.
37.
Yes.
37 is the one that might be moving, but not in this map.
No, in the map, the amendment, it's not that it's like changing roughly, it's morphing slightly to the south. Does that make sense?
How many Republicans have ever been elected from District 37 currently?
Republicans in 37? Only one.
Only one ever since Reconstruction?
That's my understanding. Mr. Deering had it for an awfully long time, you might recall. Senator Deering.
Yes.
And so, I think since Reconstruction, Senator Sojourner is the only Republican that's held that seat.
So Senator Sojourner won an election against a Democrat in that district, and then that senator came back and defeated her, which she contested that election in 2016. I was here, and we had to put it to this body, so she contested it then.
That's right.
And then she came back and won that district.
That's right.
After that 4 years.
That's right.
And that's the district we're trying to maintain.
Maintain, yes, but also basically make it fair for VRA purposes. What happens here, okay, under the new law as it's evolving, if you create a district that does more than give equal opportunity, in other words, a district that's so one-sided as to guarantee the result, you run afoul of the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution, and that's what District 37 is doing as it morphs all the way up toward Hinds County. What this one does, it comes further down, puts Senator Sojourner and Senator Kelvin Butler in a district. It puts the BVAP in a range where they both can be competitive at over 46%. This is an equitable plan. It's an equitable map under constitutional standards and under just fairness standards. And that's all we're asking is for a fair chance to retain the district.
Who printed the map? Who printed it?
I suppose the individuals over there at the map firm, Ted Booth and those guys. And
so you asked them to put this map together and they gladly put it together so you could present it?
Yes, sir. I think that's accurate.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thanks for answering my questions.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir? Question. Will you for a question, Senator McDaniel?
Of course.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sort of like Zacchaeus. I needed a tree to crawl up in and see over everybody. So I hadn't really had a chance to look at the map, but I'm looking at what's up on the screen, and it says that this is your amendment, the McDaniel Amendment.
Yes, sir.
Is that the proper map before the body?
We believe it is. There could be a discrepancy with what's being displayed, but this is Amendment 1.
Well, I mean, you're putting a draft up here, and I don't know how many amendments you got in your pocket.
Right.
But I don't know how good your vision is, but from here, I can read, that's not the McDaniel Amendment.
No, it's not. But it's not.
What does that say?
Sojourner Amendment. But
Okay, so where is the, where is the McDaniel Amendment map?
Right there.
No, sir, it's not. What does it say?
That's my amendment.
That's your amendment. I agree with you. Where's your map that goes with that amendment?
They named it that for purposes of quality.
Whoa, who named it?
Ted Booth and those individuals.
Well, let's not bring lawyers into it. You didn't want to comment earlier.
I don't want lawyers. Here's what happened. No, here's what happened. Let me answer. When we went over there, the idea was they have to have a name for design purposes. That's not in my district, so they couldn't call it McDaniel Proposed District. So for design purposes, that's the map. That's the amendment. They coincide.
Well, I mean, that's a legitimate question because you've got the McDaniel Amendment. This says Sojourner Amendment. I don't know how many amendments that are prepared today.
Right.
I just want to make sure you're up there talking about a map and you're not inadvertently referring to your map.
No, let me explain it again.
Okay.
For purposes of drafting, they had to have a name for the district that was being changed. So the district being changed here primarily was her amendment, the Sojourner map. That was purposes of drafting. For purposes of the amendment, you'll see my name is up there, but they do coincide. It is the same.
I'm just making sure we're looking at the same map. Before I go to my questions, I had to make sure we're looking at the right map.
Now, I will say this. If there's a discrepancy in what you're seeing via the language here and here, that's just an error that we're making now with the wrong amendment being placed here as opposed to there. But we can fix that pretty simply.
Okay. Now, I understood you to say that, or maybe you didn't say this, but several people have said I didn't see the whole map. Is that one of your contentions that we need this plan because you weren't able to see the whole map?
Not necessarily. I think that based on seeing the whole map and the way it went down, that's one concern, but it's not the contention for this. This is a whole different argument.
Okay, but you do agree with me. There's been a lot of people say, I didn't get to see the whole map.
There's been quite a few, I think, yes.
All right. Now, I'll submit to you.
But that's not my primary concern here. My concern here is about the district.
Well, I'll submit to you that I did go over per request to look at my district.
Right.
I looked at it, I made suggestions, or I made, I guess you would say your wish list, or you just say what I like my district to be. And it's not the plan that's before us. But I didn't ask to see the Delta.
Right.
I didn't ask to see the coast.
Right.
Now, I might have been interested in the districts that joined me, but I got no business getting in coast business about how they draw their lines down there.
No, I get that. The reason it was important to see the whole map, it was impossible to make adjustments without seeing it because of the ripple effect. So before we were shown the map, they literally could not draw because they had no starting point upon which to base it. In other words, they could have shown Senator Sojourner her individual map, but once those adjustments are made, you could have a ripple. And until we see the whole map and how that ripple affects it, it made it impossible to draft the amendment.
Okay, and so the primary purpose of this map is to retain the district in which there's 3 districts in that geographic area currently, 3 Senate districts.
That's fair.
And you're trying to maintain 3 Senate districts in that geographic area.
Well, it's more like this. It's not so much maintain as to give her a fighting chance, to give the senator a fighting chance.
Well, I understand a fighting chance, but the question is, there are currently 3 Senate districts in that geographic region.
Actually 2 based on the present proposal, right?
No, I'm talking about
eliminated.
As we sit here today. There
As
are
we sit here.
3 senators that represent that geographic region.
Prior to us voting, yes.
All right. The plan that was presented to this body that you're attempting to amend leaves 2 seats for those 3 people.
That's right.
All right. Your plan leaves 3 seats for those 3 people.
That's right.
No,
wait, not 3 seats, 2 seats. Same thing. Remember, instead of drafting the map where she's in Albert Butler's district, which is the one to the north,
She goes down to Kelvin Butler's district into the south. So that standpoint doesn't change the number of districts. It just gives a chance.
So where is your new district?
There's oh, it's the same thing. It's still in Rankin County. Nothing changed about that.
All right, I'm just making sure from that.
None of that changed.
All right.
That's still in Rankin County.
Now, I believe you said you've had no opportunity to show this map. You were asked a question, I think.
To show this map?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
You're standing here in this body today saying with a straight face, you've had no chance to show this map.
That map was drafted yesterday. All of the amendments we had were drafted yesterday.
Have you ever heard of Facebook?
I'm afraid so.
Okay. Email?
A couple of times. Here's the thing.
When was this map drafted?
Yesterday.
Like what time?
It was late.
Sir?
It was late. It's hard to say exactly what time. What, 9? Okay, gotcha. So throughout the day, each of the amendments were probably completed at about in the evening. I don't know what time exactly.
Well, you could have posted it last night.
Oh, I could have.
You could have done a video.
Sure.
You could have told everybody in Tishomingo County why this map's important.
Absolutely.
Because I've gotten about 800, 900 emails telling us what's coming.
Right.
So it's a little disingenuous when you say, I just hadn't had time to show you. Today's the first chance we've had a chance to see it, but yet I've heard about it for several days. And by the way, no, let me finish.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm not hearing from real people. Because I try to answer those emails, and when I click on it, it says no reply. And it's funny, one of those guys lives across the street from me.
Right.
He could literally walk across the street and say, hey, Daniel, I'm worried about this Senate District 37.
I get it.
He hadn't heard about it.
Back to your first
Either.
question. Can I answer that first one?
Sure.
I'll address it first. Remember, the question is, why wasn't it made whole or made public last night late, okay?
Well, no, you just said I've had no opportunity to show this map.
That's right.
I want to be clear.
Remember, but you're seeing a map that everybody has already seen 99% of which. Remember, that slight change at the bottom southwest corner did not impact the rest of the map. That's all it was. So the point is, everybody's already seen their districts. Everybody seems to be relatively satisfied in some respects. That's the only little tweak that occurred. And you're seeing it now. And it changes almost nothing except the BVAP of the district. And affects almost no one in the state with a ripple effect. So you can see it just as easily there and be completely up to speed.
Well, I made the statement that I went and looked at the map to draw my district, and I didn't ask to see regions of the state that were so far away from me. I didn't ask. But today now you want me to look at it. You're asking me to vote on it. So you just said you didn't need to show me the map because it really doesn't affect my district, but now you want me to vote on it.
Bear in mind, you've already seen all of that map with just the small exception of those few precincts that were changed to Southwest Mississippi. Everything else is retained as is with the current proposed plan. There are no changes. That's it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we understand that, for instance, I'm a member of the Republican Party elected to this district. I am the first Republican that's elected in my district's a Democratic district.
Right.
You know, J.P. Wyman, 16 years before me, John White before him.
Absolutely.
One interruption in there in a special when Senator White retired. Mr. Walden served for a short period of time. So, you know, I'm in a Democrat district. What'd you do for me? How are you preserving my ability to get reelected? You know how I preserve my ability? Oh, go ahead. Tell me how you're going to help me get reelected.
Here it is. Here's the way. It's not about helping people get elected all the time, and I'll explain why.
Not all the time.
Well,
When is it?
Listen, let me explain. We'll get to it. I'll answer all your questions. Just let me finish my train of thought here. What you have here in getting that BVAP over 60% eliminates the possibility of election for a Republican. That's what the data shows, which is why I asked the questions earlier about polarized voting in those areas. What you're seeing here is a target set to effectively eliminate a Republican senator via the BVAP mechanism. That is the majority-minority mechanism. If that's the case, that's a violation of the Equal Protection Clause. In your particular area, I don't know what your BVAP is, but it's not so high as to guarantee your defeat, which is why you've been able to maintain some degree of success as a Republican. But as you know, the higher that BVAP gets, the less likely you're going to be elected. That's why I focus solely on 37, because that's where the abuse was. You went from 37% BVAP to 61 roughly percent BVAP. That was the abused area. I didn't see your area or others as abused in that fashion.
I'll be honest, the first time somebody asked me what BVAP was, I didn't know what they meant. What I'm asking you is, you're talking about Republican, Democrat. I don't see anywhere on my ballot it says BVAP, it says R&D.
I know.
So you can lose a race in a historically Democrat district that may have a high or low BVAP, but my question is, as it relates to Senate District 5, have you done anything to ensure I come back as a Republican? Because that seems to be your concern. I know you're not trying to elect a white person or a black person. You're trying to elect Republicans. Is the purpose of your plan, I assume?
Republicans apart, but it's just a fair district. In other words, BVAP tilted up to 60% makes it inherently unfair. I'm pretty certain your BVAP doesn't go up to 60%, neither does mine or the Republicans in this room. And so they are, if you find yourself in one of those districts, inherently behind. You have been targeted and you are going to lose that race. That's what the data shows, which is why I looked at 37 and not the other Republican districts. I didn't make changes to mine either because the BVAP in mine was basically where it was. And it wasn't over a certain percentage just to guarantee my elimination.
But we're talking about BVAP, but we're talking about Republicans because Senate District 5 is a flip seat.
Right.
I'm a Republican. I was preceded by a Democrat. There is a district on the coast that is a flip seat.
Right.
So did we do anything to ensure that? Wait, let me finish.
Okay.
Senator Suber is a flip seat.
Right.
Senator Whaley is a flip seat.
Right.
I can go through about 5 or 6.
Sure.
So if you're talking, and I want to make sure what we're talking about, because this is my first trip through this rodeo, but if we're in a position where your position is we need to make fair districts for Republicans, I'm curious of the 5 people in here who are in recently flipped districts,
right,
which the 37 is also a recently flipped district, so that's number 6.
It is, I agree.
You have brought a plan to the table to try to protect 37 for the Republican Party. You have been instrumental in a media campaign saying some people are trying to make districts not competitive for Republicans, and I'm giving you a chance to push back on that because you could have protected me or Ben Suber or Mike Thompson or Neil Whaley, and I don't hear any of that, and potentially your movements may impact them. But that's where my problem is.
They don't. The movements don't impact at all. Again, going back to the issue of why the correction is needed. Once you get that BVAP over 60%, the data shows there's no way for the Republican candidate to win. That's the only district in the state affected like that, which makes it important. That's why the changes are being made. In fact, to not make this change, we'll openly, perhaps, open this up to a constitutional challenge. The reason for that is you've got the BVAP so high as to not allow minority participation, but to guarantee minority success. That's the distinction. And that's the only district where that occurred, which explains why I had concerns, and likewise explains why I have the amendment as to that district.
Okay, and so to go back to what you said, you've basically shifted Senator Sojourner into Kevin Butler's district instead of Albert Butler's district, and you've got your BVAP, and you have a new district in Rankin County, which I would submit to you is probably a Republican district.
Everything else is there.
Okay,
right.
So how are you not going from 36 Republican districts to 37? How are you not eliminating a Democratic district? You're going from 16 to 15 because you're changing a district that currently is represented by a Democrat.
Well, here's the thing.
Because you took the Republican seat and put it in Rankin County.
But you're not guaranteeing the Democrat or the Republican success by raising that BVAP to 46. You're giving each party a fighting chance to prevail. It's not a guarantee flip. It just gives a fighting chance to the flip. Anything over 60 guarantees the loss.
But the narrative over the last few days has been that there are forces at B that are weakening Republican districts to make them more competitive for Democrats, and I'm not seeing that.
That's exactly what
on our map.
That's what happens in 37.
I'm not seeing on the first map.
No, that's exactly what happens in 37. You take a Republican who once had a 37% BVAP and merge that Republican now into a district that has a 61% BVAP. That Republican cannot compete in that district. It is, by virtue of that, an elimination of a Republican seat, which is why I raised the alarm.
Which is, I see what you're saying there, but you're discounting the shift of population that requires either Rankin County or DeSoto County, who are the growing areas end up with, you drew a new Senate seat in Rankin County because you recognize the population shift.
No, I didn't.
Do you not?
No, what I did, I took the old map because I recognized this line of questions was going to be coming. I took the old map exactly as it was.
When you say old map, I'm sorry, you're talking about
the big one right here.
The map that was, okay.
The one that's, so I took that whole map, recognizing these questions were coming. I was concerned that I didn't want to hurt through a ripple effect unnecessarily. The idea was just to go as far south as we could and not have that ripple effect break out and hurt other people. That's exactly what we did. So to your point, we didn't change anything else about the proposed map before the body. It's all still there. We didn't want to mess with that. We were just trying to make sure there was a fair election in District 37.
Okay, but you do agree that you took the map that has been presented by the committee who spent the year going around the state doing all this, that was voted, put together, and is now before the body, did put a new district in Rankin County, which is traditionally a Republican stronghold.
It's still there, yeah. It's still
Okay,
there. Right.
So that's my point, is that I'm not an expert in election law by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm dealing with the reality of the transmission of communications that are going into Senate District 5 about Senate District 37, getting my folks stirred up, wanting them to write a letter supporting this. And my question to you is, and you have not answered to any way, form, or fashion, you've assured more of a chance for me to return in re-election for the first time since Reconstruction as a Republican for Senate District 5. So I don't know why Tishomingo County Republican Club won't write a letter of support.
Well, I can answer that, I think. The Republican Party in this state has fought for generations to gain a majority in the legislature. I've been a part of that fight since I was 13 years old. I'm very, very serious about that fight. We are adversaries to our friends on the Democratic aisle. Doesn't make them bad people, but we're fighting for ideas, and we're fighting for the future of the state. I have fought my tail off for the Republican Party. I've done everything in my power to make sure we hold seats in this chamber. And when I see a fellow Republican, whether it's Senator Sojourner or whoever else, directly targeted by a BVAP that guarantees their defeat, I do take offense at that. Serious offense at that, because we work too hard to build these majorities, too hard to pass the legislation we're trying to pass, to allow it to be taken away by a redistricting plan that, yes, targets a Republican senator. I just think that's unacceptable. So I think, look, I think there are Republicans like that in the state. No matter where you are, in the way I see it, an attack on any one of us like this, which this isn't just a redraw where she may or may not prevail. This is an elimination. An attack on one of us, in my mind, is an attack on all of us. That's just the way I see it.
And I appreciate your willingness to defend. That's what we do professionally when we're not legislators. We defend people.
That's right.
But in all fairness, to say we are changing the number of Republican districts in this state if we adopt the first plan that's presented is simply untrue. There'll still be 36 and 16. Unfortunately, and I might be standing there making this same argument if it was my district. And by the way, I want to be very clear. When I've asked you what you need to do for me to ensure re-election, the proper answer is nothing. You know who that's responsible?
That's yours.
That's on me.
That's right.
And I'm not asking for somebody to come in here and do something. I show up every day.
That's right.
I sit right over there. I sit right here. I watch Alcorn State get celebrated. I watch a World War II veteran be celebrated. And one of the things he said today, and I wish you were here to hear it.
I was.
He said,
I heard it.
You heard it?
I heard every bit of it. I sure did. And I thought what was amazing about him was his willingness to sacrifice for his friend. His friend was laying there dying.
I'm proud you heard that.
I thought it was pretty credible as well that when he was possibly about to escape, that they told him that if you did escape, 10 of your colleagues would be killed or executed. And he said, I couldn't go then. That's the type of selflessness and sacrifice that I did hear about this morning. And it's the type of sacrifice and selflessness that I hope our party would display today as to other members who are about to have their careers eliminated. So yeah, I heard every word of it.
Well, you know, you heard it through a speaker. I saw it come out of his mouth. It's like saying I listened to an Elvis CD or I saw him in person. It was real. It was palpable. It was impressive. But I'm going to tell you something else he said. I'm going to tell you something else he said.
Go ahead.
He said about the enemy, I knew they were lying, but it sounded so good, I wanted it to be true.
I remember that.
That's what I'm hearing.
I remember that.
Is when I see information go out into our districts that stir up our people, on erroneous information, we got a problem because people want it to be true, but it may not be.
Here's the thing. If you are attempting to eliminate a Republican seat by virtue of 61% VVAP and give that Republican no chance whatsoever at successful election, you are eliminating a Republican from this chamber. We should be picking up 2 seats, not just balancing it out with a supermajority that we've got here. That's the reality of it. So I don't know how else to see it.
And I think, to be fair, in the district as it stood for the past several years, it has been a Democrat district by representation.
Which one?
37.
37, yeah.
Has been a Democrat district by representation, a razor-thin margin in both 12 and 16.
Yes, sir. Can I answer that real quick?
Sure.
Just, that's why I think it's so imperative to find a way to reduce the VVAP, and here's why. The suggestion is that Democrats can compete. That community of interest is already there. That's the argument that the courts are going to hear. There's no reason to increase the VVAP to 60+% unless it is just a political assassination. So when you hear about Democratic strength in that territory, the argument is, yes, this community of interest, yes, they can compete, and they can do very well even at numbers less than 46, which is why 46 number is going to pass constitutional muster. This is a better plan constitutionally than the one before the body because it gives each candidate a fighting chance in a traditionally held Democratic district. If you go the other route, you assassinate the Republican via a 61% VVAP, using race to do that. Government can't use race in that fashion. It's impermissible under the Voting Rights Act and under the 14th Amendment to the Constitution. So that's a problem, and that's what we're trying to correct. To pass this amendment, it just simply reduces that VVAP to a fair area where both parties can compete. That's the type of colorblind society that Thomas has been working for and the Supreme Court over the last several years. And it gives each party a chance, which is what the Voting Rights Act demands. It doesn't say guaranteed victory. It says an equal chance to participate in the election. That's exactly what the amendment does. It strengthens it.
Thank you for taking my questions.
All right, you're welcome.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized.
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
I see Senator Bryan is not in chamber, and he represents Monroe County, and he has a guest here today, Lauren Smith from Marin, Mississippi. She has family that lives in my district, and I'd like to ask the Senate to make her welcome.
Senator Polk, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield Senator McDaniel?
Yes, sir.
Senator Polk is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
I want to go back for some clarification. You said your map was printed about 9 o'clock last night.
That's when I received it. I'm not sure when it was actually printed. I have no idea when they printed it. That's when
Okay.
we were able to collect them all. And this morning, I actually have another one that just arrived.
Okay, so that map is an illustration of your amendment.
That's what it's supposed to be, yes.
When was your amendment written?
Practically at the same time. What happens if you go over to the map room and you're able to sit there and begin to kind of pound through these numbers? The amendment then, I guess it's just translated over to Jeff, and he writes the amendment. But I can't answer your question as to those details.
So would a good answer be from you that it was probably around 9 o'clock? That would, at the time that your amendment was finalized?
I have no idea. All I can tell you is we went over there with a computer. We went through all
Was
the
it last night?
It was all day yesterday, off and on, yes. And so what happened?
When it ended, was it last night?
I can't answer what time they printed it. I have no idea.
I tell you what, give me the latest time that you could possibly give me that it was finished.
I have no idea because what I did, I gave what I wanted to see. And then I let the computer guys work. I let them work as best they could. When they actually finished putting all that stuff together, I have no idea. I can't answer the question.
So when did you leave them?
I was over there off and on most of the day. I can't answer that. Maybe in the afternoon. I don't know.
Late afternoon?
I don't know. It was getting hard.
Here's where I'm headed.
Yeah.
You earlier, during Senator McMahon's questioning, said that you had lawyers look at your amendment.
Right.
So if you didn't finish till, let's say, 5 o'clock last night.
Right.
That was a pretty quick review they had to do.
Right.
How many lawyers did you have review it?
2.
And who were they?
My law firm. Me.
So-
Yeah. And one other
Now-
in North Mississippi.
Okay, 2 lawyers.
Total of 3, but 2 in my firm.
Okay, give me their names, please.
Me and Brett Robinson.
Say again?
Me and Brett Robinson.
You just said there were 3.
Pat Najovich.
Okay.
She's an attorney in North Mississippi. She's took a look at it, and she's been sending me information pretty much all day on her perception, her
Okay.
opinion.
And they are experts in,
As much as any lawyer is.
Well,
let me tell you,
let me ask this.
Hold on one
Does
second.
she have, I'm going to ask,
Yeah,
I'm
hold on.
still asking
You
the
said-
same
you said,
question,
are they
sir.
experts? When you said,
Is
are
she
they-
as good and an expert as our experts that have been hired by the
There's
contract?
absolutely no way to answer that. Lawyers have different specialties. I can tell you from my perspective only, I have exercised and I have worked in this arena. I helped redraw the last maps we did. As a federal law clerk, I was able to review maps constantly that were coming through for screenings, and I worked with the Fifth Circuit quite a bit on that as well. So, I mean, I've got extensive experience in it, and I'm sure they have some as well, but I can't answer as to who has more or who has less.
Well, I'm a layman, and I'm standing here having to depend on you to tell me why I should vote for your map.
Yes, sir.
And it's very important to me as to who you have employed.
Yes, sir.
Or through friendship had to review maps.
Yes, sir.
And I need to compare their experience in this as opposed
I get
to
it.
peer and the contract lawyers that have had years' experience
Yeah, I
and
get
have
that.
proven that they can draw maps that the state of Mississippi doesn't end up in trouble with the federal courts.
Well, but to your point right there, the last time we went through this process, there was a lawsuit. And despite the fact we were told it was rock solid and it would not be challenged, Senator Clark's district was essentially reversed. So they weren't right. The point is, lawyers aren't perfect. We did the best job we can under tough circumstances. Courts can change. Appointments to those judges can change over time. But the knowledge as to how to get from point A to point B in litigation, most of us share that. So it's not as though this is a perfectly specialized area like patent law. This is an area one can research. It's federal law. And we all had federal jurisdiction in law school, and we've all gone through federal civil procedures, and we've all probably tried cases in federal courts. So this is not inherently complex. The law is very clear in this arena, and it's evolving every day, getting better.
So you're telling me, so I'll understand,
Yeah.
that you had 3 lawyers look at your amendment after 5 o'clock yesterday, and they're confident that we will not get in any trouble with this map in your
Yeah.
amendment.
They're as confident as the lawyers were 10 years ago that said we would. That's all lawyers can offer you is an educated opinion on what they believe is going to happen. There's no way to predict what the court's going to do, nor is there no way to understand how the panel's going to be selected once you go up. I will tell you this, too.
You're giving me way too long answer to my
sir.
question. We
Well,
can move
no,
this
no,
on.
this does matter. You've asked, and I have a right to answer. If you have a court or jurisdiction where a federal judge that could perhaps see this map was appointed by a Democrat, then naturally, or Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, whomever, naturally their orientation and view of the law is going to be different than a Republican judge that's been appointed. So what occurs naturally, there'll be steps. You may go to the district court level and have some problems there, but on appeal with the Fifth Circuit is mostly Republican appointed lawyers, you may have some success there. You're asking for a guarantee. Lawyers can't give you a guarantee.
Yes or no? 3 lawyers reviewed this
Yes.
after 5 p.m. yesterday.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blunt, for what purpose do you seek recognition, sir? Senator Blunt passes. Senator England, for what purpose do you seek recognition, sir?
I have a few questions, Mr. President.
Senator McDaniel, you yield for questions.
Yes, of course.
Senator England, you're recognized.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel, and I appreciate you taking my questions. I know we're getting deep into the lunchtime hour now, and I found the best diet for me and Jackson is just to engage in debate and not go eat lunch. So I appreciate you taking my questions and giving me this good opportunity to miss a lunch today. I don't like to talk partisan politics in the chamber. We're elected Republicans and Democrats, but we've talked about it a lot today, and these kind of topics just bring that into the discussion. You'd agree?
Yeah, it's uncomfortable, but it happens.
Right, it happens. But since we're here and since we're talking about partisan politics, I just wanted to mention to you why it is that I'm a Republican. I'm going to ask you to agree. I think you do. We're both of the Republican Party. And before I do, I'd say that I'm a Republican because I agree with the platform. I don't agree with the platform because I wanted to run for an election and be a Republican. Is that the same thing as...
I think that's fair.
Okay, and our platform And I know I may leave some things out, but I know that we're for small government. We're for low taxes. You know, we love our small businesses and our businesses in general in Mississippi. We want the government to get out of the way.
Yeah.
We don't want our government picking winners and losers in the state. We want people to stand on there. We believe in capitalism. That I state our party platform in very general form.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's a fair assessment. There are obviously some differences between Republicans, you know, from the Mitt Romneys of the world all the way to the Ted Cruz's of the world. But yeah, that's a fair generalization.
Well, that's right. Well, there was a time when Republican politics in this state were pretty much non-existent. Would you agree with me there?
They once told me they could put them in a phone booth when they met. I don't know if that's true. I was before my time, but yeah, it was a while back.
Well, I just know that, and I love history, and having the World War II veteran today, man, I was in tears over here listening to it. I just love history all over the place. But our state history, there was a long time where if you weren't running as a Democrat, you weren't going to get elected in this state, is my understanding. Is that your understanding?
Partially, yes. I mean, particularly in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, you saw that especially in local races with sheriffs and, well, not judges, but supervisors. So yeah, absolutely, that was the case for a long time.
Okay, now as we sit in here, we do sit in a Republican supermajority here in this body. Is that right? So our party has apparently made great strides from those times where you couldn't run as a Republican and get elected. Would you agree?
From a numerical standpoint, it has, yes.
Okay, and from what I can tell and what I hope to be true and what I believe to be true is that we have seen great strides among our party in this body and in the body across the hall over there, across the building. Those strides have taken place because we've talked about our platform so much that we've made people see that, look, I think that's smart government the Republican Party has there. I'm going to vote for the Republican candidate that's going to stand for that platform. Is that how you understand how we got here today?
In part, yes. In part, no. It would just depend on the candidate and how they were campaigning. You mentioned earlier that you are a Republican because of the platform, not to just use it to get elected. And there are some, you know how it is. Some will use the platform to get elected, but then perhaps don't share those values.
Yeah, I understand that. Now, look, whether I agree with that or not, I'm a Republican because of the platform we have. I support the platform. Now, I heard a while ago you said that if you have a BVAP, which is, again, black voting age population, if you have it above 60% in a certain district, that I believe you said it's a political assassination. Is that?
Yeah, the data shows it's just almost impossible in a state like ours to overcome that disparity.
Okay.
The data shows that as you reduce it down closer to low 50s and then in the 40s, that both parties have a more fair chance. Now, there will always be an exception or two somewhere, I suppose, but that's what the data seems to indicate, that it pretty much puts an end to the GOP candidate.
Well, Senator McDaniel, I'll tell you, currently I represent District 51. And District 51 has the great city of Moss Point in my district. It's majority-minority district, our city. Right. Maybe the only one on the coast, I'm not sure. But like my friend Senator Sparks over here, I had not really paid attention or even knew what BVAP meant until we got into this redistricting process. And I don't think I got many votes out of Moss Point. But my goal when I saw those numbers was how do I try to get votes out of Moss Point? Republican votes. Yeah. And the only way I saw to do that, Senator McDaniel, was to come up here and stand on the platform that I know works for good government, take votes based on that platform, and go back and tell folks at home, look, our state's doing better because of this platform and these votes that I'm taking. Do you think that's a good, maybe a good way to help the Republican Party in Mississippi?
It's a good start for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and the reason I say that is based on, you know, I had a dinner, and I don't know if you had a chance to have one of these dinners, but Senator Sparks and I went to dinner with Senator Albert Butler, Senator Sampson Jackson, who was here with us last year, and Senator John Horn. We had a great dinner last year at CHAR, where we sat around the table and we talked about challenges in our state, and we talked about goals in our state, where we want to see our kids have a better state one day, or our grandkids, and how we want to get there. And I'll tell you what I found, Senator McDaniel, we all have the same goal.
Yeah.
We just have a different ideology and a different philosophical way of maybe getting there.
That's right. I agree with that, yeah.
Okay. Well, that dinner was very important to me because it set me out on a challenge that if I want us to help reach those goals, and I believe my philosophy and my ideological platform of getting there is the best way to do it, I've got to talk to my fellow Democrats to get to that point, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, and look, I know I may be rambling, but we're getting into partisan a bunch more, and I love Senator Blackman back here. She gets loud sometimes. That's great. But the point I'm trying to make is, Senator McDaniel, you're a great orator. I enjoy every time you stand up and ask questions. I enjoy whenever you talk from the well. And one of my favorite things that you've said when you're speaking of your late father, you would say, when I wake up in the morning, your father told you, when you wake up in the morning, you hear the sound of battle, run to that battle, right?
Yeah.
Well, I would say that the Republican Party may be making a mistake pretending that BVAP is our enemy.
Yeah.
It's a challenge, no doubt. But why don't we wake up and run to that challenge and look at BVAP as something we can work with? Do you think we could maybe do that?
Yeah, I can answer that. I think that naturally, I wish the state wasn't as polarized as it is sometimes and has been in the past. I think another core Republican principle, and I think people sometimes forget about this, is that you reject collectivism. And collectivism is a dangerous component. It can be a centralized government, it can be a centralized corporate authority, but more importantly, people tend to separate themselves among race and gender and things of that nature, when the most valuable thing we have are just individuals. And I've always tried to conduct myself trying to recognize and appreciate the dignity of each individual as opposed to the collectivist lens that we tend to see ourselves through. Unfortunately, because of the nature of politics in this state and the past, a lot of people still see it through those collectivist lenses, through those lenses of race or gender or whatever the case may be. And we should, in everything that we can do as Republicans, reach out and try to convince people that it's the individual that matters most. But in many respects, you're arguing against history and against social and cultural norms, and it creates complexities. And I agree, it should not be our enemy. I would love to see the day where people all over this state appreciated those values you discussed, but it just so happens, from the Justice Department standpoint, from the Voting Rights Act standpoint, remember, I didn't create the term BVAP, they did. The feds did that. That was their way to try to determine what was going to be permissible in states and not permissible in states. And they did that based on the data. So when we're talking about BVAP being an enemy, we don't want it to be, but the data shows that it certainly can be in general elections. And so as we work as people to begin to put away those old ways and focus on individualism and focus on the dignity of individuals, you may see that change one day, but unfortunately, we're still in an era where that's not happening just yet.
So it sounds like we have a lot of things that need to be looked at in this map. We've got BVAP, we've got split precincts that we look at. We try to prevent that. We look at communities. There's a lot of things to look at, and that comes down from the feds. It comes down from our own rulings and our own precedent. There's a lot to look at. Is that right?
It can be. The key there, you do your best to use those guidelines, but when it becomes constitutionally problematic is when the guidelines focus on race. It's one thing for the Voting Rights Act to try to recognize people's opportunity. It's quite another for Republican or Democrat legislatures to pass Voting Rights Act amendments under that pretext that then discriminates by virtue of the passage. And both parties have been guilty of that. What this amendment does, it eliminates that component. We're not allowing race to be used to basically predict the outcome of a race. We're trying to get it down to a level where both sides have a fighting chance.
Well, let me say one thing that I think, and this is a point, I hate to ask these, would you agree questions, but I'm going to do it here. I didn't see any committee meetings dealing with this map. And I didn't get to deal with, the first time I saw this map was this morning. But I did see Senator Dean Kirby and the committee here and the committee from the House had many, many meetings where they debated things just like what you're mentioning right here.
Sure.
And they've come up with a product with all of those things in mind.
Right.
And I appreciate the work they've done. I think that they're smarter than me when it comes to this kind of thing. But I think we're focusing on the wrong things. Well, I don't like the impression that I'm getting in here that we're trying to draw certain districts to be better for one party or the other. I don't like that. I think that that's not what we need to be focusing on. I think that if our platform is the right one and if our ideology works and if our political beliefs work, that's what we need to stand on and that's what we need to work towards. Would you agree with that?
I understand your position there.
Do you agree with that?
Well, yes and no, because there's a slight caveat. Yes, the short answer is, in a perfect world where we weren't divided, like we are.
We don't have a perfect world, and we understand that. We're not going to have a perfect map, obviously, either.
But remember, we start with the premise established in large part by federal legislation here because of our imperfect world. So now we have to act under that legislation, recognizing the imperfections, which is what we have here, which is why BVAP is so important. Should it be? No. In a better world, would it be? No. But
well, let's make it a better world, right? Let's go forward and make it a better world. If it's not currently, let's do what we can without doing it with lines on a map. Let's go make it a better world.
I'm absolutely
and accept the challenges that we have before us as a party, right?
And if that's the case, and I agree with you, and if that's the case, then why do we need a single majority-minority district in the state? Why should it be required?
Well, look, apparently the lawyers will tell you that you know, we have requirements we have to look at.
Yeah.
And look, I don't want to take any districts away. I don't want any communities to be left out of any feeling that they have on this. But there's no law that prevents a Republican from going and running in those districts either and trying to convince the people that, look, this is where we need to be. We can hold town halls, we can hold Facebook videos that are focused in those areas and talk about what works. But I think what we're doing right now is a disservice to all of us in here by making this such a contentious point that's not even based on ideology or policy.
It's a contentious point because the Justice Department is demanding it be. It's trying to take those actions. Think of it this way, to your point. If your point is taken to its logical extreme, which I hope one day it is, then naturally the result should be no mandated majority-minority districts. They shouldn't exist because you're using race as a target in those districts and you're forming them. The question is, why are we...
Does your map do that?
No, that's just it. The map does nothing different than...
So your map... I'm sorry, so I got you on one district. You said you did that on one district. Did it do it in all the other ones?
Hold on for a second. Hold on. You didn't let me finish. Here's the thing. Remember, the question is, if we are moving toward that better world, then naturally I would hope the Justice Department, I would hope the feds would see that. Naturally, I think they would understand that mandating majority-minority districts would be unnecessary. And in the world you've described, it would be unnecessary. But that's not the world we have. We have federal courts and the Voting Rights Act trying to somehow balance what they consider to be inequalities or inequities in the system.
So why the focus on this one district?
Because when you go over 61, it's no longer about providing fairness. It's about providing a guaranteed victory. And that's the distinction the courts have made.
Are there other districts with greater than 61?
Other districts in this map?
Yes.
Yes. But
well, what did you do with those?
That's just it. They don't comprise a target, which is a Republican senator. That's why this district matters. Here's another reason.
That district had a Democrat senator before 2019, correct?
Every time we make a change, you ask why we didn't take them. Every time we make a change, you have this massive ripple effect. And we're still under the guidance of the Voting Rights Act. So remember, if you start repealing back every single majority-minority district, there would be a violation. But if you bring back one, right, into a more fair standard, and you compare it to where we were 10 years ago, where we picked up 2, essentially, we're back to the number 14, which should be perfectly fair to all parties involved under the VRA.
So we don't have a perfect world, we don't have a perfect map, we don't have a perfect state, but what you're trying to create here is one perfect district, is that right?
It's not a perfect district, it's a district that is competitive for both sides. It satisfies both sides of the equation. If you bring the beef up to the district too low, it is tilted toward the Republican. If you put it up there in the high 40s, there's a balance there and both sides have a fighting chance to win with the same ideas you've expressed. They can now go cross, they can talk, and they can win the day based on those closer numbers.
Well, I don't think you would disagree with this. I'm not worried about being an underdog at any point in time. I don't think you are either.
Right.
So, you know, if there's a challenge, let's take some advice of a great man that once said, you know, rise and run towards a challenge.
Yes, sir.
And let's do it that way. We're not going to be able to draw perfect battles on everything. No. Let's look at what we've got and let's go with it. I'm happy with what our attorneys and what Senator Kirby and his committee has come up with, and I plan to support theirs today. I appreciate what you've done, but another question I would ask you before I sit down is, you know, will you help me bring our message to areas where maybe it's not being heard or being as accepted as it is for whatever reason, so that maybe we don't have to worry about that anymore. We can just talk about philosophy and ideology.
Anywhere, anytime.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Anywhere, anytime.
England. Okay, Senator Whaley.
Question, please.
Yes, you're recognized, Senator. For what purpose, sir?
For a question, please.
Please, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you know, I heard your statement about the amendment and when it was drawn up, and you had been conferring with several attorneys, and I heard you mention my name that
resounds with me, and it may not resound with many other people besides myself, you, Senator Sojourner, Senator Sparks. We all know Ms. Pat Nosnich very well. She happens to be a constituent of mine.
Right.
And you said that y'all had been conferring about this for...
She's been texting all morning. Yes.
And yesterday as well? You
Not
stated yesterday.
Yes, all morning, she's been texting. The question was, how many have reviewed it? And that was this morning.
So
there's been 3 total.
You've just
She's been
begun to
texting this
review
morning.
today.
No, she's been texting this morning.
Well, you know...
I can show you the text.
You know, we have a point here. You know, Miss Pat, she's a woman that you can put a lot of pronouns about. She's a very intelligent lady. She's a very vocal lady.
Yeah.
But I've never known her to be dishonest. And she and I, we've been talking as well.
Yeah.
And I have not heard anything from her about this issue.
I can show you the
And
text.
she and I, well, you should have showed it to me before.
Well, you
and that's
didn't
the
ask,
thing.
But you didn't ask until then, but I can show you the text.
You know, Senator, that comes back to a previous May point as well about going into people's districts and with this amendment, and you've had this amendment, and previous times in the past, you've put out an amendment that was imported on Facebook so that everybody in the world could see.
Yeah.
You've taken time to go back and put out to your followers, and which a lot of them are my followers, and we've all been sent with these email chains that we absolutely cannot answer. And I try to answer my emails. I try to answer my phone calls. I try to answer my text messages. And I understand that you answer every single one of those, and I'm not quite sure how you do it. I guess you don't never sleep, or you've got somebody on the payroll, because I can't do it. And I think that the phrase earlier was disingenuine information, and I'm just going to say that it's dishonest information, because I'm not a fancy lawyer. I don't have a thesaurus full of pronouns to describe words, so I'm just going to call it like it is, because that's where I come from, small town Mississippi. And I think that what you've done here is dishonest.
Okay.
And if you wanted us to follow this amendment and work with us on this amendment, you should have been honest with us. You should have worked with us instead of springing it on us at the last minute.
Listen, I get that, and I'll answer the question. I understand all of these items are tense, and they're going to be tense from time to time. I'm a conservative, I told you that. I'm going to fight for the things I believe in, and I trust you will as well. We could not make amendments to the MAP at all until we actually saw the whole MAP. The reason is there was no place to even start. And this was one of several that we made. But remember, the reason it was delayed even a little bit was because of that. Until we saw the MAP, there was no way to even begin the amendment process. And that was because of the secrecy, for whatever reason, that was existing. So the point was, I would have loved to have done this a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It was just practically, logistically impossible to do. But now to your other points, and I don't know how to really say this, I'm not trying to hurt you or Ms. Pat or anybody else. I'm going to fight for the same things I've been fighting for 15 years. And you can go back on Facebook or wherever for 15 years. I haven't changed my message. This is the same issues I believe strongly about. I don't anticipate I'll ever change the way I see these issues. I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm just trying to fight for what I believe in.
Well, let me make this other question.
Yeah.
If you have a group of constituents that come to you and say, will you support Senator so-and-so's amendment? How do you answer that?
It would depend. Most of the time.
No, it wouldn't depend.
It does depend.
It depends on the point of whether you have seen the amendment or not. If you've not seen the amendment, how would you answer it?
That's why it depends. That was not part of your first question. If I've not seen the amendment, naturally I would say I'd have to see the amendment first.
Wonderful point.
Yeah.
So why do you continually put these messages out to support your amendments when we haven't seen the damn amendments?
Because the message I put out was absolutely accurate. There was nothing inaccurate about the message at all. We know unequivocally that a Republican senator is having her BVOT raised to 61%. We know the data demonstrates that will end her career. That's exactly what I said and what I've been saying, and it was honest. It's right there in black and white, and the colors up there.
And we honestly don't know, at the point of time and when you started this, we didn't know if anybody else's district was affected, correct?
Oh, we tried.
Your district could have been gone. My district could have been gone. We didn't know,
well,
right?
Let's talk about that for a second.
No.
I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question. You might recall that there were quite a few senators in here that were concerned about their districts.
I believe the message was that 3 female Republican senators had been drawn out. Is that correct?
Not from my mouth. That was my message.
No, I'm talking about the message that was put forward to us when we were bombarded with the emails.
Not 3. 3 female senators? I didn't say that. My position has always been something seems odd, the transparency's not here, there's an awful lot of secrecy.
Well, this
and
is not a place.
we got wind, because as you know, there aren't many secrets in this Capitol. We got wind of the true elimination of one. And you can see it right there as we speak. The district is gone. That's the truth of the matter. It's gone. Everything I said was accurate. Every word.
You know, I'm going to have to disagree with you, and I'm going to have to go back and listen to it.
Do it.
I came into this body and I respected you. I'm a little disappointed, I'll say that. But I really wish that in the future you consider holding your messages about amendments until you actually let people in the body see them.
My message was accurate. I'll tell you something else. The idea.
Thank you, Senator.
I'll finish answering the question, unless it wasn't a question. Senator, I appreciate your position, and I respect you as well. But I came here to fight for conservatives. And I'm going to do it the rest of my life. And I know you did as well. I'm not saying otherwise. But these are the things I believe. And I'm not trying to hurt anybody. I'm just doing the best I can to fight for what I believe in. That's all.
I've never questioned the fight of fighting for conservatives. I fully support that as well. I'm just saying that I want to fight the damn lies.
It's not a lie. It's right there on the map. Her district is eliminated. And that's what I said was going to happen. Her district is eliminated. Whether it's a lie or not, the people can clearly see that District 37, as configured, the one she ran in, is gone. That's not a lie, that's the truth.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. For what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Please proceed. Senator McDaniel, will you yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator McDaniel, you and I disagreed many times, but I hope you'll agree with me now. We all are Mississippians, and all of us ought to be fighting for make our state better in a way. It has great potential.
Yes, sir.
If you were stuck on the elevator out there, it wouldn't make any difference whether a Democrat or Republican got the doggone thing open so you could get out, would it? What would you could wait till a Republican come from across town to get you out of there and said, Democrats, we don't want you to help, I want to stay in this elevator? What would be your...
There's no individual, regardless of party, that I wouldn't try to help in that instance.
Yes, I love everybody in here, right?
Yeah.
Democrats or Republicans, doesn't matter with me. I'm a Mississippian. And when I taught public school, I integrated the classes. It didn't matter who came to that class because I was interested in teaching the subject matter. We ought to be interested in moving our state forward, regardless of Republican or Democrat, because Mississippi comes first.
Yeah.
Won't you agree with that?
Yeah.
We're getting bogged down in your paralysis of analysis. Would you agree with that?
No, well, there's two questions. As to the first one, I agree that Mississippi should come first. I absolutely do. But remember, political parties have vastly different ideas as to how to get us to first.
Well, you said 61%. I'm a conservative. I wear these suspenders because I don't trust a belt anymore. That's conservative. But you can't stand there and say that with 61% what a person can't win. You can argue that. I'm not a lawyer, but you don't know.
It's just what the data shows. There's no way.
Well, the data can be wrong.
Yes, so there's no way to predict everything with
There
perfection.
you go.
But the data does demonstrate that.
You've just answered. There's no way to predict everything. I think your prediction could be wrong. Thank you.
Under the data, it's probably not, but anything's possible. I mean, anything in the world could happen, but the data demonstrates.
No, I'm personally talking about priorities. That's our state. Let's move our state forward.
Yes, sir.
You can't do it when you're polarizing the system.
The system was polarized well before I got here.
It doesn't mean that you should continue to polarize it if
I'm just fighting for the things I believe in, that's all.
Well, you may, it may be wrong, there's two left shoes, but be able to realize that we all in Mississippi, we all love this state. This state belongs to all of us. If we went to war tomorrow, all of us of age would have to go, regardless of race, creed, or color. So we don't have time to be debating party issues.
No,
Let's do justice and love mercy and walk humble with our God. That's what we need to do and move our state forward. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators. Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator Blackman, for what purpose, ma'am? Oh, yeah.
Are there any people after me for questions?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion if I'm recognized.
You're recognized, ma'am.
I move the previous question on all pending matter.
No, I think our motion to, I don't think. A moment, please.
Yeah, well, I don't know what that really is. I think that really is. You doing okay?
Okay, Senators, I think we were right the first time. We have a motion on the previous question. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have 5 minutes, Senator McDaniel. I think you're first, sir.
Is there, as far as closing?
Yes, it's 5 minutes on your amendment.
I think Kathy, do you want to speak? How does she, I'm a parliamentary, she's going to speak.
Right, the previous question, I think, took precedence. One moment, ma'am, out there.
Gotcha.
Senator, you can yield some of your 5 minutes if you'd like. Senator Chisholm, you speak on the amendment. We're going to start the clock.
I will yield part of my 5 minutes to Senator Chisholm.
Please proceed, Senator Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McDaniel. I'll be very quick. I want everybody in here to know, when I went to my camper last night, I spent a lot of time praying. I called my prayer warriors back in my district, and I did my best to jot down some things to say to you. Please listen. First of all, Mr. Kirby, thank you for everything that you have done. I know you've worked hard. I can't imagine what all you went through during the past year. But first, let me say that I'm pleased with my district. I said that before. There are parts of it that I would like to keep. I didn't get to keep them. I'm trying to be generous with the ones around me and work with the ones around me. But as a Republican, I am concerned about the districts that had a significant increase of BVAP. As Republicans, we should all be concerned, and we should unite to save every Republican district in this state. As all of you know, District 37 has had a BVAP of about 36 or 37%, and now it will have a BVAP of more than 60%. That makes a Republican pro-life district vulnerable to becoming a pro-choice Democrat district. As a Republican, this is very troubling to me, and I pray it is also a troubling concern to every Republican senator in this chamber. It is time we lay aside our personal interest, our personal feelings. It is time we stand as Republicans for Republican principles and as Republicans for each other. Republicans, we need to unite together. I reached out to my prayer warriors last night, as I told you all ago, and we spent many hours praying, and God gave me the answer I was looking for. He said, "Child, I sent you to Jackson to stand for what's right. I sent you as a Republican, and I'm here to stand for the Republicans, and I pray that y'all will stand with me and try to preserve our Republican district." Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. Senator McDaniel, you're recognized to speak on the motion.
It's my understanding we'll only have a couple of minutes because of time constraints, but I want to be clear about my perception of what this means to the body. Yes, in my mind, this is a political assassination of a Republican. There's a dozen, no, 1,000 ways to draw these maps. Those lines can twist and turn a million different ways in a million different directions. They did not have to twist and turn to put a Republican incumbent senator in a district where race was the predominant consideration. They did not have to twist and turn where race is going to be used to eliminate a person. We want to move past those days, not embrace those days. This is a violation of the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution. It's a violation of just common sense. And to say that somehow this isn't going to harm someone, tell it to Senator Sojourner. Her district, her political career, it's on the line. All the amendment does was bring the BVAP down to a place where she can compete. That's all it does. It makes them out more fair, not less fair. It gives us a better chance to be seen as a better state that doesn't let race make these types of determinations. Just give her a fighting chance, because to do otherwise, you are eliminating one of your own. Why not give them both a fighting chance? They're both good people. And to Jeremy England's points earlier, yes, we have a right to talk to each other, to work with each other, and hopefully change hearts and minds, but you can't do it when the BVAP is so out of whack, where a person has been targeted by race, and race being the predominant consideration. It's not good for Mississippi. It's not good these districts be mandated. We have to move past it. And all this amendment does is give us one step in the right direction. That's all it does. I ask you to support the amendment.
Senator McDaniel, Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know everyone's hungry and irritable right now, but first off, I'm going to ask you to vote against the amendment. And the reason we need to vote against the amendment is every one of you had time to look at your map. Every one of you, we have been, almost everyone says, I'm satisfied with my map. And the committee, of course, the overall map. All I need to say is we've been very transparent. This is a last minute deal. Everyone's confused. I ask that you vote against the amendment.
Okay, Senator, we have a motion. The motion is the adoption of the motion is the adoption of the amendment. Do we need six? We need six. We have one. Please stand if you're going to be counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do you have 5, sir? Okay. We do not have division. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Thank you. Senator, we're on the final passage, sir. Senator Kirby, you're on final passage.
Closing.
No, it's final passage.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know you're hungry. As I said, you've heard all sides.
Senator, this is just the motion here. It's just the motion now, Senator. It's time to vote. So it's just a motion.
I ask for use of morning roll call for final passage.
Senator has requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded? Sorry? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Oh. Object to the procedure. All right, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Seymour. Suber. Turner Ford. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Horn, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay, Chisholm, Hill, Jackson, McDaniel, Seymour, Sojourner, and Thomas.
Senator Hawkins, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Announcement.
Please proceed.
The Finance Committee will meet directly upon recess for nomination hearings that are downstairs waiting.
Immediately on recess. Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Introduction.
Please proceed.
I'd like to ask Bob Davidson to stand. Today is Vietnam Veterans Day. I believe Bob is the only Vietnam veteran in this room today. If I'm wrong, please speak. But I think we need to honor Bob and thank him for his service to the United States. Bob, thank you for your service to this state and to this nation, sir. We owe you a debt. Thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Announcement. If you're a co-author on Senate Bill 2655 from 2 years ago, there are some ladies on the back steps of the Capitol waiting that would like to present you a plaque.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Clerk, have you got the vote, please, sir?
Mr. President, I've been informed I should recommit a conference report. Therefore, I move that the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of the conference report on Senate Bill 2820.
One moment, sir, while I announce the vote, please. By a vote of 45 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Kirby. Senator Bryan, you're now recognized.
It's item 137 on the calendar. I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of that conference report.
One moment, sir. 137, Senate. Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Mr. President, I move to recommit.
We need to read the title first, Senator. Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Okay. 137, sir. 137, that's...
Senate Bill number 2810, state employees provide.
Yeah, that's not Hobbs. 2820. 2820.
It should be 138, I believe.
It's Senate Bill 2820. I may have the wrong calendar because I don't know what day it is.
2820.
It's Senate Bill 2820.
Okay. Senate Bill number 2820, COVID-19 Hospital Expanded Capacity Program, require Department of Health to establish and administer.
Okay. It was number 138, Senate. Motion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, last two things real quick. I'm sorry, Senator Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 141, Senate Bill 2893, and ask the title be read.
Motion would be to suspend the rules. All in
Suspend the
favor
rules.
signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Would you read, Mr. Clerk, would you read the title, Mr. Clerk?
Senate Bill number 2893, Jackson State University authorized public-private partnership to develop property owned by foundation.
Mr. President, I ask that we recommit this bill.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. Last announcement, Senator Blunt. Senator Blunt passes. Senator Hill, do you have an announcement? Senator Hill passes. Senator, we go to Senator Polk for your motion, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 3 p.m.
3 p.m. today. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I literally just agreed on a dinner chat. I'm sorry, man.
recommit to, before we get going, I gotta send that.
Oh, where are you, Walter? Where are you? The bill passes 47, Senator.
I'd like to skip it and have it retain its place on the calendar. Skip item 47 and 48 and go, actually skip down to item 52 and have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 53 and have the title read.
Okay, to number 52, retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read it. Number 53, sir.
Senate Bill number 2063, alcoholic beverages, revised definition of qualified resort area under local option alcoholic beverage control law.
Motion is we recommit for further conferencing.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator, on 54.
I'd like to go to item 54 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2844, alcoholic beverage control division, authorized construction of a new warehouse and contracting for operations.
Motion is we recommit for further conferencing.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. All right. Senator Kirby, I know you're probably worn out. Okay. Thank you, Senator Kirby. Retains its place on the calendar 55 and 56. Chairman McMahon, local and private. That'd be 57 and 58, Senator. Yes, sir. Number 57.
Call up item 57, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1408, sheriff, salaries increase.
This is the conference report, and I would like to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the conference report.
Okay, so Senator Hobson wisely made note the other day that the conference report did not have Polk's amendments in it for the sheriff's pay. That has been corrected. So every sheriff will receive a $5,000 pay increase. In addition to that, if a sheriff has a juvenile detention center, the counties may give them an additional $5,000 for that. We also added, it was brought to my attention that the election commissioners had been left out of a per diem increase in another bill. And I went to Senator Polk and confirmed that, and Senator Polk said that was accurate. So this was the only vehicle left alive for them to receive that $10 a day increase in per diem. So that's in this bill that was not in the original conference bill, and I yield for any questions.
Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question, Senator McMahon?
Yes.
Senator Butler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McMahon.
Yes, sir.
What was their per diem now on election commissioners?
It was $100. It was $100. This takes it to $110, and on election day takes it from, I believe it was $150 to $165 on the election day.
Okay, all right. And then on the sheriff's salary, you said we're gonna still do the shall do $5,000 for every sheriff in the state of Mississippi.
That's correct.
And then every sheriff that has a juvenile detention center, they may do $5,000. So that part did not change.
That's correct.
Okay.
And this was wisely brought up, as I said, by Senator Hobson to include Senator Polk's amendment, so no sheriff would receive a pay cut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator
Thank
McMahon.
you, Senator. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Hickman is recognized.
Yes, just one quick question. I thought you would have answered this with Senator Butler, but is that on the election commission, is that a shall or a may?
Shall.
Thank you.
So the election commissioners can work on voter rolls when there's not an election, and they get an extra $10 a day per diem.
I was just wondering, do they automatically get it, or would somebody have to vote to give it to them? They automatically get it.
It's a shall.
Thank you, President.
Thank you. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Were
President.
you for a question, Senator McMahon?
Yes, sir.
Senator Seymour, you're recognized.
Is there a cap on the amount that some of these sheriffs can make, say your 20 or 40,000
Yes, sir.
population?
Yes, sir. It's based on population.
So if they're already making 95 and it's above,
They will get an additional $5,000. Every sheriff will get a raise.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
Were you
President.
for a question, Senator McMahon?
I do.
Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McMahon. Regarding the sheriffs, their fiscal year normally is October. October is, it will go in effective during their fiscal year.
Yes, there was a lot of questions about that. Senator Whaley had a lot of questions about that in committee, and he wanted to do it on July 1st, but I called the Chancery clerks, and the reason it's done on October 1st is because the supervisors have to vote on a new budget in October.
Okay.
So that's why the bill says October 1st.
Good deal. Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks,
Yes,
sir.
Okay.
If there aren't any other questions, I would move for adoption of the conference report, giving our sheriffs a hard-earned raise.
1 second, please, sir. Okay. Further questions? Further questions? Seeing none. Senator, we're ready for your motion. Did you have a motion on?
I made a motion that we adopt the conference report
Use
based
of the
on the
morning roll
morning
call
roll
has been
call.
requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, I would like to skip item 58 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
58 retains its place on the calendar. Thank you, Senator. Chairman Hobson. Passes 59 through 64. Chairman Fillingham. We're on 65, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 400, riding bailiffs, revised salary of.
Do we need to do the usual motion? No. I just still explain the change and then move that we adopt the conference report.
Did you have an amendment, sir?
No, sir.
Okay.
So basically what this bill does is the House receded from their reverse repealer. We have the Senate language in front of us, which, as you'll recall, basically said for our court bailiffs that their current salary is $55 per day. This bill or report, as it were, gives them an ability to make up to $100 a day, and it gives the range from 55 to 100, so that if certain counties can't afford the full 100, they can do something between 55 and 100. But that's the way it left the Senate, and the House has agreed to that language, and we've removed the reverse repealer. So I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, I move that we adopt this conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Sorry. Questions on the bill? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask that we suspend the rules to take up item 66 and one other item to recommit for further conference. That would be item 66, House Bill 451, and item 108, Senate Bill 2335, please. In block.
Okay, one moment, please. 108, Senator, on the
Yes.
calendar?
Yes.
Okay, the first motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Next, in bank. Any objection? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, you have two on the calendar,
Ask
Senator.
the titles be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title 66 and 108, please, sir.
House Bill number 451, non-admitted policy fee, delete repealer on. Senate Bill number 2335, State Fire Academy, remove limitation on the number of emergency medical responder students trained per year.
My motion is to recommit for further conference, each item, both items.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Michelle. We're back to 67, Senator Chasnow. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call it up and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Bill number 453, Mississippi Tourism Recovery Fund, Round 2, and Mississippi Destination Development Fund, create.
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion is that we recommit for further study.
recommit for further study. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 47 on today's calendar, House Bill number 474.
One moment, Senator. Number 47, Mr. Clerk. Would you put it on the screen, please, sir? 47. Okay, Healthcare Industry Zone Act. Okay. Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on 47. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 474, Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act, extend repeal of Zone Act and related tax incentives.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conference report basically just extends the act out to 2025, and we also added the language in here that the cannabis program was not part of the Healthcare Zone Act, so they would not be able to participate in any tax incentives under this plan. That is the explanation of the conference report. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions? Seeing none, the senator has requested use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Voters voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We go back on the calendar on 68, Chairman Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item number 68 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 586, Pilot Work Release Program that authorizes sheriff to assign offenders to while confined in jail, remove repealer on.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to be allowed to explain the conference report.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference report was actually a bill that we took up last year, and we normally it's referred to as the Brian Bailey bill, but it's a work release program that we started last year with the sheriff of Rankin County. It has been a success in Rankin County. As a matter of fact, we had two other county sheriffs that asked to be added to this, and this was Lee and Harrison County, and those two counties are added to this. And the only other thing that this bill includes is that we extended this for another 2 years, and this is the conference report. I'm open to any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill?
If there's no question, Mr. President, I ask that we adopt the conference report based upon the morning roll call.
Senator's request to use the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, I ask that be allowed to request unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent to transfer?
To be recognized.
Yeah, for unanimous consent to release?
Now explain it.
Let me explain, Mr. President. I'm asking unanimous consent to correct an error on a Senate bill that we've already passed out of both chambers that is already headed to the governor. And what the amendment would do with it, we would amend lines 131 on Senate Bill 2273 by deleting the phrase, "and it shall be stand repealed on June 2022. And this was signed by myself and Corrections Chair Haran on the other side. It was an error that we missed in the bill, but the bill has passed both chambers and is headed to the governor.
So the request is to unanimous consent to waive the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, we're back on this bill. Do you have a bill number?
22.
We changed the bill.
We're good?
Okay. Could you put it on the screen, sir? Okay. Seeing no objection is granted. Let's go. Okay, we're down to Chairman Fillingane. We're on 69, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get item number 69 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 604, DUI suspension, clarify how the 120 days are counted.
The motion is that we recommit this bill for further conference as the House has already recommitted it, so we will need to do the same.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Chairman Whaley, number 70, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to
to go to item number 70, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 606, Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund, create.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain the conference report, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund is a bill that we have dealt with for 2 years now and has come to us with many different versions. We finally have come to a version that we think is the best to go forth with, so I'll explain a little bit about it. It is known as the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund. At the beginning, we limited it to only public projects, then we backed away to a 50-50 public-private, and now we're backing away from that position as well, and we're going to allow the board to do the job that the board is created to do. I'll speak a little bit to the board. The board would be a 7-member board, 4 members appointed by the governor, 3 members appointed by the lieutenant governor, and then there would be several ex officio non-voting members as well. All of these board appointments would be subject to the advice and consent of the Senate. The priorities of this board will be set, and let me get to that language. In that language, it spells out that projects supporting public recreation, leveraging or matching federal or non-federal funds. That way we can better use this money. Things that support archery, boating, fishing, hunting, any type of outdoor activity, contributing to the conservation of soil, water, wildlife. These projects would be submitted to the board. The board would make the final recommendations and they would fund the projects. Every year, there would be a list of the projects that had been funded. They would be sent to the Lieutenant Governor, Speaker of the House, the Governor, the Chairman of Finance, Appropriations, and Wildlife on the Senate side, Appropriation, Ways and Means, and Wildlife on the House side, and that is an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Horn, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
Will you yield for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Whaley, you mentioned 4 appointments on this board by the governor, 3 by the lieutenant governor, and then there'd be some non-voting members that would be appointed or would be appointed, but I would assume that those non-voting members are not subject to confirmation by the Senate.
Exactly. Those members are labeled in the bill, and I can find that and tell you who those are if you'd like, but they are non-voting members and they don't go through the advice and consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You here for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator Wiggins is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've had an interest in this, so if I understand, we're creating a outside board, these appointments, who then will make these decisions about projects. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the legislature's not, the thing that we've been going through for 2 years, the legislature's not going to do that under this bill. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then those projects would be submitted to the legislature for funding. Is that what I understand?
No, sir. The board would have the discretion to fund the projects, and upon funding, they will send the list of projects that have been accepted and been gone forward with. And also, like I said, we will get the report, so we will see what's going to happen with this. The legislature still makes the appropriation, so if there's a problem, we have an opportunity to fix that problem going forward, but I don't foresee anywhere there could be a problem.
So we are making an appropriation?
Yes, sir. Appropriation is key, and I failed to mention that, and I'm sorry. I may be a little frazzled. I've been going over this bill for...
I understand that. No, so is the amount of the appropriation in the bill, or is it going to be a year-to-year thing?
There is no money in this bill. There is a $20 million cap on the bill, but there is no money in the bill. That would come from another place.
So those projects would be submitted to all the chairmen you mentioned, and then it would be up to the appropriations process to make the decision about that?
No, sir. The board. The projects are submitted to the board.
Okay.
So any of your public entities, your non-governmental entities, private land portion of it, they would submit the applications to the 7-member board, and then, of course, the non-officio, they would see it as well. But the board will make the decisions, and there's a priority list.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to step on Chairman Hobson's toes. I'm just trying to figure out where the money's coming from.
It would come from an appropriation. This would be appropriated every year, and then the board has the discretion of how to spend the money.
Okay, in the bill, is there a number that should be appropriated every year?
No, sir.
So that's what I mean by year-to-year decision.
There's a year-to-year decision, but there is nothing saying that they will appropriate $1 or $1 million. There's nothing to specify what it will be.
So it sounds like it's subject to the funds available to the legislature.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And is there a special fund set up?
Yes, sir, there is a special fund set up.
Okay.
But it doesn't say what that fund will be.
Or how much is in it?
There is no money in it, is what I'm trying to tell you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your work.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Seymour, you're recognized.
I see in here where the board has the ability to claw back money that has not been properly spent, but I fail to find in here where we have the oversight of as far as approval of these projects ahead of them being spending money?
We do not have the approval. That is the board's approval.
And this money can be allocated to private property?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But if it's being allocated to private property, it has to show that it will benefit the public.
Thank you, Senator Seymour. Senator McMahon, for what purpose, sir?
Couple of questions.
You for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator McMahon is recognized.
So, all right, Senator Worley, I'm trying to understand this because I know it's changed a couple of times. So there's going to be a board, and so we'll make an appropriation to the board, and then the board will decide how to allocate the funds without any legislative oversight?
Yes, sir.
Will there be any elected officials that have any say how the money is spent or allocated?
The board goes through the advice and consent.
In the appropriation process, can we appropriate per project what we want handled in the board, or it's just a lump sum?
Just a lump sum.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
for a question, Senator?
I do.
Senator
Thank
Sojourner is
you.
recognized.
I think I might be a little bit more confused than I was previously, or I thought I was. So there's a $20 million cap on what the legislature can appropriate. Is that what you said previously?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and previously you said that the board selects what programs it wants to fund.
Yes, ma'am. Projects are submitted to the board, and the board would have the discretion of whether or not to fund these projects based on the priority list that is set forth in the bill.
All right. And did you say that the appropriations process makes no decisions on what to approve?
Not to approve the projects, but they approve whether or not to put the money in the project to begin with.
Okay, so does the process go that appropriations designates up to $20 million? And it goes into a million up to 20?
Yes, ma'am.
And it goes into an account? And then at that point, the board accepts applications and decides what to do with that 20? Or do we accept applications and decide what they want to fund, and then they come to the legislature and ask for a line item of appropriations?
They would receive the appropriation. They would decide what to fund and what not to fund. Not saying necessarily that there will be enough projects to use all of the money. There's nothing to say that. They would have to meet the priority list. And that priority list starts on line 266, and it's spelled out pretty clearly.
So if a legislature say we appropriated $20 million, but they only had $14 million worth of requests and approved programs, what do we do with the $6 million?
$6 million would remain in the fund.
And then the next year, we could appropriate another 20?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Remember, it's capped at $20 million.
So then the next year, they could only appropriate the balance that they didn't spend?
If you were going to say that you were going to appropriate $20 million, yes, ma'am, but there's nothing to say that it will be $20 million. We're not spelling out that you would have to spend $20 million.
Okay, and then just to clarify, I know Senator Seymour asked that these funds can be used for private property as well.
Can be used on private property if it has a benefit
public
to the public.
benefit. Can you
Yes, ma'am.
explain what that public benefit would be?
Well, I would say that you could make the case, I know if you look at some of the project works that NRCS does on the federal side, you would look at erosion control. I know we all have creeks that run through properties onto public roadways and such. It could be something as far as an erosion control, clean water, something along that
So
lines.
would these guidelines basically mirror NRCS's public benefit, or is it spelled out in the bill?
I honestly don't know. I'm not familiar with all of the outlines in the NRCS, so I couldn't tell you yes or no on that.
Okay, I'm really familiar with the NRCS program, but I'm just curious, is there specific language in the bill that spells out what the public benefit is? Or is there some guidance to where they're supposed to go to find what the public benefit is?
No, ma'am, it just says that it must, for funds to be spent on private land, the applicant must show demonstratively that the project will benefit the public.
But we don't spell out how to determine that.
No, ma'am.
So that discretion falls to the board
Yes, ma'am.
with no guidance? Thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Accident.
Accident, all right. Senator Moran. Senator Moran, for what purpose, sir?
Question, please.
Were you here for a question, Senator Whaley?
Yes, sir.
Senator, Mr. Chairman, I'm not opposed to this. Here's my concern and my fear. At this point, there's no money in it, so it's harmless. But in the future, we go to putting some millions of dollars into it with no oversight. We have no way of controlling or knowing where it's going. That concerns me a little bit. If the Appropriations Committee or if the chairman or if the state auditor or somebody had some oversight on it that's an elected official that could be held accountable. You see where I'm coming from?
And what I would say to that, like I said, there are strict guidelines on what can and cannot be funded. Everybody that submits a project will go through a very strong list. They'll have to show what the project is. You would have the explanations of the projects. These are going to be project-specific funded.
Tell me again the makeup of the board, please.
Board would be made up of 4 members appointed by the governor, 3 members appointed by the lieutenant governor, and then you would have some non-ex officio voting members, such as and I'm trying to get to that where I can
So
tell
the
you.
7 members would be made up by the governor and lieutenant governor.
Right, and you would have ag commissioner is 1, your DMR executive director is 1, director of Mississippi Soil and Water Conservation Commission, the Secretary of State, the Commissioner of Agriculture. Those are your.
That's good. That makes me.
Those are your non-ex officio, and I should have said that in the beginning.
Yeah,
but
and that makes me feel a little better. I'm just, I don't want John Smith and Ronnie Daniels down the road choosing these projects if money's put in there and nobody's able to be held accountable.
Well, I think that there are several accountability measures set in place for this. They would all go through the advice and consent of the Senate. And like I said, we would all have the annual reports. When the projects are funded, we will get a report immediately. So I feel like we got a good project on this.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Moran. Senator McCon, for what purpose, sir?
Friendly question, Mr.
Yes, sir.
President.
You, Senator Whaley. Senator, you're recognized.
Chairman, we went through this in committee, and I just want to try to clarify some of this. So the way the board is set up, the projects would be submitted to the board. The board would then choose the projects that they would like to fulfill, submit those back to this legislative, not to the legislature anymore.
No, sir.
So you're going to take that away.
That's taken away in the
And then
negotiations.
but we would still have the authority to fund it, is that right?
We have the authority to fund the project every year.
So the funding of the project
The funding of the special fund would be subject every year.
So then we're no longer going to have the authority to line item it from here. Is
No,
that
sir.
what you're telling me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Just a couple more questions.
Senator, were you for questions? Senator
will.
Seymour, you're recognized.
On line 260, it basically says we got a one-year moratorium, but it will allow them to purchase more property. My question is, will that property become untaxed and like a 501c3 where it could be taxed, or will it be under state jurisdiction?
It could be a situation, WMA requirement, something along those lines. Yes, sir.
Okay. And my last one is, by some of the criteria that they can use this money for, will it allow them to, for deer or turkey damage on a farmer's basically severed crops, will they be able to use this money for payment as, under the guise of their wildlife benefit?
Cannot imagine how they could. No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Barrett, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You have some questions, Senator? Senator Barrett, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your hard work on this bill. I do have a few questions. The first one being, is this bill, this is the project by which we're going to create this fund whereby we can have access to federal funds and promote conservation. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there anyone in government currently that can supervise this program without expanding what appears to be expanding government?
No, sir.
This would be the only entity, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And do you feel like, after putting all the research in this, that this is in the best interest of the state of Mississippi?
I believe that this has worked in many of the states around us. They are seeing absolutely wonderful gains from this. Have seen no form or fashion of anything that is bad has happened from this. And we've gone and we have looked at what some of the other states have done, and we have incorporated that in this bill. So I feel confident in this. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, did you pass? All right.
Yeah, I do have a question. I've read the bill now.
All right. Senator, you here for a question, Senator Whaley?
I will.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. When we first started talking about this, one of my biggest concerns is trying to use some of this money to fix our state parks and some of the areas that belong to the taxpayers of the state of Mississippi. I guess what my concern would be is that when you create this committee, there's no guarantee that any of this is going to come back and be recommended to fix any of our state parks or any of our public property. And if I'm wrong, correct me. It says upon approval of the total list of projects by the board, the list of projects shall be submitted to the Lieutenant Governor, Speaker of the House, chairs of the Senate and House Appropriation Committee, chairs of the Senate Finance and House Ways and Means, and chairs of the Senate and House Wildlife and Fisheries. And it said if federal funds are available and are certified by the executive director of DFA, then they would also notify those particular members that I just called out. But it does not even say that they have authority to approve or disapprove what projects are recommended by this board. It just says they have to notify them. So I have grave concern with sending $20 million to a committee that is not accountable to any elected leader other than submitting a list to them. That's on starts on lines 278 and goes through lines 294. It just basically says they have to notify those particular members and LBO of such expenditures prior to their distribution of certain projects approved by the board, but it doesn't even give them any veto power or input. It just says they have to submit them a list.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator McMahon. For what purpose, sir? Question, Senator Whaley?
I do.
Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
Senator Whaley, man, I know how hard you've worked on this the last couple of years. I want to help you here. I really do. I want this because I believe in conservation of our natural resources. And look, would you think it would be a good idea if we put as non-voting members on this board, the chairman in the House and chairman in the Senate, or their designee as non-voting members, but on the board? So each month, if you couldn't come, you can designate somebody, or whenever they meet, you could designate somebody for that. Would you consider it?
Senator, it was not discussed. It wasn't, that point hasn't been raised. I'm not that I'm opposed to it. I just really haven't considered it.
What about the state auditor? I see the Secretary of State's on here. Is the state auditor a member?
State auditor is not a member, but state auditor under the way I understand it, he already has audit authority over this.
You think he does have audit authority?
I do. I believe
because
it
of
does.
state funds. I know we're running out of time, but I'm being sincere, would you entertain a motion to recommit and adding the House and the Senate chairman of wildlife fisheries or your designees so that we have visibility of what's going on this committee?
Senator, I really haven't considered it, but if that's what you want to do, you absolutely have the right to do that as a member.
I'd like to offer that motion with instruction that we recommit. My motion would be I'd like to recommit with instruction that the House and Senate Chairman of Wildlife Fisheries and Parks be added as non-voting members or their designee.
Okay, Senator Whaley, we have a motion here. Senator McMahon, you're recognized to explain your motion.
Okay, so I'm asking this body to hear what I'm saying. For the last 7 years, we have been working to sweep all these special funds and to give the voice of the people, the legislative body, the authority over all these funds in this state. And now we're going to send some amount, whether now or in the future, to a private board that they could appropriate money to private or public property. I would feel much better if we had a chairman of the Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks from the House and the Senate or their designees on this committee, that this body, the legislative branch of government, has full visibility of what's taking place on this committee and the projects. So I ask you to vote to recommit with instruction, and that's the instruction.
Senator Whaley, you're recognized to speak on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the senator's motion.
One moment, please, Senator. Just 1 second. Senator Sparks.
For a question on the amendment, I assume, or the motion.
All right, Senator McMahon, will you yield for a question?
I don't want to, but I will.
The way I understand this, and I realize a lot of work has gone into it, and we've got a board that's appointed from governor and lieutenant governor that's going to be advised and consented by the Senate. I'm not sure about the constitutionality of putting members on a board like this. So I think that's one issue. I would just legally, can you put the chairman of wildlife on a board like that? Okay. Well,
non-voting members.
Non-voting members.
Or their designee.
All right.
So they could appoint someone from their committee.
But as I understand this, your concern is that there's money going into this account. This money, as I've understood the goal of the trust fund the whole time, was that we could draw down federal monies. This body does not have to appropriate 1 cent to this trust fund. In addition to that, if this body sees fit to put ARPA funds, those funds can't be used to draw down federal funds. Like, there's a lot of thought that's got to go into this, but if we put any money in this fund, the reason it's a special fund and not swept is because it's utilized to draw down federal funds That's why the uniqueness of it. I just want to make sure that we're clear about that. You know, I had great concerns over the original versions, you know, the public land purchases, all of those things, but this particular version, the reason there's a cap, it's the cap of what we can put in there.
Yes, sir.
Not what the drawdown can be. And if we put any money in there and we don't believe it's being handled properly, we don't have to put one more red cent in it, would be, as I understand it, unless you understand it differently.
This is not a motion to kill this bill. I just want to be sure that the legislature has insight to it, what is taking place. And I think this is a good way to do that.
Well, I mean, every board we have out there spends money.
I understand that.
Without a legislative member looking at the budget.
That's true, but we don't necessarily spend money on private property. Agencies don't necessarily spend a lot of money on private property.
Tongbibby Water Management District is a prime example of something that we appropriate money. There's also local millage monies that is spent for conservation purposes, but we don't have a member of the legislature looking at the board minutes.
That's true. That's a great point. That's a great point, but that board is made up of the members of all of the member counties, and they appoint the county board of supervisors appoint to that. So the elected officials know exactly what's taking place, and they're very intimately involved with that budget because they work with them every day. We may not necessarily have that contact.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator, I'm going to try to get through the questions first, Senator McMahon and Senator Whaley. Senator Sojourner?
Look, it is not my intention to waste this body's time. I'm sorry if it's coming across that way. I'm sincerely want the legislative branch to have some insight on what's taking place on these funds. And I don't think this is a bad idea that we add some non-voting members of the legislature. So my motion is that we would recommit the bill for a little bit more discussion. We have time. We have a couple of days. Just let's recommit just for a little bit more discussion. We can vote on it in the morning.
Thank you. Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
My question was to the bill, not to the procedural
Okay,
move.
thank you. 1 second, we'll come back to you. Anything on the motion? Senator Hill? For what purpose, ma'am? On the motion?
On the motion, one other thing that might want to be considered if the body does recommit the bill is for those members that I called out of those committee chairs, maybe instead of putting legislative members on as ex officio members, just maybe give those chairs that have to be given that list of projects some authority in that. So that's just another thought.
Well,
Thank you.
instead of debating it here on the floor and tying up this body, the brain power of this room, let's
agree.
recommit it for a couple of hours. We can bring it back tonight.
I agree.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose, sir?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I certainly don't oppose Senator McMahon's work on this, but I thought I heard him say that the motion was to recommit with instruction. And I believe under Rule 49, the proper motion is just to recommit. And I want to make sure that that's the motion before the body.
I believe you're accurate. 1 moment, I'll confirm. So, Senator Blunt, you're correct. The motion would be just simply to recommit.
I'll withdraw my motion to recommit with instruction and re-enter a motion to recommit.
All right, we're on the motion to recommit. Any questions? Any questions? Senator Whaley, you're recognized to speak on the motion.
I'm not going to speak against the motion. I'm just going to allow the body to do its job.
Thank you, Senator Whaley. We have a motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The chairs are somewhat in doubt. Let's go back. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. All right. So, motion to recommit. Thank you very much. We'll go to Senator Fillingane, 71.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 71, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 607, Parker's Law, create crime of fentanyl delivery resulting in death.
Okay, to explain, if I'm recognized to explain the conference report?
You're recognized, Senator. Explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we removed the reverse repealer and have the same language apart from that was in it when it passed the Senate. As you'll recall, this is the one that says that if you sell or give away for something of value a drug that's laced with fentanyl and you knew that it was laced with fentanyl when you did that, and it leads to the death of that person who ingests said laced drug, then you would be guilty of this crime that is called fentanyl delivery resulting in death, for which you can be imprisoned for not less than 20 years to a term of life imprisonment. That's what the conference report does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For you for a question,
Certainly.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to understand, I'm not a criminal lawyer, but I know there are criminal charges for persons that contribute, have knowledge. They didn't directly kill the person, but they may have done something to contribute to the death of that person.
Right.
Would those charges be, if you got charged with this new crime, would that be in addition to the same, essentially the same charge under the current criminal procedure laws that we have in Mississippi?
That is correct. On lines 38 through 41, the conference report clearly states that the provisions of this section shall not be construed to limit, restrict, or otherwise prohibit an indictment or conviction for any other crime that may be related to a violation of this crime. So it certainly doesn't take the place of that. If you meet the definitions, you can be charged essentially as an enhancement, but it doesn't limit the district attorney's ability to charge other things.
But they wouldn't be able to charge him with the same crime. These are basically the same thing. It just happens to be that this is fentanyl as opposed to some other
That's
weapon.
correct.
Would we want to include the other items instead of calling it, I don't have the bill up in front of me right now, but the Fentanyl Crime Act, would you want to just make it any illicit or illegal drug, or is that too broad?
Well, I think the purpose of this specific bill was brought by people whose children had been, died as a result of taking drugs that they did not know were laced with fentanyl specifically, and that has become a real big problem, obviously not just in our state but others. So I think the specific purpose of this bill is to speak to the fentanyl deaths. So I don't want to speak for the sponsors of it. It wasn't me, but having talked to some of the parents that came up here and showed me the pictures of their children and all that sort of thing, I think this one is very narrowly tailored for just that specific reason. But certainly I wouldn't want to second guess any thoughts or ideas, because this is not unique to me or my creation, but certainly I'm just trying to do what these parents had asked.
Yeah, look, I'm in favor of the bill in the context. I was just wondering if it shouldn't be broadened to include any illicit or illegal drug. If they laced it with, I don't know, heroin or something that could kill you, or some other, the new foreign substance that you put into a drug that kills somebody, so we're having to come back every year and create a new crime for a new drug. We wouldn't want to just say that generally that any illegal or illicit drug that's laced into another product would be the criminal charge.
And we did have those discussions, to be quite honest with you, on lines 25, 26, and 27, we expanded the definition of fentanyl because apparently this is a fairly new technology that creates these analogs to fentanyl. So it's not now just fentanyl, but it's a variety, sort of like COVID. We thought it was one thing, and now it's this variant and that variant, different things. Apparently the same is true of fentanyl. And so we tried to address that portion of the question by stating that in our definition that fentanyl means fentanyl or any fentanyl related substances, to include fentanyl analogs. I think what you're talking about is just making sort of an omnibus, any lacing of any drug with another drug that enhances its effectiveness we didn't do that in this bill. I'm certainly open to it or doing another bill next year if you'd like, but I do know that the purpose of this bill originally was to address those persons who have been killed by ingesting specifically fentanyl-laced drugs.
That's fine, and I would hope that if it comes up in future years, instead of creating a bunch of new criminal laws and filling up the books, we can just consolidate it into
Yes,
one
sir.
act that deals with any illegal.
I don't disagree
drug.
with you.
Thank you, Chairman Philengate.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to compliment these persons, Senator Philengate, for getting this in the law. We had a similar bill similar to this. Now, most of this fentanyl is coming from the black market from various places.
Yes, sir. A lot of from China.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So we had a similar bill, but I'm glad to know that we have one out there to prevent those who are using this.
Well, I appreciate the work you've done in your committee. I think a lot of the work that went into this bill certainly started in bills that you had drafted earlier, so I certainly appreciate your hard work in this area.
Well, it doesn't matter, just so we got the bill out there. This is a House bill, but I have no problem with
Yes,
that.
sir.
Thank you.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. When we first considered the bill, when it was before us on the Senate side, there were questions raised about college students or
Yes.
drug users who may use the drug and or share the drug,
Right.
not knowing that it had been laced. Do we have language in the conference
Yes, sir.
report
In
to support
lines
that?
28, thank you for raising that point, both in committee and again, on lines 28, 29, and 30, in the definition, quote, "in exchange for anything of value," end quote, does not apply to the act of sharing fentanyl when the sharing results in the proximate cause of the person's death under this section. So we've specifically removed that as an exemption. Also, related to that, there is a Good Samaritan exemption in this, because we don't want people not to call for medical help if someone in their presence is having a reaction that appears to be very serious. So subsection 2 of section 2, lines 18, 19, and following provide an exemption. If you are sort of the Good Samaritan and find the situation, you call the 911 and get the ambulance or the police there, and that person ends up dying. We didn't want there to be any sort of stigma or suspicion that that person was in fact somehow involved with that. So there's a Good Samaritan provision as well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Turner, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Question, Senator? You're recognized,
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Turner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fentanyl analogs?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they sold over the counter? Do we know what they are?
I think fentanyl analogs, and certainly I'm not a chemist, so I'm going off of what I've been told upon asking these questions, but they're different variants, basically, of fentanyl. We sort of refer to fentanyl as one drug, but apparently there are variations of it, and some that are more and more powerful. The Chinese basically have been behind this technology, and they're flooding the market apparently with this drug, which obviously enhances the effects, I guess the high that you get, but it also makes it much more deadly as well. So we didn't want to just say fentanyl in and of itself, and then some defense attorney, doing their job says, well, I'm not sure that this meets the definition of fentanyl because this is a newer version, like 2.0 or whatever. So we didn't want to be so, constricting in the definition that it didn't meet all the other variants that come from the original fentanyl.
I'm not trying to defeat the conference report, but my concern is kind of analogous to the kratom issue. And people refer to kratom as these substances that are sold in convenience stores.
Right.
That's not what they're called. And so I guess the question is, if we're going to pass this or adopt this as a law for the state, will the general public know what the fentanyl analogs are?
I think those that lace these drugs with fentanyl certainly knows what it is, and that's the person we're going after. I mean, we're not going after the user. I mean, the user in this case is deceased at this point because this law only applies to someone who dies as a proximate result of the ingestion of this drug. So it's not that person's knowledge that would be implicated here. It would be the person who laces it and turns around and sells it to somebody. With knowledge. I mean, this conference report requires knowledge. The original bill did not require knowledge, and we just didn't feel like it was right to have such a severe penalty if you didn't in fact know what you were doing. I mean, so in order to be convicted of this, you've got to not only sell something that had fentanyl on it, but you had to know that it had fentanyl on it when you sold it.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, I move adoption of the committee report by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no further questions, Senators request use of the morning report. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Simmons? Norwood? Anyone else? Anyone else? Butler? K. Frazier? Horn? Butler A. Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Turner? Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Blackman? No. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, bill passes as indicated with the appropriate no votes. Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 72 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 657, Medicaid, delete freeze on provider reimbursement rates and provide for prior review of certain actions by the division.
The House recommitted this bill early this morning, so I need to do the same. So the motion would be we recommit for further study.
Motion to recommit for further study. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Chairman Seymour, you're recognized. You're ready, Chairman Seymour. Let's go.
Mr. President, I'd like to go to item 73 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 677, County Veteran Service Officers revise certain provisions regarding certification.
Senator makes usual motion.
Senator makes it not necessary.
Don't this, all right. Motion is to adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
The only thing that happened that the House concurred in our Senate amendment to their bill, and that's basically an explanation.
Questions? Okay, ready for your motion, sir.
I move that we adopt the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, Chairman Fillingane. Bill passes. Chairman Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 74, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 679, Mississippi Appeal Press Act of 2022 create.
And if you'll recognize Senator Sparks to handle this one.
Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Appeal Press Bill, this conference report is our language simply named. The only change is there's actually named, I believe, a constituent in the Corinth area. And it is our language that we've already passed in this body. It continues the attempt to address the fentanyl issue in this state. And I would yield any questions, Mr. President, if there are any.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none.
I would move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Turner. Simmons, D. Anyone else? Hickman. Present. McDaniel. Present. Sojourner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Chairman Wiggins. Pass on 75, Chairman Polk. Chairman Polk passes. On 76, Chairman Wiggins. Okay, we're on 77, Senate.
Go to item 77, call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 770, Mississippi Equal Pay for Equal Work Act, create.
Mr. President, my motion will be that we recommit, the House has already recommitted this for further conference.
Recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. This bill is recommitted. Chairman Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to number 78 on today's calendar, House Bill 811, and call it up and have the title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 811, Memorial Highways designated in Rankin County, Mississippi.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference
You're
report.
recognized, Senator. Explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is simply the Senate language that's back before you. When it was sent over to the House, they added a reverse repealer. In conference, we simply removed that reverse repealer. So if there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none. Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Bill passed. Thank you, Senator Barnett. 79.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 863, Mississippi Prison Industries Act of 1990, bring forward for the purpose of possible amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we allow Senator Sparks to explain the conference report.
Senator Sparks is recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 863 addresses Mississippi Prison Industries Corporation. We had discussed this bill that we were moving these assets under the direction of MDOC and that we would reconstitute a board. If you recall, I held some nominations earlier this week, and that was strictly because I didn't want to have two functioning boards. If you see on Section 3, the Board of Directors will expire, the current board will expire on June 30th, and a new board will be constituted as of July 1. The old board had 11 members. The new board will have 5 members, one of which is the commissioner, who is already advised and consented. One is the executive director of Accelerate Mississippi, who is also advised and consented, and the executive director of the Mississippi Community College Board, who is also advised and consented. The other 2 members of the board, one is a representative of a faith-based community that is appointed by the commissioner with the advice and consent of the Senate. One is a business community individual appointed by the Department of Corrections with advice and consent of the Senate. The goal of this is to move the operations of MPIC into under MDOC so that we can work on workforce development, that we can work with Accelerate more directly, and we can prepare people to come out prepared to go into the job market. In addition to that, you see the staggering of the board in its original constitution. There will be other bills that create a that will come before the body that is to create a deputy commissioner of workforce within MDOC. We want them to be able to work with our community, junior college and state institutes of higher learning as are available through training and teaching with the locations across our state. So you will see that at one time there was only one community college that was mentioned in working with MPIC. This opens it up that they can work with any community college or junior college or institute of higher learning in working through the workforce training. It does have a 2-year repealer, July 1 of 2024, and that is an explanation of the conference report. I would yield to any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For you for a question, Senator Sparks?
I do yield.
Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks, for yielding. Senator Sparks, you may have explained this in your explanation, but in committee, there were concerns regarding the original language regarding the composition and or governance of the board. did we address this in the conference report?
That's correct. We had a 7-member board proposed with 5 of those positions being either appointed by the commissioner or the commissioner, and we now have a 5-member board where the commissioner is on that board, and the commissioner has 2 selections, but they are subject to advise and consent. And we have Accelerate or their designee, the executive director, the same as the community college board. So I do think we addressed that, Senator.
Thank you for your work, Vice Chair, and also Chairman Barnett on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, other questions? All right, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passed. Thank you, Chairman DeBar. Pass. Chairman Barnett. Chairman Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up that item on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 906, Corrections Omnibus Bill, enact.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we'll allow Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. 906 is titled the Corrections Omnibus Bill. It'll be the shortest omnibus we've ever wrote on. The Department of Corrections, and again, working with the workforce training, we want to be able to utilize county jails potentially. And so you will see the word any county jail. In the past, you could only be in a county of your conviction. So that is the purpose of this. It's really technical language just to allow the training to occur in the location where it's best suited. There may be a community college in a particular region that does that. The second is that it allows that the department may reimburse your county for housing an inmate under this section. In the past, they were not allowed to do that, and we're allowing them under a may to reimburse our counties for some of this workforce type circumstances. That would be an explanation of the conference report, Mr. President. I'd yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move that we adopt the conference report on the morning roll call, Mr.
Use of the
President.
morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Tate, present. Anyone else? Seymour, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, you're recognized. Senator, bill passes. Chairman Barnett, we're on 82, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up that item on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 936, Hospice Care Services for Terminally Ill Inmates, authorize MDOC to provide for those confined in facilities under MDOC jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we allow Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill that we've seen in front of us before. I want to make sure that we all understand it does 3 component parts. This is for MDOC, and this is primary dealing with health care as it relates to end of life and medically fragile inmates. The first portion of the bill primarily deals with hospice that would be offered within the walls of a correctional facility. Someone who is at end of life who could go into hospice care so that they could have pain relief and other things. That's the first part of this bill. The second part of this bill addresses an issue where we have inmates currently in the state of Mississippi who have been paroled. They have received parole under the parole laws of the state of Mississippi, and they have nowhere to go. They may have been locked up for many, many years, and they have severe health issues, and there is nowhere for them to go. This would allow for special care facilities for paroled inmates that they could potentially be in that long-term care or assisted type living or skilled nursing facility, and that would be subject to the rules of CMS. Obviously, they would be Medicaid type circumstances, and there can be up to 3 of those facilities located in each Supreme Court district across the state.
But that is dealing with people who have already received parole or are otherwise eligible for parole. The third category of that this bill addresses is people who have not received parole but are medically frail, which means an individual with a mental or physical condition from which he or she, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is not expected to recover. This gives the parole board the authority to grant a medical parole and referral to licensed special care facility for paroled inmates as long as they're determined medically frail. This does not apply to someone who is sentenced to a capital punishment, does not apply to someone who is a sex offender, and does not pose a safety risk or risk of flight. If this person is incapacitated as relating to some condition and that circumstance changes, the parole board could revoke that parole. In addition, that could be revoked for any behavior that is not appropriate for a parolee. And they also have to agree to provide their medical records to be considered for this to any prosecuting attorney. Certainly, as with any parole, the state is welcome to object to the granting of parole. And also, there's quarter releases of those medical records because, again, if things have changed. That is something we've discussed the last couple of years. We passed it here last year. It died in the House. There's been additional work on this bill to try to tighten up these definitions and also to make this available. Does not certainly grant anyone parole. It's up to the parole board. That is an explanation of the conference report, and I would yield any questions, Mr. President.
For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Thanks, Senator President. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Sparks, you said that they will be established in the congressional Supreme Court districts. Now, could you elaborate on that?
There was just a discussion of where should these facilities, if any, be located, and we felt like a geographic representation across the state would be better, and so that was why the 3 Supreme Court districts were chosen.
So I'm saying, are you saying one, 2, or 3 in each of the, but there will be one in each of the Supreme Court districts?
Well, I will say this, these would be private entities. These are not state facilities, so it could be 0 to 3. In other words, there's a cap of 3, but somebody's going to have to take the initiative to be willing to go into this. Now, it seems to be that there are people who are willing to go down this road, but there is no mandate, and these are not state facilities.
So is it going to be RFP, or how would these individuals be, these providers be selected?
Well, I think the Department of Corrections, working with Medicaid, they would have to be CMS approved for this. So I think that would be a big piece of the puzzle.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Sparks.
Thank you. Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You're here for a question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Please proceed.
Senator, this is the same bill that we submitted as a study committee?
I believe you're right. Yes, Senator. Last year, we passed it on this end, and it did not pass the House. That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Are you for question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator
Thank
Hill.
you, Senator Sparks. Whenever you were up here the last time with this bill, it was said we were going to make a study committee out of it, and now it looks like we're going to have up to 9 of these skilled nursing homes or nursing facilities. That'd be 1 in each Supreme Court district, and transferring all these prisoners over to Medicaid. So where's the fiscal note that goes along with this? Because this is going to be a pretty substantial cost.
Sure. I do not have a fiscal note to answer your question directly, and you are correct. This bill, as we discussed it on the floor, I think there was some confusion about what the different component pieces did, which is why we went to the study committee. Now, in conference, they saw fit, the conferees, of which I'm one, to revive it and to look at the language as it relates to the three things it does, and that's where I want to make sure the body understands. The first one deals with hospice inside the walls. The second deals, and this is what we're talking about, we have people who are already paroled. There's approximately 600 people or so that are paroled in the state of Mississippi, as I understand it, that are still in DOC custody. They have nowhere to go. Their family may have died. No one wants to take possession of them, but they're in MDOC, which is a problem for us as a state. We are paying for their medical, we are paying for their housing, and so this particular, and we'll make sure we don't, mix two things up. This particular relief to the system would be people who have already merited parole, that they would have the opportunity. They don't have to go there. They could give us, an address that's approved today, and they could leave tomorrow, but they don't have it, and they're not probably going to have it. So we're trying to see that private industry is willing, because of the Medicaid potential CMS opportunity, that they would allow them to come to their facility. There are up to 3 per Supreme Court district, 3 total districts, 9 total facilities in the state, up to. Now, that doesn't mean we may not have any. We may have 1, but I do want to make sure that the class of people we're talking about are people who are already paroled. They, whether they've already received parole from the state of Mississippi, they just have nowhere to go.
So how long is it going to take for some entity to get a certificate of need to open all these nursing homes?
I don't believe they are subject.
They're not going to be subject to a CON, but yet they're putting beds and receiving Medicaid, and it's going to be a private facility?
Well, the State Board of Health and the Mississippi Department of Correction will jointly issue rules and regs for the operation of the special care facilities for paroled inmates. I'm gonna let them do that level of complexity. MDOC has asked for the permission to do this, but yes, I guess would be to answer your question is that,
So they're exempt from CONs?
As I understand it, and I may be wrong on this, but the facilities potentially that would be in play may already have a facility, and they're willing to take these inmates. In that case, they wouldn't need a CON. So, that's what we're going to allow the Department of Health and the Department of Corrections to work together to figure out, but it's primarily trying to place already paroled people, into housing.
So if it's a new facility, whomever's going to run this facility is going to have to make enough money to hire staff, pay overhead, and keep all these facilities open through Medicaid, correct?
If they choose to get in that business.
So it must be profitable, or nobody would be wanting to do this, correct?
I would say a good fiscal manager would say exactly that, yes.
So we always hear that Medicaid's not profitable to anybody in the healthcare business, but we got people lobbying and chomping at the bit to get a hold of this. So I'm having a real hard time hearing on one side of the story that Medicaid's not profitable to hospitals, but yet we've got people that are just chewing to get a hold of this, to get these inmates in a facility so that they can run it off Medicaid.
That's a legitimate concern, and
I believe that I've gotten a note across my desk that says if you're going to present any bill that's going to be a significant cost to the state, that we have to have a fiscal note for it. But I haven't seen any study. I thought that was the purpose of the study committee. We have no idea if this is going to save the state any money. We have no idea how much it's going to cost. Just because we can draw down from Medicaid, we still got to put that first amount of money in there, correct?
Well, I'm going to try to answer most all of that. Yes, you're correct in that if the state was doing it, we would have to say, what's this going to cost the state? In this case, we have private businesses who are willing, and you're correct, they wouldn't do it, they're not nonprofits, but that's their problem. If we open an opportunity to allow them to do this, their profitability or not is not our, primary concern, but as it relates to the cost on the state, I can assure you that the people who are in MDOC custody, who are paroled and medically frail, are costing the state of Mississippi a much greater amount on a per fee service than they would if they were actually receiving care in an assisted living or specialized care facility where Medicaid was picking up the fee. if the federal government match portion is there, we certainly save money because we're paying the full amount right now with them as MDOC inmates or MDOC custody. The second issue would be, and I'm not a Medicaid expert, but even if CMS, if we didn't get a federal waiver for this, our reimbursement rate for services for this same medically fragile group of people would be cheaper than what we're paying pulling them out of an MDOC facility and going to the hospital or, different things like that. So I would submit to you it could be a great cost savings to the state. In addition to that, the financial difficulties, if you look at, for instance, what we have to acknowledge in MDOC, that going into COVID, we were on the cusp of a civil and criminal Department of Justice investigation. We have people that are sitting in MDOC who are paroled.
And I don't have that great of a problem with that. What I have the problem with is lumping all this together without us knowing how much it's going to cost the state. And if I'm not mistaken, did we just not sue and get settled with a managed care company, Medicaid managed care company, that was charging the state something that apparently they shouldn't have been, or we wouldn't have got a settlement back?
And I think that's a valid concern, but if everybody wants to go back and look at that, and that's a discussion for a different day, but that was over at PBMs, and I look forward to working with you and everybody in this body to attack PBMs next year, because that's where a lot of the problem is in healthcare. It's not fee-for-service, but in this particular case, the fee-for-service cost to MDOC, what they're paying today under contract and also fee-for-service, is much, much more than would be if we were able to implement this program and the state Medicaid had to pick it up in totality. But I believe even the feds will pick up their portion with a waiver.
I would just like to see it on paper as to how this is going to save the state money before we commit to this Medicaid expansion, because that's basically what it is. It's Medicaid expansion for prisoners.
Well, I would disagree with you on that, because if these
and parolees.
Well, but let me finish. If these people who are paroled had a home to go to already, they already qualify. The problem is they're in MDOC custody, so we do have private business who are willing to come to the table and say, okay, we will accept people in a special care facility. You're 100% correct in the fact that they would be on Medicaid, but they're already paroled. That's the difference. They're already eligible. They're just confined in MDOC, and at the end of the day, the state's going to be looking at us, and if we end up in a consent decree over this issue, it will cost us an astronomical sum. We'll need a long piece of paper for that fiscal note. And I think this is a great opportunity to avoid that. And again, there are people who are already paroled, this category.
I still like to see a fiscal note. Thank you.
Senator Blackwell, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
You yield, Senator Blackwell.
I yield.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Patients or the prisoners right now who are receiving care, they do not have Medicaid, do they?
No, they do not.
No, they don't qualify until after they're paroled. Is that not correct?
While they're in custody, I understand they're not eligible. That's correct, yes.
That's right. So right now, we're basically, as you mentioned earlier, we're paying fee for service.
That's correct.
Right. And if one of those patients needs to be hospitalized, we're paying out of the state fee for service.
That's correct.
Full boat cost.
That's correct. Transplant, dialysis, whatever the issue may be.
Versus Medicaid.
That's correct.
Which would, if we were paying, it would be a lot less than fee for service.
You're the chairman. I firmly believe that's true myself, and I believe you believe it's true.
It is true.
Okay.
I just want to touch on, since the overall cost came up, issues came up. There was also mention about the lawsuit with the PBMs, and I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think we need to take a hard look at the PBMs going forward. But that was a self-reporting mechanism that that managed care company did. And it actually, a good portion of the claims had to do with overpayment, not underpayment, overpayment. And as you know, with certain contracts, whenever you have an infraction, there's a penalty based upon the number of infractions. And I think that's why the settlement was at what it was at the 50 million mark, based upon those number of occurrences times the penalty fee.
As I understand it, yes, that was not a composite of losses to the state of Mississippi. That's a composite of penalties, which is an interesting point because that's exactly the kind of penalty we would receive if we fall under receivership with the Department of Justice for failing to do something like this. The number they tell us to spend won't make any rhyme or reason. It'll just be a big number.
Yes, sir, you're correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Barnett, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Barnett.
I yield.
Senator Sparks, would you agree with me that for the most part, the fear in this is not the individuals going to these facilities, but the fear of the word Medicaid?
Well, I think there's a couple of things. I don't ever want to hardly speak to what's in other people's minds, but I do believe that anytime you mention the word parole, with all the work that's been done the last couple of years, there's some apprehension and there's some justified questions. In this particular issue, the people that we're talking about, that Senator Hill was asking me about, this group of people are already paroled, and they have nowhere to go. And we have an obligation, and I'm not referring to an obligation to make sure we give somebody housing. We have an obligation to not allow this state to fall into a federal receivership if we can help it, or a consent decree, or some other penalty, as Chairman Blackwell pointed out very well, for this particular group of individuals. We're trying to find a solution. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to have people running forward to do this, but these people are already paroled. That's that particular group of people is already paroled.
I think Senator Blackwell hit on it as well, and I think you have talked about it some as well, is that the savings to the state that I've heard that some asked the question, how much money would this cost the state? And I think what the question should be is how much are we going to save the state by doing this versus the cost? Because the cost now is around $20,000+ for every one of these individuals that we have housed in the Department of Corrections that can be released if they had an address to go to, but if they don't have an address to go to, then we're spending $20,000+ a year plus per one of these individuals. So wouldn't you agree that the question should be how much are we going to save the state by doing this versus the cost
Yes.
that we're going to be?
Yes, sir. And I do not have a fiscal note, so I just want to make sure I answer that question properly. But I agree with you. Any fiscal note would be in the black, because just as the Medicaid chairman pointed out, the expenses we're paying already are fee for service, which are much greater than what the Medicaid reimbursement rate would be. In addition to the $20,000 you're referring to is just to house them. That's not the medical cost. So yes, it's a double positive as you relate to that, but it is a fiscally conservative. Anybody who wants to couch it as some type of expansion so that you can say the voodoo word and kill it is misunderstanding the concept. This is a savings to the state of Mississippi, likely in the millions of dollars, and I wish I had a fiscal note myself, of analysis, but I firmly believe it is a savings to the state.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, do you have a question?
No, my button's on.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, have you made a motion?
No, Mr. President, I would move for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report, use the morning roll calls. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Let's do the noes first, and we'll come back to the present. All right, the noes. Chisholm, no. Branning, no. Whaley, no. Parker, no. Williams, no. McClendon, no. Fillingane, no. Hill, no. Suber, no. Seymour, no. Tate, no. Kaufman, no. Barrett, no. Moran, no.
Sojourner, no. Are there any other noes? Present for Senator, no. No, and McDaniel, no. Any other noes? Let us count the votes, please. Okay, with 16 noes, the bill has passed. So, next item, item 83. Senator Branning,
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call that item up, have the title read, please.
please read the title.
House Bill number 971, driver's license, pre-time period to renew expired license without examination.
Senator Branning.
I'd like for Senator Williams to be recognized to explain the conference report, please.
Senator Williams, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Chair. Back on the 9th of March, we unanimously passed House Bill 971. What changed in conference was the conference report adds conforming language at the request of the Attorney General as it relates to the lifetime exclusion for holding a CDL based upon human trafficking convictions. I did speak with Commissioner Tindall about the language. He was also okay with it. That's the only thing that's added in conference. If there are no questions, I would move for adoption of the conference report by the use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present use of morning roll call as voting aye. Go to item 84. 84. Pass and retain. Go to item 85. Senator pass and retain. 86, Department of Corrections. Senator Barnett,
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up the item and have the title read.
please read the title.
House Bill number 1052, Mississippi Department of Corrections, provide for Deputy Commissioner for Workforce Development.
Senator Barnett,
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we'll allow Senator Parker to explain the bill, the conference report.
Senator Parker, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. You'll remember this bill as the bill that set up the Deputy Commissioner of the Office of Workforce Development within the prison industry. We've retained all of that language in the conference report. The only addition requested by the House and by Department of Correction in the bill has to do with a live online education for some of the inmates by Mississippi certified teachers in organized classrooms for the purpose of moving them towards a GED, high school diploma, or vocational tech training. Again, Commissioner Kane and MDOC completely support this effort. This was simple language. The required funding for this is $0, and there is no mandate to create this by this amendment, and any administrative costs by MDOC will be covered in non-state grants and funding. So that's a brief explanation of the conference report. I yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Hill, you have a question.
I do have a question.
You yield, Senator Hill?
Certainly.
Senator Hill.
Is this the one where the inmates can actually get paid for what they're doing, or is that a separate bill?
No,
We've
so-
seen so many, I'm running them together, so thank you.
Yeah, that wasn't one of my favorites either.
All right, any other questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present use of morning roll call as voting aye. The bill is, the conference report is passed. All right, Senator Harkins, wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 49 on the calendar.
Suspend the rules, go to item 49. Anyone object to that procedure? No. Senator Harkins? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
Go to item 49, House Bill 918, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 918, alcoholic beverages, authorized issuance of food truck permit.
Senator
I'd like to
Harkins.
recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized. Explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the exact same bill we brought up and passed before. We just, in conference, took out the reverse repealer that we had put in. The bill is to allow for a restaurant that has a brick and mortar building and an alcohol permit to apply for an additional permit. That would be for a food truck. It would have to follow all the same guidelines on distance from a church or school, and it would have to be in a to-go cup area to be used, and it would be at a cost of $100 for the additional permit, and that's an explanation of the conference report.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator, your
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
moves for adoption by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Parker, Senator Frazier, Senator Norwood, Senator Suber, Senator Tate, and Senator Seymour, Senator Branning, Senator Chisholm, Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett as present. Please, I think that's all. Please read off the ones voting no.
Voting no or nay, Parker, Frazier, Norwood, Suber, Tate, Seymour, Branning, and Chisholm. Voting present, Barnett.
Please put Senator Sarita Simmons as present. Present, Senator. Okay. Anyone else? With only 8 nays, the rest being ayes are present, please, the bill is passed. The conference report is passed. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of item 50, House Bill 1162.
Senator, asks for immediate consideration, suspend the rules, go to item 50. Correct, 1162?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Senator Harkins.
Thank you. I'd like to go to item 50 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1162, income tax extend repeal on tax credit for certain charges for using certain port and airport facilities.
I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you recognize to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill simply extends the income tax credit for certain charges using ports and public ports and airport facilities. It extends it to 2025, and that's an explanation of the conference report. If there's no questions, move adoption using the morning roll call.
Seeing no objection, Senator asks for request, use the morning roll call for final passage. For adoption of the use of final of morning roll call. Anyone object? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present with the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report is passed. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 52 on today's calendar, House Bill 1430.
Senator asks we suspend the rules, go to item 52, House Bill 1430. Anyone object? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Harkins.
I'd like to call that bill up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1430, motor vehicle title, authorized beneficiary designation.
I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you recognize to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is, it allows for DOR to set up a title line, and where a title holder of an automobile can transfer that title upon their death and name a beneficiary on the title, so that can transfer outside of a will process. When we brought this up in committee, there were several questions by Senator Filligan and Senator England. We put a reverse repealer in. We worked with the House. We decided the only change we wanted to make was to clarify that you can transfer that title upon your death to any person without it being a sales taxable event. But otherwise, it's the same bill that we had passed before. And I believe everybody who had expressed any concerns about the bill is good with that at this point. And that's an explanation of the conference report.
Are there any questions?
Move adoption using the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we do adopt by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Now we go back to item 87. Thank you, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 87, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1065, nuisance animals, bring forward certain sections of the law relating to.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report.
Senator, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference report, after speaking with the Department of Ag and also the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries and Parks, we have decided that there is an undoubtable problem with wild hogs in the state of Mississippi and the damage that they cause to both private and public lands. On private lands alone, an estimated $63 million worth of damage to private property last year alone. This is a problem that simply it just keeps growing larger and larger. So with the proposed amendment to the conference report, it would just say that the wild hogs may otherwise not be transported live in the state of Mississippi. Now I'll yield any questions.
All right, we have a couple of questions. Senator Parker, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Parker?
I do.
Senator
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to kind of make a statement that kind of leads into a question here. I just want to say I appreciate your work. If members of this body remember, this is the bill that that Senator Hill amended to add Buddy's Law into it. I was very happy to be named a conferee on this bill. I want to thank you for having a hearing on that and holding out to the very last second on that bill to the end. I was here on deadline day, and about 7:55, you asked me if we could continue to have just the hog portion in here. And although I feel like both issues needed attention, I'm happy to support you on this today. But is it your intention coming out of our discussions to try to continue to set the message that Buddy's Law was important to this body, it was important to many of the senators in here, and that we would love to see action on that if it doesn't happen this year, sometime very soon?
You know, it's absolutely my thoughts that Buddy's Law is important. That happened actually in one of my counties that I represent. So Buddy's Law was very important to me, and I was proud to work with you and Senator Hill as well on that, to hold out until the very last end. And to my knowledge, the way I understand it, that is in a bill also already that's, as I understand, has been adopted by the House. So,
well, I hope we see it. Yeah, but I just wanted to recognize your work on this. And, you know, sometimes on that kind of thing, you may get a question back home about, you know, why were you willing to remove it and that kind of thing. But I just want everyone in this body to know that you held off to the very last second, and that I appreciate that. And thank you for yielding for my question.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Seymour, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Seymour, for a question.
Yes, sir, I do.
Senator
Thank you, Mr.
Seymour.
Chairman. I think I've explained this before, how this problem has actually come about. This is government intervention from the start, where our Ag Department actually made the selling of feral hogs at our stockyards back in the late 70s. Because of that action, you have the problem you see today. By us limiting the ability of men and women in this state who have strong moral beliefs that they will not kill more than what they can eat, means that we're going to take one hog where they could have taken 10 and transported back, especially during the summer, because swine is a very, it'll go rancid on you pretty fast. So why would we want to put more federal or state regulation on your free service of trying to get rid of the problem?
Well, Senator, I would tell you that, traditionally I do have a problem with added regulations, but to that point, I have an even bigger problem with the ability that the state is allowing the animals to be transported across the state. We have seen that since the 1980s, we had a very small hog population, and this population is spreading, it's growing. Now, how that comes about, it all comes about with transportation. You may take this thing to a pen and have them in a good faith, but you know as well as I do, if you have ever dealt with a hog, they have a tendency to root. They can find holes. Hogs reproduce at a great amount. So I would tell you, and also to the moral objection of not more than I can eat, how much eating do the hogs do to the private properties of the state of Mississippi and the crop loss every single year? That's going to be my argument to that.
With less hunters, your problem proliferates even that much faster.
Sir, I would disagree with you on that. We're not limiting the ability to hunt them. We're limiting the ability to transport that hog live. Shoot the hog, haul him to the house. That's my position. When I shoot a hog, I pick him up and I take him home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Whaley, I don't think we have any other questions. You make a motion.
Move for passage by the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we do adopt the conference report, but,
Move to adopt the conference report by the morning roll call.
okay. Senator moves we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Seymour. I think just Senator Seymour. Senator Hill. Senator Hill is present. Senator Moran as present. Who else? Who's saying that? I can't see. Senator DeBar as present. Okay. Anyone else wish to vote? Senator Tate, do you wish to be recorded as voting present? Senator Tate, present. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no others. Senator Seymour, did you wish to speak? Okay, seeing no others, no objection. Let's see. Use the morning roll call, so the ayes have it. All in favor say aye, all opposed no. So, conference report's adopted. Yep. All right, we go to item 88. Is that right, Senator Seymour?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to line item 88 and have the title read.
88, read the title, please.
77, Adjutant General authorized to convey real property in best interest of the Mississippi Military Department.
Mr. President,
Senator Seymour.
I'd like to be allowed to explain the conference report.
You're recognized to explain.
This is the bill that came before us. We've been a working matter with being able to get the right language. We finally come up with it. Two of the things that we have done, we've taken out the reverse repealer from the Senate side, and us in the House have been able to come up with language that allows the Adjutant General to be able to convey property, not just the Indianola property, but any other property that comes up in this manner in the future. And that's basically an explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move for the adoption of the conference report by the use of the morning roll call.
Okay. Senator McCon.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Senator
That's a far change.
Mr.
Senator
President.
Hobson, do you yield, Senator
Thank you,
Hobson? You yield to Senator Seymour?
Yes,
Senator
Mr.
Hobson.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I can't see from the bill. I can see the part about the governmental entities, but I can't see what it says about private owners or private persons. Does it have any language?
No private.
Okay, this is only transfers to other governmental entities, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator move adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report has passed. We'll go to item number 89. 89, Senator Branning. Ah, there you are. Okay.
Thank you,
You're
Mr.
recognized.
President. I'd like to go to item 89, House Bill 1185, called up and have the title read, please.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1185, State and Interstate Highways authorized Mississippi Transportation Commission and counties to contract for counties to maintain.
Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for Senator Delano to be recognized to explain the conference report, please.
Senator Delano, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. All we did in this bill was take out the reverse repeal and add some language that the Southern Rail Commission is authorized to execute contracts associated with the passenger rail service. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for any questions. If there are no questions, I'll move for adoption using the morning roll call.
Okay, are there any questions? Senator Hill, you have a question?
You talk so fast I couldn't understand you, I'm sorry.
Okay, you yield to Senator Hill.
Absolutely.
Okay, the Southern Rail Commission is what I'm looking at right here, to enter into contracts with parties for purposes of construction. Is there a particular rail system that we're considering right here?
Yes, this is the MDOT, or excuse me, the CSX rail, that line that's going across the Gulf Coast for the passenger rail service that's going to go from New Orleans to Florida or wherever it's going.
That's if it's approved and funded, because it's still up in the air right
Through
now.
Congress, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, the Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Would anyone like to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item number 90. Item number 90, Senator Turner forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that item 90 be called up and title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1247, Institutions of Higher Learning authorized to negotiate long-term leases of property administered by State Board Authority.
Senator Turner forward.
Thank you. I move adoption of the conference report and I request permission to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
House Bill 1247 involves a conference report. This is basically the omnibus transfer bill for the two public property committees. The first section would allow the University of Southern Mississippi to enter into a long-term lease for the purpose of operating the Roger F. Wicker Center for Ocean Enterprise. The second section allows the Department of Mental Health to transfer a lot consisting of 3.6 acres located at 5800 North Hill Street in the city of Meridian. Section 3 would authorize the transfer of property owned by the Department of Mental Health that's being operated by East Mississippi State Hospital as the Alzheimer's unit in Newton County. Section 4 would authorize the Tallahatchie County Board of Supervisors to enter into an agreement to convey, lease, or transfer property for operation of historical purposes to the National Park Service or to a nonprofit dedicated to the preservation of historical activities. There are 3 properties that could be transferred, leased, or conveyed. The Annex Building, which is a courthouse in Tallahatchie County, Grabble Landing or River Road in Tallahatchie County, and also a marker for the commemoration of Emmett Till. And Section 5 would allow DFA to renegotiate a lease for the Mississippi Art and Entertainment Center in the city of Meridian. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator, motion is?
Move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator moves we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of the morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. We'll go to item 91. Senator Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, called up, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1323, Tallahatchie River Authority create.
Senator
Move to
Parker.
adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
You may remember this bill on the floor. There were some concerns about the board for this river authority having staggered terms. I believe it's Turner Ford and maybe Senator Boyd had those concerns. The House agreed to accept our amendment we made on the floor about that. We also, with the work of Chairman Chris Brown on the other side, we added a provision in here to specify that the board members shall not be paid during their term of service on this. So again, this is a board that has the same purpose we talked about on the floor before with those changes. I'd be glad to yield for any questions.
Are there any questions?
If there are no questions, my suggestion would be adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves we do adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye on the conference report. That conference report has passed. We'll go to item 92, Senator Turner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move item 92 be called up and title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1343, Columbia Training School property authorized DFA to transfer and convey certain portion of to Marion County Economic Development District.
Senator Turner Ford.
I move adoption of the conference report, and I request permission to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has been before the body. Previously, it was actually committed to conference. It would allow approximately 1,100 acres to be transferred to the Marion County Economic Development District. There are some provisions that have been included in the conference report to, I would say, provide parameters for the transfer. The first is that any out-of-pocket expenses incurred by the Marion County Economic Development District would be first recovered by the Economic Development District upon the event of a sale. After the sale, proceeds remaining will be divided equally by the Economic Development District and the state. The next provision requires that at least 2 appraisals be appointed to provide fair market value valuations for the property, and that will guide the sale. The timber provision has been modified to allow the Department of Human Services to have 6 months to harvest the timber. After the 6 months, any timber harvested the value will be retained by the Marion County Economic Development District. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the report.
Are there any questions? Senator moves adoption of the conference report. Senator, by use of morning roll call?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Use the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye on the conference report. It has passed. We'll go to item 93. And Senator Wiggins, pass. Go to item 94. Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 94, call it up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1479, Mississippi Department of Corrections Commissioner revised authority to inflict the death penalty.
Senator Fillingane.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the conference report, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
The conference report merely removes the reverse repealer that had been put into the language. So this is the Senate language as it left here. Again, it just deals with the death penalty and being able to use whatever cocktail of the drugs that are necessary, and also stating again that the policy of the Mississippi DOC and the state of Mississippi is that the intravenous injection of substance or substances is the preferred method of execution, but it still leaves the 4 that were in place in the current law. That's what this bill or report does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Hickman, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President, just one question.
Do you yield,
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Hickman, for a
Of course.
So Senator Fillingham, I guess in conference you did not work to get my amendment added into this bill.
No, sir, we did consider it, but I think you wanted to eliminate a couple of the different ways that you could carry out the death penalty, and the House was not interested in doing that.
I would figure as such. Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
No further questions. Senator, you move for adoption.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Yes, we do. Senator Hickman, no. Senator Norwood, no. Senator Derek Simmons, no. Senator Horn. Senator Albert Butler. Senator Robert Jackson. Senator Jordan. Senator Blackman. Anyone else? Okay, Senator Butler. And Senator Turner Ford. Senator Joseph Thomas. Senator Sarita Simmons. Anyone else wish to be recorded as voting no? Please read off the names of those voting aye. No.
Voting no or nay. Simmons of the 12th, Hickman, Norwood, Horn, Butler of the 36, Jackson, Jordan, Blackman, Butler of the 38, Turner Ford, Thomas, and Simmons of the 13th.
With a vote of 12 noes, the conference report has passed. So we'll go to item number 94. Senator Fillingham. Oh, I'm sorry, that was 90. Excuse me, I didn't mark it off. 95, Senator Tate. Passed and retained. 96, Senator Younger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call it up and have it read, please.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2007, honey, revised definition of for purposes of labeling requirements enforced by the Mississippi Department of Agriculture.
Senator Younger.
I'd like to explain the conference report.
I'm sorry, you'd like to what? I thought you said you wanted to sing it. What did you say?
I'd like to explain the conference
Oh,
report.
yeah. Well,
No singing.
we have.
Twinkle,
we've had
twinkle,
Senator
little
Butler
star.
already sing for us, but if you'd like to do that or just explain, Senator, you're recognized to do so.
Thank you. We took the reverse repealer out of this bill, and Chairman Pygott and I got along very well. He's easy to get along with fella. If we could just get some of the other ones to be like that, we could all get along. But we pretty much made it simple. If you add anything to the honey, you can't label it as honey. And if there's no questions, just let's pass it with the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves that we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye on the conference report. It is passed. We'll go to item 97.
I'd like to call it up and have it read, please.
Can you hold on, please? Senator Hill, you just punch your button.
Yeah, unanimous consent to be added as co-author to the honey bill.
With no objection, Senator Hill will be named as a co-author. No objection, please add her. Now, Senator Younger, 97, is that what you're on? Senator?
Yeah, I think, yes, sir. Number 97, could we have the title read, please?
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2029, laws that provide for camps for 4-H club and that provide for the maintenance of herds at state institutions repeal.
Senator Younger, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the antiquated bill that we were asked to get rid of, and all we did was take the reverse repeater out of it, and that's pretty much it. I would like to make adoption of the morning roll call.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves we do adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. Senator, before you start, Senator Moran, did you have a question a while ago or, okay. All right, go to item 97. 98, I'm sorry.
Item 98, call that up, ask the title be
Please
read.
read the title.
Senate Bill number 2034, intestacy, revised provisions for venue.
You recognize, Senator, to
May I explain the conference report?
Yes, sir.
We just simply took out the reverse repealer from the House, and this is the bill that dealt with intestate. Location intestate is when there's no will. And my motion would be to pass on the morning, adopt on the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Wiggins moves we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. We'll go to item 99.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that item be called up, title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2076, derelict vessels, provides certain requirements for the removal of.
Senator Moran, you're recognized to explain.
I'm going to recognize Senator Thompson. There he is. Senator Thompson, explain it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our derelict vessel bill that we passed out of the chamber. The House added a reverse repealer to it. We've removed the reverse repealer, and that's an explanation of the conference report. And if there are no questions, I move for final passage or for adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
All right. Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves we do adopt the conference report by the use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has passed. Go to item 100. Oh, excuse me. We're going to, Senator Tate, you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we suspend the rules to go to item number 138 on today's calendar.
Senator moves that we suspend the rules, go to item 138. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Ayes have it. Senator Tate, you're on item 138.
We're trying to figure out where we're going. 138's been taken up already.
I ask the title be read.
Read the title.
Okay, I got 139. I got it. This is 2879.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, my calendar, which says the 29th, says it's 138, but it's Senate Bill 2879. I ask for that title to be read.
So what item number is it? Senate Bill 2879.
That's correct. Yes, sir, Mr. President.
What number is that on today's calendar? 139?
It's
Okay,
138 on mine. I
139.
apologize.
All right, go ahead.
I ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2879, Mississippi Voting Modernization Act and Act.
Yes, sir. I move that we recommit the bill.
Senator moves that we recommit the bill. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill's been recommitted. Senator, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item 101, please.
Go back. Senator moves that we go back to item 101. Anyone object to this procedure?
And just ask the title be read.
Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. And you wish to go back to and have the title read on
Senate Bill number 2158, Mississippi Groundwater Protection Trust Fund, authorized payment of administrative costs.
Senator McDaniel, recognized to explain. Senator, you're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator McCon to explain the conference report.
Senator McCon, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill has already been before this body once. Of course, reverse repealer was put into it. The conference report, from my understanding, the conferees were able to take those reverse repealers out, and it brought it in as the conference report is filed now on this Mississippi Underground Trust Fund. So the motion would be to adopt the conference report based upon the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves that we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill, no or present? Present, Senator Hill. Seeing no others, please record all others by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Now we go back to 100, I believe it is.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up the 100 and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Which bill? Okay, 100, we're going back to 100, okay. Senate Bill number 2077, Mississippi Farms and Families Program Create.
Senator Younger,
I'd like to explain the conference report.
you're recognized to explain.
We took the reverse repealer out of this, and all we did was the House wanted to rename it the Mississippi Healthy Food and Families Program. This is the same bill that we passed over here that was the healthy food for the match on the dollar for dollar, and that's pretty much it. I'd like to move adoption of the conference report on morning roll call.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator Younger moves we do adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present by use of the morning roll call as voting aye. We go to, I guess we did 101, it would be 102. Senator Fillingham will pass.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask if I could suspend
Pass
the
and
rules.
retain.
Ask if I could suspend the rules and go to 117, please.
Okay, Senator moves.
Item number
We suspend the
117,
rules,
ask.
go to 117. Anyone object to this procedure? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, Senator Moran,
Thank you. Number 117, ask that the title be pulled up and read, please.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2476, Shellfish Aquaculture Farms, authorize Department of Marine Resources to license.
Senator Moran,
I'd ask Senator Thompson to explain the bill.
Senator Thompson, you recognize to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is it's a bill that creates a license for the off-the-bottom oyster leases, a vessel license for those leaseholders. It passed out of this chamber handily. In conference, the House, or when it went to the House, they added a reverse repealer, and in the conference report, all we did was remove the reverse repealer. That's an explanation of the conference report. If there are no questions, I move for adoption on the morning roll call.
We have a question. Senator Younger, do you have a question?
Friendly question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Younger?
Yes.
Senator Younger.
Did either one of you senators ask Senator Gilat about this? He would support this bill, I feel. This is helpful for the fishermen.
Actually,
Senator Whaley and I are going to make the phone call. Y'all might have some visitors tonight. Thank you. If there are no further questions, move for adoption on the morning roll call.
Watch it. We're going to lose this bill. Oh, he's taking over now.
Senator moves for adoption by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Record as voting no. Present. Senator Kirby, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call a Rules Committee meeting 5 minutes after recess in the Pro Tem's office.
I appreciate that, Senator, and Senator Polk will adjourn subject to call and give about 10 minutes for everybody, and then we'll get back to it. Okay, Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
About 10 minutes, we think, Senator. Thank you. All in favor, aye? Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
cut it back off. I can need. There we go. Thank you.
All right, here we go. I call the Senate to order. Senator Kirby, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and take up House Concurrent Resolution number 89 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Concurrent Resolution Number 89, a concurrent resolution extending the 2022 regular session of the legislature, suspending the deadlines for the purpose of permitting the further consideration, filing, and adoption of conference reports on certain appropriation bills, revenue bills, and other bills, and setting the date of sine die adjournment of the 2022 regular session of the legislature.
Motion is to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, Senator, we're on your bill that you had read.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to Senator Hobson to explain.
Senator Hobson, you're recognized to explain the bill, or resolution, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I move adoption of House Concurrent Resolution. Ask to be recognized to explain. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're recognized.
This is the concurrent resolution, has to be initiated in the House by rule, by procedures, which would extend the session by a number of days to allow us to continue to get the work done. I think most of you know why we're having to do this, but this would allow for several bills that are listed. Hopefully you got a copy or you can see it on your screen. It's the bill numbers of those items that would be included for extension of time to be considered. And they include all appropriations and revenue bills. I'm going to read them off just so in case you've got any questions. Most of these are related to appropriations or finance, but there are a few others on this list. There's also the motor vehicle tag bill, the tourism recovery, equal pay bill, the nursing education incentive program. Some of these are related to ARPA too, which is also part of appropriations. Community and junior college, nurse supplemental funding, the gifted education bill, the faith scholarship bill, the budget process, that's our bill we use for the funds, transferring funds for our final budget. The MCOPS program, that's the school resource officers, ARPA rural water, DA salary, increase in salaries for additional criminal investigators, ARPA water and sewer projects, salaries for state employees and officers, the premium pay for police and firefighters, DPS salaries, hospital nurse and allied health professional retention loan program, teacher procurement cards, hospital expanded capacity programs, coronavirus capital project, water infrastructure grant program, COVID-19 tourism or DMO bill, the qualified resort area bill, the ABC warehouse bill, installation charges for roof projects, that's a sales tax act bill. By the way, some of these, including that one, are already on our calendar, but I'm not sure that they're on the House calendar. The car, motor vehicle dealer bill, and the initiative bill. And those items, the rules would be suspended for consideration of those items. And so you'll know the resolution would extend the session by constitution. It has to be extended by 30-day increments. However, in this resolution, we are designating the sine die day as Wednesday, April the 6th at 12 o'clock midnight, which means that we would have to have all appropriations and revenue bills off the calendar by Friday at midnight because they have to be finished 5 days in advance of the sine die. It doesn't mean that we have to go any further than that, and I hope and don't think that we will, but we got a lot of work to do in a short amount of time. That's an explanation of the House concurrent resolution, and I will yield for questions, Mr.
Senator
President.
Parker, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
yield for a question, Senator. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we had a long debate about this in rules, and by the 5-day rule and by what the Speaker evidently announced on the floor today, the intent still appears to be that we're going to try to get out of here by Saturday or Sunday, but administratively moving sine die to next Wednesday just gets us that ability for you and appropriations to get your work done and do that as well as you can in that time. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have to have our work, appropriations and finance have to have all their work completed by Friday night at the latest. So, yeah, it's going to be a hard and fast deadline of Friday night for us. any other general bills that are still pending could go further than that. Hopefully we're clear, our conference reports, hopefully those are cleared either by Friday or prior to Friday, so we can, finish with appropriates and financing, get out of here.
And so if we continue the work like we did today to try to clear the general calendar as best we can and leave you in a position where after you finish your work on Friday or Saturday, when those start showing up, we could be in a position where we're just dealing with the revenue bills at that time and we're not as committed to the general bills. So again, what I'm asking here is it's still the hope of leadership in the body that we get out of here as quick as we can, and that we're now not looking at being here till next Wednesday.
That's absolutely. And let me just clarify, make sure that you asked something, and I want to make sure nobody misunderstood that the revenue and appropriates bills have to be off the calendar by Friday. So it's not as though we have to have them filed. We've got to get them filed and considered by the chamber and passed or not by Friday. So we've got a pretty hard and fast deadline to get stuff done.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator DeBar, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You have for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator
Yes, sir.
DeBar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It just seems like here in the last couple of days, we've been kind of rushed and it's unusual. Is this the usual course that we always have to extend session like this?
Not at all.
Okay. And it just seems like, I think yesterday was the first day you were able to start negotiating the appropriations budget and the ARPA and so forth. Is that right?
Yesterday or the day before. I mean, typically we start negotiating them about a week out prior to the deadline, I would say, as far as hard negotiations on trying to figure out, the revenue estimate, and then figuring out where everything stands and meet with the House. So, yeah, we're way behind. Obviously, I couldn't get the House to negotiate with me last week when we normally would have negotiated, but we started hard at it on Sunday, I think it was, Saturday or Sunday. Sunday. What's today? My days are starting to run
Today's
together. Tuesday.
Right.
I think Sunday we started.
Well, would you agree with me that, because this tax bill, you were unable to negotiate and get a number and do your appropriations bills and get out here, and this is why we have to do this extension resolution?
That's a pretty fair statement. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator DeBar. Other questions on the resolution? Okay, Senator, ready for your motions.
All right, I move adoption of the House Concurrent Resolution 89 by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to record as voting no? Present? Seeing none. Thank you, Senator Kirby. You're recognized. Just about done.
Thank you, Briggs.
You're recognized, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules, go back to item number 3, SCR number 588, and ask title be read.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Please read the title, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 588, suspend rules for further consideration of Senate Bill Number 2033, 2022, regular session, extend postpartum coverage of Medicaid recipients to 12 months.
Make your usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to Senator Blackwell to
Senator
explain the
Blackwell, you're
resolution.
recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. This resolution is just exactly what it says. It's, if you recall earlier in the session, we passed Senate Bill 2033 by a vote of 46-5. It's to extend postpartum coverage for women from 60 days to 12 months. And anyway, we want to give it died over in the House. We want to give them a second opportunity at this bill to reconsider. So that's an explanation of the resolution. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Just a question.
You here for a question, Senator?
Yes, I will.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
It's my understanding since Obamacare passed that if a woman wants to get on Medicaid, that she does not have to prove by a doctor's visit or any test that she's pregnant. She just does it by attestation. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
I was just made aware of that by the Division of Medicaid. So that's just one concern that I have. Before Obamacare, they had to have some type of examination and proof that they were pregnant. And so what we could be doing is letting a lot of people get on Medicaid that may not really be pregnant.
Well, actually, you're wrong. These are people who are already on Medicaid. They'd be pregnant, and we are extending the care from 60 days to 12 months.
But they don't have to prove they're pregnant, is what I'm saying.
They're not getting the care unless they're pregnant.
They currently don't have to prove that they're pregnant since Obamacare.
Well, you may know more about science, but I don't know how you deliver a child if you're not pregnant.
You don't necessarily have to deliver a child.
Are you aware this is postpartum care?
Yes, I
Okay.
do understand that.
And that occurs after the birth?
I do understand that. What I'm saying is a woman can get on Medicaid without having a proof of being pregnant.
She may, but that is not covered by this bill. This is extending postpartum care. That means after the delivery.
Or miscarriage.
Or miscarriage.
Or abortion.
No, I don't know about abortion. And we have, our 15-week, we're one of the strictest states for abortion. Everybody's about pro-life, and if you're about pro-life, you'd be for this bill.
No, I'm pro-life, and my church has a commitment to a crisis pregnancy center along with the other churches in my area, so don't tell me I'm not pro-life because I don't support this bill.
I didn't tell you you were, but I'm just suggesting.
You did suggest
Well, then
that.
I am suggesting it.
Well, you're wrong.
All right, that's good.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move for passage by the use of, or adoption by the use of the morning roll call.
Use the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Board is voting no. Hill. Seymour. Tate. Chisholm. Branning. Sojourner. Anyone? Barrett. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We'll go to Senator Simmons. I'm sorry, Senator Simmons.
I just want to announce a pair, Mr. President, if I
Please,
could.
I'm sorry, before I announce them, please give the pair.
I vote aye, and if Senator McDaniel was here, he'll vote no.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Pardon me? Please, you want to hit Senator Horn? Please proceed, Senator.
If there is not an actual roll call on a vote, can a pair be entered?
1 second, I'll check. Just 1 second. Senator Horn, the response is yes. Okay, anything else? Senator Branning? One second, please. So the bill passed. Now we're off three. Senator Kirby, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like immediate release on the bill, HCR 89 that we just passed. Not this bill, but the one before.
Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Branning?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of number 118 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2507.
118, Mr. Clerk. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Senator 118, Senate Bill 2507. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill 2507, Mississippi Transportation Commission repayments to a public entity that advanced funds may not include interest or other fees.
I got it. I got that. I'm fine. Okay, Senator.
I'd like to move to recommit, Mr. President.
Motion to recommit. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, announcements? Announcements. Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to remind. Okay.
Senator Simmons, you are, one moment then. Senator Fillingham, did you have?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to ask to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of item 126 on today's calendar.
126. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and have the title
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2543, Department of Public Safety, revised provision related to.
The motion is that we recommit for further conference.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Moran, you had one other one, or Senator Wiggins?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one last bill for Ports and Marines, item number 121, Senate Bill 2511. I'd like to call that up and have the title read.
We've got to suspend the rules first, Senator, to go back on the calendar.
Just real quick.
Objection to,
Well, then come on up here to make you feel better.
one second, one moment, please. We have just 1 second. Okay, we have an objection. So, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Weak ayes have it. All right.
Anyway, one last item, 121, item 2511. Ask the title be read, please.
Mr. Clerk, have we suspended the rules?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
11, saltwater shrimp captain's license issued by Mississippi Department of Marine Resources, delete requirement.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill's been passed out of here twice. Conference report signed. I move that we pass the conference report on morning roll call. Thank you. Adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
You object to the procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, it passes. Okay, we're on to announcements. Announcements only. Kirby, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do wish to hold item number 3. I mean, not hold. I'd like to immediate release on item number 3, SCR 588.
I believe you'd already moved for, all in favor signify by saying, no, we don't even do that. Any objection? Seeing none, granted. Senator Sojourner? Senator Sojourner's passed. Senator Michelle? Senator Michelle?
For adjourn to memory, please.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we adjourn today, I ask that we do so in the memory of a very successful attorney who passed away last night, Mr. Stephen Eds.
Very big loss. Senator Simmons?
Announcement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, we have the All Caucus Sign and Die Party at Johnny T's tonight, starting at 7:00 p.m. until the last conference report is filed. We will not be filing a suspension resolution extending this party. This party will go on tonight. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Fillingham?
For an announcement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I believe that Public Health is going to meet at 9:30, so Judd B. will meet immediately following Public Health in room 216 to take up a couple of suffrage bills in the morning.
9:30, Mr. Clerk. Senator Sojourner, for announcement.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to object to the immediate release of item number 3 from today.
I think we already did that, ma'am. 1 second.
I can't object. We can't object.
I'm sorry, madam, it's already been granted.
I can.
If you want to enter a motion to reconsider, you can enter a motion to reconsider. And that may accomplish the same thing as objecting to a recall. It's not exactly the same thing. That's it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, no, Senator, immediate release had been granted already. It was also outside the Senate.
Then I have the right to enter a motion to reconsider.
Okay, 1 second, we can see. I think you did it. Yes, Senator, that's correct. Motion be entered. Reconsider on number 3. Senator Butler,
Yes, Mr. President. Join in memory.
please proceed.
When the Senate adjourned today, I'd like for you to join in memory of Joseph Davis, who was a security officer at the Alcorn State University and also a member of the Claiborne County Sheriff Department.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Horn,
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourn in memory.
please proceed.
Mr. President, when the Senate adjourns today, I'd like to ask that it do so in memory of a great humanitarian, a great bond attorney, patron of the arts, Attorney Steve Edds.
Thank you. That was also asked for by Senator Michelle, and you're correct. He's going to be sorely missed. Very sudden death for Steve. Senator Bryan, I'm sorry. No, you're not Senator
Surprise, surprise,
Senator
surprise.
Hobson's not here. He's there somewhere.
Mr. President, Public Health will meet at 9:30 in the morning. We have 1 or 2 confirmations that we need to take up. I would appreciate members being there. We will complete the meeting as quickly as possible so that Judd B. can meet right after us, but Public Health will meet at 9:30 in the morning in 216.
Thank you. 9:30 in the morning, 216. Anyone else? Anyone else? I want to thank everyone for a very long day. We have a couple of more days coming. I appreciate so much your work today. Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate to stand in recess until the last committee report is filed tonight, at which time the Journal will reflect we are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it.